Chapter 1451. She actually learned ninjutsu too. The urgent questioning echoed between heaven and earth and could not be dispersed for a long time. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke with an urgent face, Uchiha Itachi was stunned for a moment. He regretted that he did not listen to Kakashi's advice earlier that day and abandon his so-called protective brother control thinking. Facing Sasuke's eager eyes, Uchiha Itachi sighed helplessly. Sasuke, that guy is right. 28 years ago, Lord Chinyu opened the Samsara Eye. And the new powers you and Naruto have obtained are all from Lord Chinyu's use that day, which inspired Orochimaru to transfer them to you through his cloning technology. I didn't tell you at the time. First, because of the warning of Tonari Otoji, all the deeds of Lord Chinyu were completely sealed. Second, I hope that before Lord Chinyu returns, I can find the power to protect the ninja world as soon as possible. At this point, Uchiha Itachi's face flashed with shame, and he sighed softly. After the voice. In fact, we can only blame our older generation for not being able to adapt to Orochimaru's cloning technology as soon as possible, and this burden fell on you. If we can choose, in fact, we all hope to pick up the things left by Lord Chinyu. Uchiha Sasuke was stunned for a moment. Looking at whether it was his most respected elder brother Itachi, or Kakashi and Uchiha Obito. Even the fourth generation Hokage Namikaze Minato couldn't help but nod in agreement. This result was a bit unacceptable to Sasuke. He regarded Chinyu as a goal to surpass, and thought that once the Samsara Eye was opened, the world would be mine, and it would be easy to defeat Uchiha Chinyu. Now he never thought that his bottom-line method was still obtained by picking up rags. Most importantly, this kind of leftover method is still liked by many people. Ahem, 6th generation Hokage, may I ask Orochimaru, do you have clones for sale? Kankuro couldn't help but cough dryly. Instantly, the eyes of the four major countries all glowed with green light. That fiery look stopped Uchiha Sasuke from raising his hand to dig out his eyes. In particular, thinking of the new power he got from the Samsara Eye, he couldn't give it up. Hehe, you seem to have forgotten about the old reunion a little bit, and even forgot about the important guests. Odori Momoshiki suddenly spoke up with a cruel smile. In that case, I'll give you a taste of fun first. The aura on them is a bit similar to the Samsara Eye ghost, so let's start with them. Bang! Odori Momoshiki took a step forward. The whole person disappeared out of thin air like a ghost. When he appeared again, he had crossed a distance of dozens of meters and came to Uchiha Violet. So fast, I can't even catch up with the speed of the seal. Uchiha Violet's face suddenly changed drastically, and the 3 Magatama Sharingan was pushed to the extreme. The body's reaction was completely unable to keep up with the mind. The only thing he could do was to watch the hand that reached out, like a sharp blade, stabbing into his pupil. Sasuke, don't worry too much, save Violet quickly. Itachi roared angrily. He has always been cold and ruthless. But facing his only daughter, Uchiha Violet, he couldn't hold his temper at all. Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke's face changed continuously, and he gritted his teeth and attacked in an instant. Heavenly hand power. Whoosh. Everyone just felt a flash in front of their eyes, and Violet, who was under the hand knife of Daiki Momoshiki, became blurred. The whole thing disappeared in front of everyone. The afterimage that appeared again was obviously replaced by Uchiha Sasuke. You bastard, you dare to attack Violet. Even if someone else has the leftover Samsara Eye, I can still play better than him. Uchiha Sasuke roared. With the help of the Samsara Eye and Sharingan's motion capture, he slightly tilted his body to dodge the stabbing hand knife. He grabbed the Kusanagi sword at his waist with his backhand, and the lightning escape technique rushed out. He cut it diagonally at the neck of Otoki Momoshiki. Hehe, kid, have you forgotten that I can absorb chakra? Otoki Momoshiki smiled cruelly, and quickly raised his only remaining left hand, intending to catch the Kusanagi sword in Uchiha Sasuke's hand. Bang! The ground was penetrated at once, and the rocks flew. Arms condensed by the 9 tails chakra quickly wrapped around Otoki Momoshiki's hands and body. The sudden scene made everyone happy. This is the strongest combination. They never thought that Naruto would secretly attack while standing on the high platform. Puff! Blood splattered, and the huge head was thrown out directly. Seeing this sudden success, even Minato Namikaze and others were ecstatic. They were just worried about how to deal with the 2 uninvited guests in front of them when Uchiha Chinyu was not there after 28 years. Originally, they did not have much hope for the new power of Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto. They never thought that they would achieve brilliant results in a single encounter. Deal with the other one too. Uchiha Obito roared first. The shadows of the four major countries also helped. Dual godly space. The powerful space fluctuations were driven to the extreme by Uchiha Obito. With the rapid space transfer of the double godly, Gaara and others disappeared out of thin air. When they appeared again, they had already arrived in the golden sky. Seeing that he was arranged to take action after a disagreement, Gaara and others had no choice but to take action while looking frustrated. After all, the existence of Momoshiki Odoki is a huge threat to the entire ninja world. Now Naruto and Sasuke have joined forces to behead Momoshiki Odoki. Then as a cage-level powerhouse from the four major countries. If even the followers of Momoshiki Odoki cannot be defeated. Once this kind of thing gets out, it would probably be a shame. Thinking of this, Gaara and the other four cage-level powerhouses looked at each other and reached a consensus directly. Sorry, I thought you could put on a good show for me, but it turned out to be a trick. The cruel words came from the flying head. Looking at Momoshiki Odoki, who was beheaded and should have died, he was still as vigorous as a dragon. Undoubtedly, everyone's nerves were suddenly tense. The next moment, the scene that came into view was even more. It made people's pupils shrink suddenly. Minato Namikaze, Kakashi, and others couldn't help but scream out in surprise. Momoshiki Odoki, she actually learned ninjutsu, this is probably her real confidence this time. Sasuke, you guys run away quickly, this is probably the lightning chakra mode. Chapter 1452 The Unstoppable Momoshiki. Boom! The violent lightning exploded on the surface of Momoshiki Odoki. Under the arcs of lightning, the cells of the body were directly activated to the extreme. The next moment, before everyone could react, Momoshiki Odoki, who had lost his head, clenched the 5 fingers of his right hand suddenly, and with the lightning wrapped around him, he punched Sasuke's abdomen. Bang! A huge force was released. At a close distance, facing Momoshiki Odoki, the speed as fast as thunder, there was no way to hide. Sasuke just felt a sweetness in his throat, and blood rushed out of his mouth. The whole person had already hit the barrier. Boom! The barrier shook violently, and there were tiny spider web cracks that spread rapidly. If it weren't for the barrier team being on standby at all times, and sending chakra into it in time to repair the cracks, I'm afraid that the barrier would have been shattered by the previous attack. However, facing this kind of rapid repair, the burden on the barrier team is also not small. Many people even spit out blood. They were obviously severely injured by the recoil force transmitted back from the barrier. Mr. Minato, the barrier team may need buffer time. If they encounter a direct impact again, they may be destroyed. A captain of the Anbu was the first to lose his temper. The Flying Thunder God team trained by Minato Namikaze can indeed perform the 8 Yang Red formation. However, the targets they have been dealing with have always been evaluated based on the level of cage in various countries. Facing this almost godlike power, the attack was obviously a bit powerless. It can be said that being able to withstand so many rounds of attacks is obviously good. Haha, a bunch of useless people, still planning to fight like trapped beasts, just 2 young boys, who haven't even mastered the things that guy left behind, and they plan to defeat me, this is simply a joke. Daitongmu Momoshiki smiled grimly. The flying head suddenly stopped in the void, and under the cover of invisible power, it was directly connected to his broken neck. You are indeed making progress, but after experiencing death once, I am no exception. Since you want to protect this so-called village, then I will let you despair first. Thunder escape Kylan. Boom! The violent lightning bloomed in Daitongmu's hands. The next moment, it exploded like thunder. It echoed with the accumulated black clouds and wandering lightning in the sky. Feeling the dangerous atmosphere spreading rapidly in the sky, Minato Namikaze roared quickly without thinking too much. Sage mode. Bang! With a sudden clap of his hands, Minato Namikaze directly entered the sage mode that had been prepared long ago. The next moment, he madly transported chakra. As someone who had experienced the Third Ninja World War, Minato Namikaze knew clearly the origin of this thunder release Kirin. He never thought that after more than 20 years, Momoshiki Odoji, who appeared again, not only learned ninjutsu, but also Uchiha Kainu's specialty. Boom! The violent lightning shot up directly into the sky. The rolling sound waves swept across the entire Konoha ninja village. It can be said that looking from a distance, it can be clearly seen that the entire arena was directly swallowed by thunder. The 3 layers of barriers covering the inside and outside were destroyed in an instant. Wait until the rolling sound waves and sand and dust dissipated. The next moment, the raging lightning disappeared for the most part. The strange scene made the ninjas stationed on the periphery show a hint of ecstasy. However, when they saw the arena that was damaged beyond recognition, the hint of joy quickly froze. They knew clearly that even if the attack just now was really blocked, it would probably cost a lot. Teacher. Kakashi's figure rushed out of the collapsed ruins. Seeing that his strength was gone all of a sudden, his body was a little weak, and he fell backwards powerlessly. Kakashi stepped forward to help him up. I'm fine, I just used the Flying Thunder God barrier too much, and the chakra generated by the Sage mode was instantly wasted. Namikaze Minato shook his head, barely stood firm, and the Sage mode he had just displayed disappeared all of a sudden. The current Namikaze Minato is not the impure world reincarnation in the original work, with unlimited chakra. Especially, facing the attack of Otoki Momoshiki, each time, not only ordinary chakra, but also pupil power is added. At the same time, the Flying Thunder God barrier is opened in all directions, and defense is carried out at the same time, and the physical strength and chakra consumed are increased several times. It can be said that Namikaze Minato is now explaining why Hokage are short-lived. Everything is to protect people. Teacher, I'm sorry, my method can't be used, but let me buy time next. Kakashi's face is a little embarrassed. If it is to fight other people, he can still be 50-50. But Otoki Momoshiki's sealing technique absorption can also take the power for himself. Obviously, they are beaten a bit helpless. However, as it was a 50-50 match, Kakashi obviously planned to bite the bullet and fight again. Haha, you are really funny. You exhausted your strength to save people. Otoki Momoshiki smiled grimly, and his eyes turned down. But I just want to see how many people you can save. Bang! Otoki Momoshiki moved again. This time, with the blessing of the lightning chakra mode, the speed was even faster. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Uchiha Sarada, who had just walked out of the ruins. The amazing lightning wrapped around the right-hand knife made people feel inexplicably suffocated. Sarada, get out of the way! Uchiha Sasuke roared in a hurry. Under the crazy urging of the Samsara Eye, he found that his pupil power dried up all of a sudden. The idea of being able to use the power of the sky to save people collapsed instantly. The only thing he could do was to watch Uchiha Sarada die. The hidden shadow snake hand. Bang, bang, bang. A series of poisonous snakes broke out of the ground. The white snake shadow instantly entangled the body of Momoshiki Otoki. At the same time, Uchiha Obito, who had come to his senses, quickly activated Kamui and transferred Uchiha Sarada. Boom! The snakes wrapped around Momoshiki Otoki were directly crushed by the lightning. The Chidori, which had lost its target, penetrated the thick wall directly. Looking at the scene of the rebel flying, Momoshiki Otoki did not get angry but laughed, and suddenly looked up in the direction of Kakashi and others and said, "It turns out that there is another fun toy. I didn't expect it to be so happy." Looking at Sarada, who was suddenly saved, Uchiha Sasuke suddenly woke up, endured the severe pain in his body, and hurriedly looked in the direction of his gaze. "It's Orochimaru. I didn't expect him to come out of the lab to support us." Chapter 1453 A Punch Through the Earth. Orochimaru? The people present couldn't help but stagnate. As one of the 3 ninjas, Orochimaru's strength may not be the strongest, but he is the one with the most means. In particular, the clones he developed can successfully give Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto new powers. This undoubtedly makes many people feel salivating. The most important thing is that Orochimaru suddenly appeared and helped. Is he here to deliver an airdrop? Chaotic thoughts flashed through the minds of others. Even Kakashi couldn't help but say, "Orochimaru, you came here suddenly. Are you going to support us, or think of a way to defeat Momoshiki and Kinshiki? If our Konoha is destroyed, you will not be able to stay out of trouble either. There will be no comfortable environment to conduct experiments on cloning technology." As for Orochimaru's strength, Kakashi knew clearly that he could not deal with the 2 resurrected Otoji in front of him. However, according to Kakashi's inference, with Orochimaru's many despicable means, maybe there is really a way to find another shortcut and fight against him. "Kakashi, you are a junior." At this critical moment, you still want to threaten me. It seems that you have forgotten my restrained killing intent. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and said. But, forget it today. I don't have the ability to fight against this kind of guy. It's just that you are lucky. Get out of here quickly. Some people say that one move can solve it. I am here to watch the show. One move can solve it. The people present were stunned for a moment. Especially the shadows of the new generation. They remembered clearly what Momoshiki Otoji had just done. Not only did he invalidate ninjutsu, but he also learned to learn ninjutsu. Whether it was the lightning chakra mode or the lightning kirin just now. The power they showed was far beyond their imagination. Now someone actually said that he could be solved with one move. What on earth was that? Looking at the long tongue that was about to touch his precious daughter, Uchiha Sasuke's nerves were almost broken. If it wasn't for the Samsara Eye, and it was cloned by Orochimaru, the situation would not be optimistic now. I'm afraid he would have jumped up and cut off his tongue. However, the thought that Momoshiki Otoji would not be eliminated until one day would not be resolved. Now Orochimaru said something inexplicable, which made Uchiha Sasuke's head hot all of a sudden. Orochimaru, is that me you are talking about? Will you bring me 2 or 3 more Samsara eyes? The small voice echoed in the field. The cage-level strongmen of the 4 major countries breathed heavily. Cloning a legendary Sharingan is already mouth-watering. If there are others now, it will definitely be a huge temptation. Sasuke, do you think this is a street cabbage, a souvenir for you? Orochimaru rolled his eyes and said. But it should be soon, you will definitely be surprised, just watch the show. The inexplicable words made everyone stunned. Even Momoshiki Otoji was no exception. A pair of white eyes suddenly opened, blue veins filled the corners of the eyes, and the next moment violent lightning exploded in the body. Humph, inferior creatures, actually here to deceive the public. More than 20 years, I have mastered the ninjutsu of this world. This time, even if it is against the arrogant guy who stole the power of our gods, I can easily kill him. Since, you like to keep it a secret, then I will kill you one by one and force the guy you said could kill me with one strike to show up. Bang! With a big step, under the blessing of endless lightning, Otoji Momoshiki disappeared like a ghost. Be careful! Uchiha Sasuke's face suddenly changed drastically, and he quickly pushed his Samsara Eye to the extreme. At the same time, he quickly pulled away and rushed to Sarada. Facing the dangerous scene just now, Sasuke didn't dare to gamble. Violet, run away quickly! Itaki Uchiha's roar suddenly sounded. Sasuke's steps suddenly stopped. Looking back hurriedly, the eyes of Samsara clearly caught the endless lightning of Momoshiki Otoji who appeared in front of Violet. Now his speed is obviously faster than before. As Momoshiki Otoji said, more than 20 years can be spent in the blink of an eye for the long life of the Otoji clan. But it is enough to learn the ninjutsu of the inferior ants. 1. Otonoki Momoshiki smiled cruelly. The right hand stretched out, under the crazy compression of lightning, instantly turned into a thunder spear. Without any fancy moves, it stabbed towards Uchiha Violet's chest. Looking at the attack that was rapidly enlarged in the pupil, Violet's 3 Magatama Sharingan was activated no matter how. Just like before, the body was unable to react. The only thing to do was to watch death coming. It was a pity that this time, whether it was Uchiha Sasuke or others. At this juncture, it was obviously impossible to rescue in time. Bang! A huge black shadow, accompanied by a rolling sonic boom, fell from the sky. The huge impact force brought a huge sense of oppression. The nerves of Otonoki Momoshiki, who had the intention to kill, were suddenly pried. The lightning spear stabbed out, without thinking too much, and stabbed into the sky in a hurry. In the eyes of Daitongmu Momoshiki, the person in front of him could escape. The Byakugan he had just used was definitely not a simple person. However, facing the high-density condensed thunder spear he used. As long as he could gain a little time, Daitongmu Momoshiki could free his hands and fight back. However, this thought just flashed through his mind. A dark big hand took the lead and caught the spear with bare hands. Bang! The 5 fingers suddenly exerted force, and the spear was broken. At the same time, a huge palm pressed directly on Daitongmu Momoshiki's head. An indescribable dangerous aura spread like a frenzy. 6 Styles Secret, the largest wheel 6 Kings Spear. Boom! The violent breath squeezed out of every cell in Escanor's body instantly. The next moment, with the 5 fingers suddenly tightened, it exploded. Under the palm of his hand, Otoji Momoshiki felt that his whole body was like a sandbag and could not be controlled at all. With the impact of a blowout, it fell heavily on the ground. At the same time, the earth, which was under the impact of this huge force, was the first to let out a wail and shattered. Under the spread of spider web cracks, the huge arena, like the earth, seemed to be pierced by a blow. Under the collapse of the rock layer, the entire arena and the earth with a radius of thousands of meters also collapsed. Chapter 1454 Your internal energy is a little insufficient. Bang! The earth was shaking violently, and even the entire Konoha ninja village was alarmed. Facing this sudden attack, the 10,000-pound posture it carried was completely beyond their cognition. If you don't see it with your own eyes, you probably won't believe the power of a punch. It can actually reach this level. How violent is this? The dust in the sky is rolling back. As the entire arena collapsed, Naruto and others quickly pulled back. After escaping from the arena, they looked at the collapsed ruins and couldn't help but smack their lips. In their eyes, Tsunade, one of the three ninjas, has a strange power. It has far exceeded their cognition. If she was hit head-on, she would probably be dead or injured. However, now, someone who doesn't know who is sacred has also destroyed the arena and the earth with one punch. The difference between the two can be described as a world of difference. Violet. Obito, don't block me, I'm going to save Violet. Uchiha Taka suddenly became anxious. Facing his daughter whose life and death were uncertain, the calmness of the past was simply gone. If Uchiha Obito had not stopped him in time, he would have rushed into the ruins long ago. Haha, Itaki, I didn't expect you to show your emotional side. Orochimaru also flashed out from the ruins and laughed dryly. But don't worry, since that guy is here, we just need to play the role of the audience. As for killing and saving people, I believe that guy will do better. That guy? The people present were stunned. Looking at Orochimaru, one of the three ninjas, who also controls the cloning technology. He actually said such a highly praised word. This is undoubtedly beyond their cognition. Asshole, you dare to break my neck, I will kill you. Bang! Otonoki Momoshiki rushed out of the ruins with his neck tilted. If it were anyone else, this kind of injury would have killed them. However, the wound on Otonoki Momoshiki was undoubtedly just a superficial wound. Generally. Kinshiki. Momoshiki Daitong roared, and his neck was too late to straighten. A blood-red light appeared behind him, cutting through the sky and falling directly into Momoshiki's hands. Accompanied by violent power, it was infused into it. The blood-red axe suddenly grew to a huge 100 meters. The next moment, without any fancy, it brought a dignified sound of breaking through the air and swept across the dust-covered ruins. The wind and thunder rolled, and the strong wind directly dispersed the dust. Two figures standing in the ruins were revealed. Facing everything that happened just now, Uchiha Violet obviously had not woken up from her trance. However, the blood-red axe that swept across the 100 meters in her Sharingan suddenly appeared, but her pupils suddenly shrank. Be careful! For the person who suddenly appeared and rescued her under Momoshiki Daitong Mu. Uchiha Violet did not recognize him at the first time. However, if her mistake caused the other party to fall into a disadvantage, or even suffer a fatal injury, she definitely didn't want to see the scene. Oh, is the attack coming? Then let me test his confidence. The light words were mixed with indifference and arrogance. Facing the attack that came from the sky with a stern sound of breaking through the air, Chinyu not only did not block it. Instead, he just looked back indifferently. The whole person stood there like a sculpture. This absurd behavior gave people the feeling that he was standing here waiting for death to come. In Otonoki Momoshiki's eyes, there was a hint of provocation. You bastard, dare to despise me like this, let me cut you in two with one knife. The crazy roar exploded like thunder. The speed of the 100-meter blood-red giant axe in his hand suddenly increased to the extreme. A short distance of more than 10 meters was approached in the blink of an eye. Facing the insane Chinyu, even the battle-hardened Uchiha Violet couldn't help but close her eyes. Dang! The dull collision sound rolled out like a bell. The huge sweeping and chopping force hit Chinyu's shoulder. Puff! The blood was splashing and splashing in the void. The shocking scene made people's pupils shrink suddenly, revealing a face full of disbelief. In their eyes, the fierce sweeping and chopping just now. If you say that you want to sweep a rock mountain, there is absolutely no problem. However, this blow, falling on Chinyu, only broke the skin. The most important thing is that the 100-meter giant axe compressed by the force could not withstand the huge recoil force, and it broke in half. The huge ruins fell into a dead silence. Even the crazy Otonoki Momoshiki in the air was no exception. Looking at Escanor, his eyes were full of disbelief. This time, Momoshiki Odori took action after more than 20 years, but he thought he was fully prepared. Even the ninjutsu that they regarded as inferior creatures was learned by them. All this was for revenge on Uchiha Chinyu, and at the same time, to completely destroy this ninja world. However, now his dreams were easily broken by an unknown guy. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Momoshiki Odori would never have believed that the scene in front of him was real. Oh, a good attack, it can actually hurt my epidermis, but if this is your confidence, you seem to be a little short of energy. Chinyu tilted his head slightly, looked at the wound on his arm, wiped a handful of blood, and looked at it carefully. It gave people the feeling that he was just standing out, as if the injured person was not himself at all. This kind of arrogance is simply engraved into his bones. Yes, it's Senior Escanor. Is he the person Orochimaru is talking about? Uchiha Sarada was the first to lose her temper. He is Uncle Chinyu's disciple. Can he really kill Momoshiki Otoji with one move? No, I don't doubt Senior Escanor. It's just that this kind of opponent can be wiped out with one move. I'm afraid even I am a little short of energy. I don't believe it. Feeling the eyes from all around, Uchiha Sarada explained quickly. After all, everything that happened just now seemed very cumbersome. It's a pity that it was only a few minutes before and after. The strength shown by Momoshiki Otoji has far exceeded their cognition. Most importantly, from the mouths of others, Uchiha Sarada knew clearly that Momoshiki Otoji has become more powerful now. He even learned their ninjutsu. In this case, he is definitely stronger than the one defeated by Uchiha Kainu, the movie Emperor, 28 years ago. Facing all these problems, can it really be killed in one move? Chapter 1455. You really disappointed me. Are you related to Uchiha Chinyu, or are you his disciple? Daitongmu Momoshiki suddenly woke up. The crooked neck was forcibly pulled back with a crackling sound of bones. Looking at Chinyu, there was a trace of endless resentment. Haha, I finally found a clue about him. More than 20 years ago, he suddenly disappeared. I thought there was no chance for revenge. Now that you are out, let me break your hands and feet first. After venting my hatred, I will interrogate the family of that damned person. The whereabouts of the guy. Originally, before your relationship with that guy was exposed, I was still worried about your origins. Now it seems that you are just that guy, a mere disciple, so it would be easy to kill you. Chang's words, like a magic sound, echoed on the ruins, and could not be dispersed for a long time. Come on, Kinshiki, become my power again. Bang! Otoki Momoshiki grabbed Kinshiki with his right hand through the air. Originally, the distance of hundreds of meters was obviously ignored by this grab. Watching Kinshiki being instantly enveloped by red light, turning into a power ball the size of a human head, shooting towards Otoki Momoshiki. Namikaze Minato's face changed first, and he shouted in a hurry, Sir Escanor, stop him quickly, don't let Otoki Momoshiki absorb Kinshiki's power, otherwise he will become more powerful and more difficult to deal with. As a witness of the gods' war that day, Minato Namikaze also witnessed the increase in strength that erupted when Otonoki Momoshiki merged. It can be said that the strength of the power emitted has made them feel desperate. Now, after 28 years, Otonoki Momoshiki not only resurrected, but also secretly learned ninjutsu. Facing these series of re-blessed halos. For Minato Namikaze, the current Otonoki Momoshiki is stronger than before. He will become stronger, isn't this a good thing? Chinyu suddenly raised his head and looked at Otonoki Momoshiki in the void. This is better than fighting with a good person who is not strong enough. Girl, leave quickly, if you get too close to me, you will die. Death? Uchiha Violet was stunned. In her eyes, Chinyu had just rescued her. Moreover, looking at the current situation, Chinyu was obviously still on the same side as them to deal with Daitongmu Momoshiki. However, now he said such inexplicable words. However, at this juncture, Uchiha Violet did not dare to continue to entangle, and bowed to thank him. He quickly withdrew and reunited with Uchiha Itachi and others. Well, what an arrogant guy, I thought that arrogance was a quality that only our gods had, but I didn't expect that in such an ant-like place, I could see a person who was more arrogant than God. Daetong Mu Mamashiki's expression suddenly twisted and roared. However, since you like to provoke God, then I will show you the horror of God. Boom! The blood-red energy was directly devoured by Otonoki Momoshiki. As his hair soared into the sky, a huge spiritual light column penetrated his body. It penetrated all the leaden clouds accumulated in the air. As the scarlet color spread rapidly on his skin, his snow-white silver hair was like steel needles. Looking at Otonoki Momoshiki, who once again turned into a bull's head and had a third eye between his eyebrows. Everyone's face changed drastically because of the huge breath he exuded. Especially the new generation, who felt like a huge stone was pressing on their hearts. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe it. As shadows, they would also feel like ants when facing the enemy. That was the mental oppression from the absolute gap in strength. Can this kind of enemy really be defeated? Kangaro's face suddenly turned pale, and he couldn't help but mutter. Hehe, if it was Uchiha Chinyu, I would definitely believe him if he said he could defeat him. As for Escanor in front of me, I also believe him, because that guy doesn't seem to be a joker. Orochimaru stuck out his scarlet tongue. He is the only one who knows the true details of Escanor. After personally experiencing the battle more than 20 years ago, Orochimaru firmly believed that the guy would do what he said. I didn't expect Orochimaru to be so respectful to a person, but have you noticed that the weather seems to be getting hotter? Obito couldn't help but mutter. He looked up and saw the sun gradually approaching the center of the sky. Today's sun seems to be particularly dazzling. This is not a trick of Daitoki Momoshiki, intending to burn us to death? The complaining words made Otoki Momoshiki startled. He had learned a lot of ninjutsu and applied them at the same time. But he also wanted to learn the ninjutsu of the sun, but there was no such thing in the huge ninja world. Now Uchiha Obito's words made him feel like he was shot while lying down. However, facing this sudden speech, the people present obviously noticed that something was wrong. Otoki Momoshiki nerves suddenly tensed up, and he subconsciously looked at Escanor. He seems to have grown bigger. An absurd thought flashed through Otoki Momoshiki's mind. Looking at the scene in front of him, Otoki Momoshiki felt unsure in his heart. I advise you to kill me as soon as possible. If you wait a while, you won't have any chance at all. Chinyu spoke again indifferently. The arrogant tone was getting stronger instead of weaker. It made Momoshiki Otonoki's face twist again. Lightning chakra mode. This time, my attack will be faster and stronger. Bang! The thunder still exploded in Momoshiki Otonoki's body. The whole person turned into a lightning that could not be captured by the naked eye, piercing through the void and appearing in front of Escanor. You really let me down. The arrogant words came out. It fell into Momoshiki Otonoki's ears. Chinyu's right hand with a grab of the void, the divine axe Rita fell into his hand. Liberate, divine axe Rita. Boom! The hot air wave exploded like a volcanic eruption. The attacking Otonoki Momoshiki's rapid dive suddenly paused. In this instant, she clearly felt like she had entered the sun. The figure, which was only more than 2 meters tall, suddenly became as huge as a mountain in his eyes, making people feel inexplicably depressed. It made Otonoki Momoshiki's heart suddenly tighten as if it was grabbed by an invisible big hand. An extremely absurd idea flashed through his mind. Escape. A simple word, after more than 20 years, once again emerged in his mind. It's a pity that this time he is not facing Uchiha Chinyu, but just one of his disciples. This feeling is unreal. Chapter 1456 The Guardian of Peaceful Times. Escape? A mess of thoughts flashed through Otsutsuki Momoshiki's mind. Feeling the blood boiling in his body. The fear that sprouted in his heart. Like a seed, it was infinitely magnified. The arrogant man in front of him seemed to be getting stronger all the time as time went by. It seemed to confirm the arrogant words just now. What's wrong, are you scared? Chinyu spoke again. The simple words were interjected, and the indifference and arrogance between the lines increased instead of decreasing. It echoed between heaven and earth, as if it was infused with magic sound, and it could not dissipate for a long time. This naked provocation made everyone in the field feel stunned. Especially those new generations, they couldn't help swallowing a breath of saliva. The look at Chinyu became uncertain. They witnessed Otsutsuki Momoshiki's strength just now. Now that he had devoured the accompanying Kinshiki, the power he released was like a mountain, pressing on their hearts. It made them feel like ants, However, this unbeatable opponent was now ruthlessly despised in Qin Yu's eyes. In his arrogant words, he always explained what it meant to be arrogant. Have you noticed that the temperature seems to have risen a lot, even the concrete of the ruins in the distance has melted? A captain of the Anbu was the first to lose his temper. Everyone present suddenly woke up. Especially Uchiha Violet, who had just returned to the crowd with Uchiha Itachi, his face changed drastically. This heat, it can't be leaked from him, no wonder he asked me to stay away from him, this temperature will melt even metal. Compared with others, Uchiha Violet's 3 Magatama Sharingan obviously saw more. When her eyes fell on Qin Yu, her pupils suddenly shrank. What on earth is going on? Escanor is like a furnace, with power constantly escaping from his body, and this power is still rising. This power is probably stronger than the legendary tailed beast, is this still a human? The muttered words, like an invisible hammer, hit everyone's nerves. Don't be surprised, this is a person related to a certain adult. He once said that his power will become stronger with the arrival of noon. I'm afraid he hasn't reached the limit yet. Kakashi's eyes sank slightly, and he said solemnly. Let all the people in the village who are best at water escape gather together. I'm worried that the enemy has not been defeated yet, and Konoha village may be burned to ashes first. Isn't this the strongest? The people present were stunned for a moment. The power in front of them already made them feel suffocated. The blood in their bodies was boiling, as if it would evaporate at any time. Facing such a huge force like a mountain. Now Kakashi can still say that this is not the strongest evaluation. Isn't this a nightmare? Hehe, it's really eye-opening. A person's body can actually withstand such a huge force. This is probably beyond the definition of human beings. It can only be described as a god. Orochimaru licked his tongue and said with a cruel smile. What's wrong, Orochimaru? You are not going to study this guy who is almost like a god, are you? I am worried that you will lose your snake skin. I will go to worship you at this time next year. A teasing voice fell from the sky. Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared, Namikaze Minato's eyes lit up. Teacher Jiraiya, he actually came back. Haha, Minato, you are still the same as before, like to fight recklessly. As a teacher, I don't want to lose you as a student. Jiraiya laughed dryly, with a solemn face, and looked at the battlefield. I had discovered the secret of the dark attacker and planned to come back to support him, but I didn't expect such a godlike support. It seems that over the years, that guy has become so powerful that he has gathered a group of such terrifying guys under his command. If there is a chance, I must meet him properly. As one of the 3 ninjas, Jiraiya has indeed never stayed in the Konoha village. But he took on the most risky spy work. In the original work, the intelligence gathering mission beyond the S level was secretly completed by Jiraiya on behalf of the Konoha village. If Akasazuke is the trump card of the new era, who secretly protects the Konoha village, then in the old era, the person walking in the dark is Jiraiya. Is it Jiraiya? Qin Yu turned around suddenly and said indifferently. I still remember that you owed me a bowl of Ichiraku ramen. I didn't expect that you haven't sacrificed your life for the village yet. The inexplicable words made the people in the field stagnate. But when it fell into Jiraiya's ears, his face changed drastically. It can be said that in the Konoha village, Uchiha Qin Yu had a sudden change and became a famous existence in the ninja world. Jiraiya also contacted in person in Ichiraku ramen. This private agreement seems insignificant. But the man in front of him, who is like a god, suddenly mentioned such words. Undoubtedly, Jiraiya instantly overlapped Escanor and the person who made the agreement. It's you. Jiraiya was anxious all of a sudden. However, he was quickly stopped by Orochimaru on the side. Haha, Jiraiya, it's good to know some things, please remember the occasion. So you know it too, no wonder you are so calm, not afraid of death, and run out to watch the show. Jiraiya barely suppressed the shock in his heart and rolled his eyes. But this battle is stable. The inexplicable conversation made the people in the field stagnate. Kakashi's face changed slightly, and finally showed an expression of disbelief. Looking at Jiraiya's relaxed face, he was more certain of his guess. Kakashi teacher, what is going on, why am I confused? Naruto couldn't hold his breath. He is indeed a Hokage. But his brain is obviously not as smart as others. It can be said that many people in the field showed a look of confusion. Haha, you don't need to move, just know that this battle is completely stable. Kakashi laughed dryly. You see, this battle is the most powerful battle since the God War 28 years ago. It will only last for a moment. Perhaps, after this battle, I want to see it again, but I don't know when I will have to wait. You should be thankful that in the peaceful era, you still have the guardian god who will help you in the most dangerous time. It seems that the Lord has not abandoned this world. Chapter 1457. Those are all the things I left behind. The Lord? Not all the people present are fools. Instantly understood the meaning of Kakashi's words. Jiraiya and Orochimaru on the side changed their faces and couldn't help but glared. Which arrogant god killer are you? Otsutsuki Momoshike's face changed drastically. Looking at the figure in front of him that was emitting endless heat, his face was full of disbelief. In the eyes of Otsutsuki Momoshiki, the aura of this arrogant and rude person in front of him. It was completely different from 28 years ago. Kakashi, you did it on purpose. You didn't say anything, but it's an unspoken rule. Chinyu glanced back indifferently. However, it's been so long, it should be noon. Momoshiki, you have become smarter and stronger after more than 20 years. You have also learned to use the power of the ants you mentioned. This is enough to show that your hatred for me has exceeded your obsession with honor. However, this alone is not enough. Although I only use Escanor's body to fight you, it is enough to kill you with the same move. The indifferent words fell. The original guess was confirmed in an instant. Looking at the figure in front of him, which was steaming with heat like a furnace. Everyone's nerves were tense to the extreme. Using other people's bodies to fight. This is unprecedented. If you don't see it with your own eyes, I'm afraid no one is willing to believe that all this is true. However, when you think about who this kind of thing happened to, all this seems to be easily explained. No, there is no possibility. I don't believe that I will lose again. Otsutsuki Momoshiki suddenly woke up and roared hysterically. I am a member of the Otsutsuki clan. I have tolerated for more than 20 years for revenge. You haven't seen my last trump card yet. If you see it, you must not say such words to defeat me. Besides, you are not in your true body. It is easy for me to kill people. The hysterical roar exploded like thunder. Otsutsuki Momoshiki took a step forward with a distorted expression, and the skin all over his body instantly turned blood red. 8 gates of ninja array, open it for me. Bang bang bang. The blood wave steam rushed into the sky, breaking through the accumulated lead clouds in the sky like a tidal wave. Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who had touched the ceiling after swallowing Kinshiki, exuded power and once again climbed. The huge power overflowed, and even the ground under his feet seemed unable to bear it, and it collapsed with a bang. The storm of power that was stirred up shattered the entire ruins. Feeling this terrifying aura, the faces of the new generation of cage-level masters turned pale. Even Kakashi and other veteran cage-level masters were no exception. The thing they were most worried about still happened. When Otsutsuki Momoshiki performed the lightning chakra mode, Kakashi was secretly worried that the strongest physical technique, which was like a secret technique of Konoha, was also stolen by Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Originally, Kakashi still had a fluke and thought that the 8 gates of ninjutsu was extremely difficult. Big, maybe it can't be stolen by Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Now it seems that everything is nonsense. The body structure of Otsutsuki Momoshiki in front of him is obviously not comparable to that of humans. The 8 gates of ninjutsu is a great burden on the human body. But for the monsters of the Otsutsuki clan, it is obviously negligible. Uchiha Chinyu, did you see that? This is your strongest physical skill, and I have even learned it. Otsutsuki Momoshiki laughed fiercely. Now I want to ask, how can you defeat me? All the people present turned their eyes and locked on Chinyu. Facing Otsutsuki Momoshiki's words, they were eager to know what answer Chinyu would give. After all, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's power broke through again and again. That made their ceiling broken again and again. Now Otsutsuki Momoshiki gave them the feeling that he was flying out of the sky. Unreachable. Why are you silent? Have you found me too strong? Otsutsuki Momoshiki roared like crazy. I forgot to tell you that my current 8 gates ninja array has no time limit. You want to delay time and make me exhausted, but it's impossible. 28 years of hard work have allowed him to understand 90% of the ninjutsu in this ninja world. Sorry, it turns out that I really overestimated you. I didn't use this method 20 years ago. Chinyu said indifferently. Those are all my leftovers, but you treat them as treasures. Killing you, one move is still enough. At this point, Chinyu raised his hand and pointed to the sky. By the way, it's noon now, and your chances of winning are 0. Bang! The hot air wave, like a volcanic eruption, exploded in Chinyu's body. At the same time, the accumulated clouds in the sky were torn apart. Everyone watching the battle in the distance seemed to be hit by boiling steam. The whole person had the illusion of being roasted, and they all pulled away and fled at high speed. At the same time, they couldn't hold their breath and hurriedly looked up at the sky. The first thing that caught their eyes was the sun that was originally hanging in the sky, falling in the middle. The huge clock hanging in Konoha also sounded at the right time, with a heavy and dull sound of striking the pin. At this moment, when their eyes returned to Chinyu, the first thing that caught their eyes was that figure, as if the head was in the sky and the feet were on the ground. It gave people a feeling of being unrivaled and unmatched. The divine axe Rita clenched in his right hand was slowly raised, and the whole world fell into a stagnant air, as if it was stirred by Chinyu. At this moment, the figure in front of them gave them the feeling that it was rooted in their minds and could never be erased. Not to mention Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who was locked by the aura. The body covered with blue veins now gave people a feeling of trembling slightly. No possibility. I have obviously become stronger. I have devoted myself to learning even the things of ants, but why can't I defeat you? Otsutsuki Momoshiki roared with a twisted expression. No, I don't believe it. You must be scaring me. I will definitely kill you. I will kill you. Yekai! Bang! The crazy roar was simply endless. The huge power was instantly pushed to the extreme by Otsutsuki Momoshiki. The next moment, it turned into a 10,000 meter dragon and let out a roar that shook the 9 heavens. With a posture that seemed to tear the world apart, it strode out heavily. Bang! The 10,000 meter dragon crossed a distance of 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye and appeared in front of Chinyu. The land along the way was obviously unable to withstand this huge force. It was torn and shattered like a sharp blade. Chapter 1458 God above God. Bang bang bang! The earth was torn apart. Everyone who escaped to a distance still felt this terrifying aura. Facing the giant dragon that rolled and crushed in the sky and earth. Even those shadow-level strongmen turned pale. Many countermeasures flashed through their minds. Unfortunately, the results were all dead ends. The only thing they could do now was to lock their urgent eyes on Uchiha Chinyu. However, facing the 10,000-meter giant dragon that was crushing in front of them, Chinyu did not retreat but advanced, and while stepping down with a heavy step, his face was still full of arrogance and indifference. The 9 Magatama Sharingan was blooming. I am the only one in the world, the ultimate. Divine Axe Dust Slash. Buzz. The air was vibrating, and Chinyu turned into the sun in an instant. The ultimate form that could not be reached was once again reached by the pupil amplification eye of the Sharingan. At this moment, Escanor had completely reached the realm of God. The axe Rita held in his right hand seemed unable to withstand the high temperature and melted a little. Even the 10,000-meter-long dragon that was attacking, facing this huge and unparalleled force, swooped down. There was a pause. The next moment, Chinyu raised his axe and fell. Everyone just felt that a dazzling light captured the brilliance of the sky. At the same time as the vision was completely lost. The whole world seemed to be in a state of silence. It was unknown how long it took for them to come back to their senses. The vision gradually became clear. Looking around, the end of the world, a huge gully like a canyon appeared. Spreading to the end of the earth. 7 or 8 kilometers in radius, it turned directly into scorched earth. It felt like hell. There were no trees, no rocks. All that was left was a piece of brown earth burned by high temperature. As for the 10,000-meter dragon that swooped down, it no longer existed. In their eyes, there was only a figure like charcoal, standing in front of Uchiha Chinyu's axe, and being cut in two by one knife. The only eyes that could still move were filled with hysterical fear and disbelief. No possibility. I am a god, I am the god of this world. You can't kill me. Bang. The charcoal-like body made a muffled sound. As Chinyu put away the axe in his hand. The body of Otsutsuki Momoshiki was annihilated between heaven and earth like flying ash with the wind. Looking at this one, the so-called god from outer space. After breaking through the ceiling one after another, he still couldn't escape the fate of being killed in one blow. The faces of the onlookers were as pale as paper. Especially Suzuki, who had often clamored to challenge Uchiha Chinyu because he had obtained the Samsara Eye a moment ago, was shaking even with his clenched fists. Facing the attack just now, he didn't have the confidence to resist it at all. This guy is still as terrifying as ever. He can burst out with such strength just by relying on his disciples. If he did it himself, I'm afraid he can't even imagine it. Jiraiya sighed faintly. It seems that those guys who call themselves gods have finally met a real killing god who is above them. The scene just now was a murderous and heartbreaking scene. I'm afraid that Otsutsuki Momoshiki will even lose the idea of reviving and taking revenge again. We don't have to worry about him attacking us again in the future. Having said that, Jiraiya turned around and looked around the field. You new generation, you should cherish this hard-won peace. This battle has frightened so many demons and heretics. The expressions of Uzumaki Naruto and other 5Kage changed one after another. Looking at this scene in front of them, they felt that they could not refute it. Especially the words of Jiraiya that killed people and cut their hearts. It made their spines cold. It can be said that after witnessing this battle with their own eyes, they don't want to be the next one who is not only killed but also has his will wiped out. Uncle Chinyu is here. Uchiha Violet suddenly spoke. Everyone's nerves were pried again. He hurriedly looked up at the sky, and the first person who came into view was no longer Escanor, but the real Chinyu. This scene made many people's pupils shrink slightly. Don't be surprised, this is the soul mark that I left Escanor's body. Chinyu said lightly. I just released all the power of that guy. The high temperature alone is enough to make the blood in your body evaporate completely, so I let him leave first. As for this mental mark, it will soon dissipate. However, I will tell you in advance that the crisis in this world has not been completely resolved, and the tentacles of the Otsutsuki still exist. As for how to solve it, it will serve as a test for you. Bang! Chinyu's body disappeared with a puff, leaving only the last sentence, echoing between heaven and earth. Jiraiya, you still owe me a bowl of Ichiraku ramen. If you have time, pay attention to where Kushina and the others have gone. I will come back. The words were scattered with the wind. Looking at Chinyu who had completely disappeared, the people present felt like they were in a dream. Dad, Uncle Chinyu is... Uchiha Violet couldn't help but speak. She has always wanted to open her own mangekyo Sharingan through this legendary actor who came out of the Uchiha clan. However, before the words of intimacy were spoken, this unreachable existence disappeared again. This undoubtedly made Uchiha Violet feel an inexplicable sense of loss. Master Chinyu, he has surpassed the so-called god. Now he is probably like the Otsutsuki clan, able to travel through various worlds. Uchiha Itachi said after a moment of silence. Only in this way can we explain why Master Chinyu has been out of touch for more than 20 years. However, Master Chinyu said that he would come back, and he will definitely come back. But, when he left, he mentioned that the tentacles of the Otsutsuki clan were still above the ninja world. What is going on? After this, everyone's nerves tightened. They had seen the strength of Otsutsuki Momoshiki just now. Now Uchiha Chinyu disappeared. If another existence that broke through the ceiling appeared, it would be a nightmare for them. At least, they asked themselves if they had the ability to defeat such an existence. Don't be too discouraged. What Lord Chinyu said just now revealed a lot of information. Kakashi's voice suddenly sounded. As a think tank in Konoha village who is no less capable than Shikamaru, he obviously started to imagine some tricks. If Chinyu was here, he would definitely say fuck to Kakashi when he saw this scene. He could imagine it with just one sentence. This is simply a unique skill. Chapter 145 Chapter 9 Kakashi's Countermeasures. Teacher Kakashi, what do you mean? Naruto asked hurriedly. The nerves of everyone present were pried open at once. After witnessing the strength of the Otsutsuki clan with their own eyes, the arrogant and proud arrogance of the new generation disappeared in an instant. Facing the crazy Otsutsuki Momoshiki, they believed that no one could go up. It was probably just a kick from the other party. Now Uchiha Chinyu told them that the remaining power of the Otsutsuki clan was still hidden in this ninja world. This was too shocking. Facing Kakashi's sudden voice, they were eager to seek comfort in their hearts. Naruto, you are the current 7th generation Hokage, you can't be too embarrassed. In fact, this is not difficult to understand. Kakashi patted Naruto on the shoulder and said. The resurrection of Otsutsuki Momoshiki this time is indeed beyond our expectations. However, whether the other party is testing or deliberately wants to take advantage of the absence of Lord Chinyu to give our ninja world a head start. But when Escanor, or when Lord Chinyu appeared, why didn't the other Otsutsuki hidden in the ninja world show up and join forces with Momoshiki? Having said this, Kakashi paused for a moment and continued. In fact, there are only 3 reasons. First, the other party does not know that Otsutsuki Momoshiki is going to take action. Second, they have a bad relationship. Third, the Otsutsuki hiding behind the scenes believes that even if he joins forces with Momoshiki, he cannot defeat Lord Chinyu, so he chooses to continue to lurk. The first one, since Otsutsuki Momoshiki was defeated by Lord Chinyu 28 years ago, he also pulled his identity to learn ninjutsu in order to win. I believe he will never leave the power of others unused, so the Otsutsuki hiding in the dark must know that this battle is happening. Then, there are only 2 options left. They have a bad relationship, but if they have seen the strength of Lord Chinyu with their own eyes, they will also see that Otsutsuki Momoshiki is at a disadvantage. If the guy hiding in the dark thinks he has a chance of winning, I am afraid he will never be willing to let go of this opportunity. Then, the second option is also ruled out. The only conclusion we get is the third one. Chang's words echoed between heaven and earth, and there was no way to dissipate for a long time. Seeing Kakashi's well-reasoned analysis, the people present obviously had no way to refute it. Even the think tanks of other countries just rolled their Adam's apples slightly and swallowed the words that were about to come to their lips. Godai, do you mean that the Otsutsuki who is hiding behind the scenes knows that his strength is insufficient, so he is unwilling to show up to support Otsutsuki Momoshiki and make unnecessary sacrifices? Kankuro's expression changed continuously and said. So, is it possible for us to defeat him with the power of the 5 major countries? A series of questions undoubtedly pried the nerves of many people. Especially as a new generation of cage-level powerhouses. I thought that in a peaceful era, my strength could stand alone. Suddenly, an actor Uchiha Chinyu appeared, and then an alien Otsutsuki Momoshiki appeared. Now they are told that there is another one in the ninja world. This undoubtedly makes the value of these cage-level powerhouses respected by the 5 major countries disappear at once. No, I just guessed that he is weaker than Lord Chinyu, and may not be able to beat Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Kakashi shook his head. As for whether this kind of existence can be solved by our 5 great countries alone, I am afraid it depends on how Naruto and Sasuke adapt to the new power. This will be the trump card for unknown dangers when Lord Chinyu is not around. These methods may be left over by Lord Chinyu, but I hope you can cherish them. At this point, Kakashi looked at Uchiha Sasuke on the side. Uchiha Sasuke's expression could not help but stagnate. If it were in normal times, he would have dug out his eyes and returned them to Orochimaru. However, thinking of the new feeling of powerlessness just now, the samsara eye is the fastest way for him to become stronger. After gritting his teeth for dozens of seconds, he finally deflated like a balloon. Hehe, Uchiha Sasuke, if you didn't want it just now, I really wanted to buy it from Orochimaru. Darui smiled helplessly. However, since this thing has appeared on someone, it seems that only your Uchiha clan can control it. It seems that we have no chance. As for the tailed beast technology, our Kumagakure can also do it. Unfortunately, most of the tailed beasts have been released now. It may be a bit difficult to use them again. It seems that we can only discuss it with Lord Killer Bee. As one of the 5 major countries, Kumagakure has always had 2-tailed beasts. In addition to the 8-tailed beast, there is also the 2-tailed Nikomata. It's a pity that the 2-tailed Nikomata fell into Chinyu's hands later. After defeating Kagaya Otsutsuki, the 9-tailed beasts were also dispersed by Chinyu again. The 8-tailed beast and Killer Bee have a close relationship. So returning to Kumagakure is not a surprise. But the 2-tailed Nikomata, as a vengeful demon cat, is obviously much more difficult to let it return again. 28 years ago, Lord Chinyu said that the combined power of the 9-tailed beasts will awaken the 10-tailed beast, which is also the ultimate goal of the Otsutsuki clan. Kakashi nodded. The only way for us to fight against the unknown power of the Otsutsuki clan is to arm ourselves as much as possible. The quickest way now is indeed to use the power of the tailed beasts. Moreover, gathering the tailed beasts again can also prevent the Otsutsuki clan from defeating them one by one. So, next, I hope the 4 major countries can work together to get this done as soon as possible. Facing Kakashi's proposal, the people present all agreed. However, thinking of the nature of the tailed beasts, many of them frowned. However, facing the unknown strength of the Otsutsuki, this is probably the only feasible shortcut. The only thing they can do is probably to bite the bullet. Okay, it's getting late, let's disperse first. Kakashi looked back at the ruins left by the battle, and smiled helplessly. The battle just now did look like a dream, but it's also a headache to clean up this mess. Excuse me, the 4 major countries. As he spoke, Kakashi turned around and looked at the field again. Unfortunately, the candidates of the 4 major countries had already disappeared without a trace. At the same time, on the other hand, in the fairy tale world, outside the fairy tale guild, a slightly charming figure pushed open the closed door. The originally noisy environment suddenly became quiet. Chapter 1460. It ended before it even started. Love, Natsu, a beautiful girl with a big bang is here, do you want her contact information? Happy spoke first. This is a girl next door wearing a white kimono, with long straight black hair and a belt around her neck. As for the bang, according to Happy, it is indeed a bit big. Ahem, Happy, of course, let the president do this kind of reception. Makarov coughed first and walked over quickly. Miss, I want to know why you are here. For this early morning, they have not yet drunk the wake-up wine, and they have welcomed guests. Makarov obviously felt a little strange. Sorry to bother you so early in the morning. I'm Alyuya, the client who asked to deal with the Iron Forest and take back the items. Alyuya looked delicate and looked around the field. I heard that the Fairy Tale Guild is the first guild in the kingdom of Phileo and has many powerful wizards. Among them, as the grandson of President Makarov, Laxus is the best among the S-level wizards. The thunder gods he leads are all elites. If this Laxus can take on my task, it would be the best. Alyuya came this time to find out why she failed to persuade Laxus to attack Uchiha Chinyu. Although, the task of dealing with the Iron Forest was not commissioned by her. But as a dark wizard, it is not difficult to act. It turned out to be Miss Alyuya. Makarov showed an expression of sudden enlightenment and glanced at the attic. However, Miss Alyuya, it's a pity. It's an honor for our fairy tale that you think so highly of Laxus. It's a pity that he is not suitable for taking the mission now. Not suitable. Alyuya pretended to be surprised, but continued to speak. Why is it inconvenient? Is the reward not enough? In order to prevent the cursed flute from harming civilians, I am willing to increase the price. Increase the price? The people present were stunned. They have also seen tasks with increased prices. But in order to let a designated wizard take action, he actually raised the price as soon as he opened his mouth. This is probably also a kind of honor. No, I won't take this mission, because that guy has already booked it. Laxus's voice came from the attic. This is a place that only S-class wizards can set foot in. The missions hanging on it are also S-class, or even above S-class. However, facing the answer given by Laxus, even Makarov and others changed their expressions slightly. It was the first time they saw that Laxus, who had always been strong, actually took the initiative to give in. Even Arusha, who had planned to stir up trouble, was confused. She had thought that her plan would be a sure thing if she let the Thunder Gods and Laxus take action. However, the answer given now made Arusha have no idea where to start. As for what kind of blow Laxus had suffered, Arusha was obviously impatient. Does it mean I can only do it myself? Many thoughts flashed through Arusha's mind. Unfortunately, before she could make a conclusion, a figure hurriedly came outside. Laxus, the door of the 10,000 Worlds shop is open. Bigusro said in a hurry. Opened? Laxus was startled at first, and the next moment his body was splashed with lightning. He turned into a streak of silk and quickly rushed out of the guild. It had been a day and a night since Urza spent 3 million to purchase the right to use the Tiandao projection martial arts field. This period of time was like torture for Laxus. Now that Urza has come out, Laxus is eager to find out. Is this so-called Heavenly Dao projection martial arts arena the same as what Uchiha Chinyu said? Seeing Laxus disappear in front of them, the people present were also startled and followed him without thinking too much. Even Urusha on the side was no exception. As soon as he left the guild, the first thing that came into view was the open door of the 10,000 Worlds shop. 2 figures, one in front and one behind. After walking out, everyone's eyes turned in unison, and while sweeping over Chinyu, they all fell on Urza. Urza, what is the purpose of this Tiandao projection martial arts field? How many months will it take to teach a course worth 3 million? Natsu asked first. It's a pity that I only have 30,000, otherwise I would go in and take a look. After 3 to 5 months of training, I might be able to defeat Laxus and Gildarts and become the strongest existence of fairy tale. For Natsu's daydreams, the people present were already accustomed to it. Even the thunder gods only cast a little murderous look and quickly retracted it. What they wanted to know most urgently now was what the Tiandao projection martial arts field in the 10,000 Worlds shop was for. 3 million for a teaching course. Yurusha was stunned. She was a dark magician, although she was not short of money. But for someone to spend 3 million to buy a teaching course, this was too shocking. The learning time will be longer, but it may not be worth it, right? Moreover, in Altair's eyes, since the establishment of the Fairy Tale Guild, many powerful magicians have appeared, and 2 of the 10 holy ones have also appeared. The experience of the predecessors is already quite a lot. At the same time, there are many S-level magicians to assist. With these guild resources, there is probably no need to enter a broken house for training. Sorry, I made everyone worry, but my training is complete. Urza said in a deep voice. The small voice seemed to be infused with magic sound at this moment, echoing between heaven and earth, and could not be dispersed for a long time. Looking at Urza with a face of certainty, Natsu on the side couldn't help but say. Urza, are you kidding? One day, the training hasn't started yet, right? How can it end? For everyone present, they are all in the realm of magicians, step by step to the present. Know clearly that the higher the strength, the greater the difficulty. As an S-level magician, Urza has to go one step further. I'm afraid that without 3 to 5 years, there will be no big breakthrough. Let's take a step back and say that only a small breakthrough is needed, it will probably take 3 to 5 months. Now it takes 1 day to complete the 3 million guidance course. Is this considered to be over before it even starts? Ahem, Qin Urza is a bit simple, but we are half of the guild anyway. 3 million is just for 1 day's course. Isn't this a bit too dark? Makarov couldn't help but cough dryly. Originally, after seeing the strength of Uchiha Qin, he didn't want to provoke such an existence too much. But facing Urza's interests, it's rare to be tough for once. Chapter 1461 Fairies will not break their wings easily. Urza, are you kidding? 1 day, the training hasn't started yet, right? How can it end? For everyone present, they are all in the realm of magicians, step by step to the present. Know clearly that the higher the strength, the greater the difficulty. As an S-level magician, Urza needs to go further. It may take 3 to 5 years for there to be a big breakthrough. To put it another way, it may take 3 to 5 months for a small breakthrough. Now it takes 1 day to complete the 3 million guidance course. Is this considered to be over before it even starts? Ahem, Qin Urza is a bit simple, but we are half of the guild anyway. 3 million is just for a day's course. Isn't this a bit too dark? Makarov couldn't help but cough dryly. Originally, after seeing the strength of Uchiha Qin, he didn't want to provoke such an existence too much. But facing Urza's interests, it was rare for him to be tough. Facing Makarov's question, many people present fell silent. All their eyes fell on Urza. They were eager to know what happened. Hehe, I thought the wizards of fairy tale were smart, and the fairy queen Urza was even more famous, but I didn't expect that they would be so stupid as to buy a 1-day instruction course for 3 million. Yurusha suddenly smiled softly. Originally, Laxus didn't take the task of fighting the Iron Forest, and I thought it would at least fall on the fairy queen. It seems that this time it is really disappointing. I still hope this task will be given to other guilds. After leaving these words, Yurusha turned and left. Originally, she planned to use the relationship between Laxus and Makarov to make him conflict with Uchiha Qin. To put it another way, Laxus could not defeat Uchiha Qin, but at least he could offend the entire fairy tale and create another enemy. However, the result now overturned her calculations. The entire fairy tale guild gave Yurusha a very ambiguous feeling when facing Uchiha Qin. Sorry, please stop. Manager Qin has already booked this mission, so I can't ask you to cancel it. Urza took a step forward and stood in front of Altair. Also, you can question me just now, but you definitely shouldn't question Manager Qin. The course for 1 day has indeed been completed, and I have temporarily made up for my shortcomings. As for the magic of the Tiandao projection martial arts field, only those who have entered it can understand it. I just found out. At this point, Urza's face showed a trace of certainty, and she said, I think you are also a magician. Why don't we have a battle? I will give up using the dress-up magic. If you lose, I hope you can leave the task behind and apologize to Manager Qin Yu. The stern words came out hesitantly. Facing Urza, with that face of determination, even Makarov and others' faces changed drastically. As a magician, magic is like two hands. In the process of fighting, giving up the use of magic is no different from tying your own hands. The most important thing is, if the client in front of you is really a magician. For Urza who gave up the use of magic, it would be too disadvantageous. Could it be that in this short day, Urza really got something incredible? Chaotic thoughts flashed through everyone's mind. Even Altair was no exception. She just wanted to see a flaw through the changes in Urza's expression and even her eyes. Unfortunately, Urza gave her the feeling that she had a heart of victory. Am I being looked down upon? Urusha muttered, and soon a cruel smile appeared on his face. Hehe, the magicians of fairy tale are really strange. One is unwilling to go on a mission, and the other challenges the client for the mission. However, the conditions of your challenge just now are indeed very tempting. Although I am not an S-level magician, as an A-level magician, you give up magic to challenge, which is simply seeking death. Urusha paused, and stood out in front of everyone. However, since you are mentally prepared and intend to lose to me, I don't mind taking action once. I hope that when the farce is over, it won't smash someone's signboard. Makarov and others were stunned for a moment. They never thought that things would get so chaotic. Old man, don't talk nonsense here. I also want to see what Urza can gain in just one day. Laxus suddenly spoke. I want to know whether she is really stupid or fake. Can she fight a magician without using magic? Just thinking about the result is ridiculous. The faint words echoed between heaven and earth. Facing Laxus' trademark comments, it really made people feel uncomfortable. However, it made people feel that there was no way to refute it. As we all know, Urza is best at disguise magic. Now that she has lost it, she is like a fairy with broken wings. The chance of winning is really small. These. Makarov trademark's expression stagnated, and he subconsciously glanced at Uchiha Chinyu who was still standing there with a smile, and sighed helplessly. Forget it, an old man, can trademark T control your young people trademark's affairs. Isn't that trademark's the case, let you fight, but everything will stop at the right time. Urza, you have to be as careful as possible. Makarov was going to remind Urza not to hurt the client by mistake. However, when he thought of Urza's challenge prerequisites, these words were obviously swallowed back into his stomach. Hehe, since even the president has agreed, then I will play with you. Altair said with a feminine smile. Let me tell you first, I am good at ice magic. You better be careful, don't turn into an ice sculpture all of a sudden. Bang! As soon as the voice fell, Urusha's body burst out with magic fluctuations unique to A-level magicians. She is a dark magician who is good at the Arc of Lost Magic time. However, it does not mean that Urusha is not good at other attribute magic. Among them, the ice-shaping magic of the inheritance of Uru is obviously one of them. The temperature dropped suddenly, will Urza turn into a popsicle and then be defeated instantly? Happy shuddered and spoke first. However, he soon felt the murderous gaze from behind and retreated directly behind Myra Jane. Feeling the changes in the magic power in the field, Myra Jane looked around and finally looked at Chinyu and said, No, this magic power is very strong, but I am more sure that Urza can win, and fairies will not break their wings easily. Chapter 1462 I'm going to kill you. Fairies won't break their wings easily. The people present were stunned. Especially when they felt the strong magic power emanating from Urusha. For them, using magic in battles could be a kind of pressure. However, now Myra Jane told them that she firmly believed that Urza could win. This was too shocking. Haha, I didn't expect that the people in fairy tale are all people with a talent for comedy. Urusha sneered. But this is normal. I heard that the demon Myra Jane has been a useless person for 3 or 4 years. It's not just a theory to speculate on the outcome of a battle with the eyes of a useless person. At this point, Urusha's eyes turned in vain and fell on Urza who was walking out of the crowd. He smiled teasingly and said, Don't worry, I will soon be able to tell you that fantasy is full of beauty, but reality is full of bones. Urza, are you ready to be broken by me? The stern words were mixed with undisguised provocation. Even the people present were shocked by the aggressive words. The child became unhappy. If there had not been a bet, I am afraid that many people would have lost their temper and taken action to teach this person who insulted fairy tale a lesson. One move. Two simple words came out of Urza's mouth. A pair of eyes, like torches, suddenly turned and locked on Ultia. He pulled out the long sword from his waist with his backhand, and slowly clenched his fingers. I will defeat you in one move. If you lose magic, you will be a fairy with broken wings. Then I will tell you that fairies also have fangs. And to deal with people like you, one move is enough. Crazy. Crazy is not at all. Facing Urza's crazy provocative words, Natsu and others were stunned. Even Laxus was no exception. A pair of cold eyes stared at Urza, trying to find the answer. Unfortunately, all this seemed pale and powerless. At least, Laxus couldn't detect any magic fluctuations on Urza. It felt like he was a useless person. Let's ask Laxus, who believes in the supremacy of magic, how could he believe that a person without magic could defeat an A-level wizard? Isn't this the same as the result of a baby defeating an adult? To put it another way, this baby is armed to the teeth. He even grabbed a weapon in his hand. When facing an adult, wouldn't the result be the same? Chaotic thoughts flashed through everyone's mind. Facing Urza's courage that didn't know where it came from, the heart seemed to be tightened by an invisible big hand. Good, very good, Urza is worthy of being the queen of fairies. In this situation, she can still say such arrogant words. A trace of madness flashed across Ultair's face, and the next moment she took a big step forward. Since you want to be so arrogant, let me see if your confidence is as thick as your face. Ice shape magic ice stab. Boom. The violent magic power exploded in Urusha's hands. Under the cold wind, the ground under his feet was instantly covered with ice. At the same time, ice cones that broke out of the ground spread quickly towards Urza like spears. In an instant, the closing postures from all directions. It directly formed a deadly situation. Facing this hell-like situation, if there is no magic, can you really avoid this attack? Shave. Bang. Urza's figure disappeared out of thin air like a ghost. The weird scene made the smile on Urusha's face stiffen. Without time to think about it, he quickly pulled back and looked behind him. The first thing that came into view was the target that was originally hit. You cheated. This kind of high-speed movement can only be done by magic. In this world dominated by magic, facing this inhuman way of movement, the first thing that comes to mind is that only magic can correspond to it. No, there was no magic fluctuation on Urza just now. If you have to say, I'm afraid this is a high-speed movement caused by a simple burst of power. Makarov's expression stagnated, and there was a trace of disbelief on his face. But, this kind of high-speed movement requires strong physical training. I believe that the original Urza would not be able to do it. Now, it's just a short day, Urza can reach this level. What did she experience in the Tiandeo projection martial arts arena? Everyone's eyes subconsciously swept across the martial arts arena with the door closed. Even Laxus was no exception. At the beginning, they were a little uncomfortable with Urza's words that the guidance course would end in one day. However, now relying on Urza alone, this high explosive movement method, it was enough for them to agree with the 3 million courses. After all, Urza can reach this speed without using magic. If magic is added to this explosive power, the result may not be as simple as 1 + 1. An ordinary earthenware pot can make people experiment with any wish. A seemingly unknown martial arts field can make people transform in one day. This is too magical. No, it's impossible. No matter how fast you move, I don't believe you can defeat me with magic. Urusha roared again with a twisted expression. At the moment when the magic power in both hands surged, she slammed out again. Her position is a long-range magician. Not like a melee magician like Natsu. Facing Urza with a sudden change in movement speed and explosive power. As a long-range magician, the only thing he can do is to defeat her quickly before the opponent closes the distance. Ice shape magic, flock of ice birds. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of ice crystals transformed into flying ice birds. As soon as they condensed, without any fancy moves, they made a sharp sound of breaking through the air and shot towards Urza. They were so fast that they appeared in front of Urza in the blink of an eye. Feeling the biting cold wind, the expression on Urza's face became more and more calm. A hint of fierceness flashed in the depths of her pupils, and simple words came out. I'm going to kill you. Taking a step forward, Urza's whole body appeared 3 or 4 meters away as if she was moving sideways, and passed by the oncoming ice bird. At the same time, the whole person seemed to shrink the ground into an inch and approached again. However, this time, Urza's hands have already clenched the hilt of the sword. Under her calm expression, the amazing murderous aura lurking in her body, and the domineering momentum accumulated over the years of training, are instantly blended together. Chapter 1463 Killing Move that kills people and breaks their hearts. Buzz. Endless murderous aura and domineering aura are instantly blended together. As the only existence in fairy tale who is praised as a queen, Urza has an unparalleled and domineering aura. If she was as calm as an ancient pond a moment ago, with only a few ripples, then she is now like a raging tide. It feels like a sharp sword pointing directly at people's hearts. Feeling this murderous aura that has been released to the extreme, everyone in the scene feels like falling into an ice cellar. Not to mention that Urusha, whose attacks failed one after another and who was completely locked by the chi. Looking at Urza, who kept dodging her attacks and shortening the distance crazily. Every time she appeared, Urusha's heart seemed to be trampled. Most importantly, every time Urza appeared, Urusha's fear would increase. Reflected in her pupils, the figure of Urza would grow larger. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. As the distance shortened, Urusha's heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible big hand. With her scalp tense, the movement of casting magic in her hands became completely unsmooth. When Urza's footsteps landed 5 meters in front of her, the murderous aura that had accumulated to the extreme directly climbed to the extreme, like an invisible long nail, directly nailing Urusha's body to the spot. No matter how terrified she was, she frantically mobilized her body. Unfortunately, all this seemed a little pale and powerless. The only thing they could do was to watch Urza raise the long sword in her hand above her head. Like a towering giant blade, it gathered a huge pressure force like a mountain and slashed down head-on. One sword-style Dachin Han. Bang! The murderous aura exploded like thunder. The rolling sound waves surged like a tide. Everyone just felt a roar in their minds. The next moment, the vision in front of them was restored in an instant. Everyone no longer cared about the shock in their hearts and hurriedly looked at Ultia. The first scene that caught their eyes suddenly shrank their pupils. The long sword in Urza's hand was frozen in the void. However, Ultia, who had been shouting that he would break the fairy's wings, rolled his eyes, spit, and fell to the ground as if his body was weak, while shouting in fear. Natsu and others were directly stunned. No, I'm not dead, I won't be killed, why is my body out of control? Move quickly, I want to kill her. I want to move, what kind of trick is this? It must be magic, it must be a curse, your fairy tale guild, a dark wizard has appeared, the magic council will definitely not let you go. The hysterical roar echoed in the huge square. Facing this scene, Urza didn't take it to heart at all. After taking a deep breath, she danced the long sword in her hand with a sword flower and returned it directly to the sheath. Manager Qin Yu, am I qualified? Everyone's nerves were pried. Originally, they were still thinking about whether Urza's weird method was really the same as what Urusha said. It came from dark magic. After all, there are too many types of magic. Many of them are unseen by anyone. If Urza really used curse magic, or attacked the client of the task, this would probably not be in line with the rules and would also attract the Magic Council to target. However, this matter now involves Uchiha Qin Yu, the owner of the Wanja shop. Then everything is another matter. Yes, in one day, you can master the use of Qi. If that guy knows, he will definitely feel lucky to have you as his apprentice. Qin Yu smiled warmly and said, Dachin Han is just a kind of use of Qi. However, what it shows is not a contest of strength, but a collision of Qi and will. This move is a killer move that kills people and breaks their hearts. 3 million guidance courses, Urza, you have graduated. Thank you, Manager Qin Yu. Next time, when I save enough money, I must go to the Tiandao projection martial arts field again. I want to become like you and split a Kenyan with my bare hands. Urza's tense nerves finally relaxed, and she couldn't help but smile sweetly. Haha, of course there is no problem, but the second time you buy tickets, it will be doubled, but since we are destined to be together, I will charge you 5 million. Thank you, Manager Qin Yu, I will definitely collect 5 million soon. The hasty agreement made the people who were distracted in the field suddenly wake up. Especially after hearing Qin Yu's words, a killer move that killed people and cut their hearts. Thinking of the scene of Urusha just now, everyone present couldn't help but shudder. Faced with this kind of weird attack method, if it were them, I'm afraid they wouldn't dare to be arrogant at all. There is no chance of winning, right? The most important thing is that Urza can still agree to it without hesitation under the subsequent skyrocketing tuition fees. This straightforward and refreshing attitude has aroused the nerves of many people. 5 million, I have it, I want to buy 1 second, the qualification to enter the Tiandao projection martial arts field. Laxus, wearing a coat and bandages, walked out in front of everyone. The most unimaginable thing is that Laxus, who has always been arrogant, even brought a bank card. This urgency is obviously out of place compared to the perception of Laxus by everyone present. Urusha, who fell to the ground, was weak all over, and her body was still being killed. Her expression could not help but stagnate. On the way here, she saw a deep ditch that was not shown on the map. Facing Urza's extremely admiring words just now, this made Urusha's mind flash an extremely absurd idea. Could it be that the deep ditch that she saw just now, which stretched for several miles, was from Uchiha Chinyu's hands? Moreover, the attack method that killed her body's perception and made her body mistakenly think that she was killed. Could it be that it was also obtained from the so-called Tiandao projection martial arts field? What shocked Urusha even more was that all of Urza's mutations were completed within 1 day. Faced with all these changes, even the always proud Laxus couldn't help but ask for help. This made Urusha eager to know what the so-called Heavenly Path projection martial arts arena was. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Urusha's mind. He turned his head with great effort in the direction of the Heavenly Path martial arts arena. At the same time, he let his right hand, which had slightly regained consciousness, quickly grope in front of his chest. Now the plan to kill someone with a borrowed knife has failed. Facing Urza, she seemed to be planted with endless fear in her heart. Now that she can't kill people, the only thing she can do is to unlock this Heavenly Path projection martial arts arena. Chapter 1464 The rechargeable battery delivered to the door. Could it be obtained from the so-called Heavenly Path projection martial arts arena? What shocked Urusha even more was that all of Urza's mutations were completed within 1 day. Faced with all these changes, even the always proud Laxus couldn't help but ask for help. This made Urusha eager to know what the so-called Heavenly Path projection martial arts arena was. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Urusha's mind. He turned his head with great effort in the direction of the Heavenly Path martial arts arena. At the same time, he let his right hand, which had slightly regained consciousness, quickly grope in front of his chest. Now the plan to kill someone with a borrowed knife has failed. Facing Urza, she seemed to be planted with endless fear in her heart. Now that she couldn't kill anyone, the only thing she could do was to unlock the Heavenly Path projection martial arts arena and find out who it was. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Urusha's mind. When his right hand touched the crystal ball in his arms, a trace of cruelty flashed across Urusha's face. All the magic power that could barely be mobilized in his body was poured into it. Time goes back. Bang! The crystal ball broke apart. The spider web spread rapidly on it. The time magic that had been stored in the crystal ball by Urusha was activated in an instant. This was a forbidden time reversal technique prepared in advance to deal with the inevitable injuries. The purpose was to make the disadvantages flow back to before they happened. Buzz! The magic of time instantly turned into a sphere, enveloping Urusha. The next moment, the uncontrollable body regained consciousness in an instant. At the moment of regaining control of the body, Urusha disappeared without any fancy moves. Time magic, this is an ancient lost magic, who is she? As the president of the Fairy Tale Guild, Makarov's knowledge is obviously not comparable to others. With a turn of his eyes, he quickly caught the figure of Voltaire who appeared again. This guy is planning to break into the Tiandao projection martial arts arena. Hurry up and help manager Chinyu stop him. Looking at Urusha who suddenly appeared outside the closed door of the Tiandao projection martial arts field, Makarov was obviously impatient. Although, the 2 consecutive transactions made the people of Fairy Tale pay a huge amount of money as a price. However, being able to see the former demon Myra Jane overcame fear and took back the magic power. Lysina was resurrected. Urza's strength has made great progress in 1 day. It can be said that all this is just like a dream. Before Uchiha Chinyu appeared, before the 10,000 Worlds shop was built overnight, Makarov would never believe that all this was true. In the face of these miracles, Makarov had already figured out how to make Fairy Tale the first guild with all S-level wizards. As for strength, if you can become stronger by spending some money, no one will refuse. Now let Arusha destroy the 10,000 world shop. That means that Makarov's ambition will be directly difficult to give birth. Old man, don't be impulsive. Have you forgotten that I have done such stupid things? Laxus suddenly reached out to stop Makarov. Faced with this speech, Makarov's expression froze. However, thinking of Laxus's attack the day before yesterday, let alone smashing the Wanja shop, I am afraid that even the door cannot be shaken at all. For a while, the huge square fell into silence. Everyone just stared at Arusha performing alone. The deliberate scene made Arusha, who appeared in front of the gate, stunned. Unfortunately, the arrow had to be shot, and the only thing she could do now was to bite the bullet and take action. Damn you, I forgot to tell you that my time magic can not only reverse time, but also speed up time. No matter what traps are in your gate, I can make it decay in an instant. Arc of time decay. Buzz. The purple magic power lit up again on the broken crystal ball. Facing this power, the surface of the crystal ball, which had been seriously injured, obviously spread more cracks again. The next moment, before others could come to their senses, under the drive of Arusha, it turned into a streak and shot straight to the gate. Boom! The purple time beam exploded on the gate in an instant. It gave people the feeling that it was as bright as fireworks, and it seemed a bit gorgeous and dazzling. However, all this fell into the eyes of everyone, even Arusha. But it looked a little pale and powerless. The magic that was originally claimed to be able to make everything decay, slid straight down after falling on the closed door. In the end, it was directly absorbed in full view of everyone. The strange scene made the originally deadly situation even worse. Arusha, who threw down the harsh words, couldn't help but twitch his cheek muscles. Ding dang, congratulations to the store manager, the activation energy of the House of Time and Spirit has increased by 1%. When the energy reaches 100%, the use authority will be restored. The ethereal prompt of the system sounded in Qinyu's mind, and he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Originally, Qinyu was still wondering how to replenish the power of the House of Time and Spirit after exhausting its energy. However, now he never expected that a portable rechargeable battery would be delivered to his door. If the House of Time and Spirit can be replenished through the lost ancient magic, the Arc of Time, that will obviously help Uchiha Kainyu's business in the future. At least, in Kainyu's eyes, Ursha, after the blackening was eliminated, was obviously a good clerk. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Kainyu's mind. After a change of mind, he exited the system page and smiled warmly. Sorry, little Ursha, can you attack a few more times? Don't worry, I will stand aside and watch without taking action. The people present were stunned for a moment. Facing Uchiha Kainyu's words, it was obvious that they had no way to react. Now Ursha's actions are undoubtedly smashing the store. He even used the lost magic to go wild. For this crazy behavior, it was too late for many people to stop it. Now Uchiha Kainyu, on the contrary, let Ursha take the initiative to smash the store. He was still staring at the show. Is this fearless or sarcastic? No, it's impossible. My attack will not be invalidated. Urusha suddenly woke up and roared hysterically. Looking at Chinyu's warm smile, he grabbed the crystal ball in his hands with both hands, and poured the magic power in his body into it like crazy. Okay, very good, you dare to underestimate me. In this case, I will show you the true power of time magic. I will make you pay a heavy price for despising me. Time magic, the lost and decayed graveyard. Bang! Under the crazy magic infusion, the crystal ball, which was originally full of cracks, was the first to ignore the burden and exploded. Chapter 1465. It's too late to leave now. Bang! The crystal, which was originally full of cracks, collapsed in an instant. The magic power stored in the crystal by Urusha over the years exploded like a volcano. It rushed straight to the sky. The huge time magic made the rocks, trees, etc. decay quickly wherever it passed. With the breeze passing by, it collapsed directly into ashes, which made people feel stunned. The only thing that made people feel fortunate was that Ultair's desperate attack was only aimed at the closed door of the Tiandeo projection martial arts field. Quickly retreat, so as not to be affected. Makarov's face changed drastically and he shouted in a hurry. This guy, the magic fluctuations he exudes are not ordinary task commissioners at all. I'm afraid her true strength has reached the level of an S-class wizard. Now it is still the lost time magic, and the effect it has is probably beyond the level of magic of the same level. A series of comments came out of Makarov's mouth. The faces of the fairy tale members who quickly withdrew suddenly changed. The magic strength far exceeds that of the same level. Does this mean that the power will reach the Super S level? Levi couldn't help but speak. Laxus, who was holding his hands, snorted coldly and spoke first. Humph, the destructive power of this attack is indeed greater than my previous attack. Moreover, with the special attribute of decay, it may cause greater damage. If you are not careful, I am afraid that everything hit will decay into yellow earth in an instant and be annihilated in this world, even people are no exception. As an S-level wizard, Laxus's answer obviously left everyone unable to refute. Even Makarov, after opening his mouth, could not say anything. He could only subconsciously cast his eyes to the sky, and the rotten death god condensed by the magic of time. No, she can't break this door. Urza suddenly spoke. The inexplicable words directly pried everyone's nerves. Even Arusha was no exception. In their eyes, there was no way to figure out where Urza's confidence came from. Asshole, you are simply arrogant. I have the lost magic, and you actually told me that I can't open a mere door. I will destroy it all for you to see. Arusha roared with a distorted expression. Looking at the rotten death god that had quickly condensed in the sky, his hands suddenly clapped 11 times. Let me decay completely. Roar. The tattered death god let out a roar. The huge body of more than 10 meters took the lead. Without any fancy, it swooped head-on and violently swept towards the Tiandao projection martial arts field. Faced with this sudden scene, everyone present was extremely nervous. When their eyes were all locked on Qin Yu, they were eager to find out what his reaction was. However, the scene they saw was that this figure, who looked like a bystander, was still indifferent, standing aside, holding his hands and watching the show. It seemed that Arusha was not smashing his Wanja store. It can be said that this scene was also imprinted in Arusha's eyes. Faced with this attitude of disregard, the pent-up anger in Arusha's heart exploded in an instant. Destroy him for me. Bang! The distance of dozens of meters was shortened in the blink of an eye. When everyone reacted, the huge body of more than 10 meters slammed into the closed door. However, the scene that came into view first made everyone's pupils shrink suddenly. Originally, there should have been a shocking collision. At the moment when the huge 10-meter-long corrupted death god hit the door, he did not appear. In their eyes, only the ripples could be vaguely seen. The next moment, the corrupted death god disappeared directly as if it hit the lake. The strange scene made the huge field shrouded in an inexplicable silence. Everyone present, including Arusha, felt stunned and could not react. In their eyes, it was praised by Laxus as an attack that surpassed him. However, the result given now, let alone blowing open the closed door. I am afraid that there is not even a little splash. If it is not seen with one's own eyes, I am afraid no one is willing to believe that what is happening in front of them is true. Ding dang, congratulations to the store manager, the energy replenishment of the House of Time and Spirit has reached 7%. The ethereal prompt of the system sounded again in Qin Yu's mind. Looking at the increased value, Qin Yu touched the tip of his nose helplessly. It seems that this power bank is not easy to be. A full strength move only increases 6%. Or are you too weak to even qualify as a stepping stone? The small voice pierced the silence that enveloped the scene at this moment. When Laxus and others heard the meaning of these words, their cheeks twitched a little. In their eyes, the attack that Arusha had just launched was too late for them to dodge. Now Uchiha Qin Yu gave a weak evaluation. Then they who are not even as good as Arusha. Are they not qualified to be weak? No, there is no possibility. My attack cannot fail. It must be you. You did it. Arusha suddenly woke up, feeling the little magic power left in his body, and clapped his hands again. Arrow of time. Bang bang bang. 7 or 8 feather arrows condensed out of thin air. The next moment, they broke through the sky and chased Uchiha Qin Yu. At the same time, the time magic under Arusha's feet surged wildly. When the earth was decaying, a huge cave was quickly condensed. Just now, Arusha was furious and wanted to wipe out Uchiha Qin Yu. But after seeing with his own eyes that his strongest attack could not even break a door, this made Arusha give up the idea of fighting instantly. The only thing he could do was to escape. Sorry, I still owe a power bank. It's too late to leave now. A small voice came out of Qin Yu's mouth. Arusha was startled at first, and the next moment he saw Qin Yu's right hand suddenly grab in the air. At the same time, a pair of eyes were agitated with 9 white megatama. When Arusha met these eyes, an inexplicable chill rushed straight to his head. The next moment, Arusha, who was planning to escape through the decayed cave, suddenly felt that his body was grasped by an invisible big hand and nailed in the air. Chapter 1466 Can't Even Commit Suicide. The strange scene made everyone's pupils shrink suddenly. Especially seeing those arrows of time being blown away by Uchiha Qin Yu. Arusha, who quickly decided to escape, was fixed in the void. All this, the means are far beyond their imagination. What is this? Let me go quickly, otherwise you will only bring disaster to yourself. Arusha roared madly. Unfortunately, as she continued to struggle, the power that enveloped her and bound her was obviously strengthening all the time. Oh, a fatal disaster. Uchiha Qin Yu smiled warmly. You are reckless, smashing my shop, and trying to threaten me with words. This is a very stupid thing. But I want to know, do you think the Dark Guild you mentioned can kill me? Sorry, there is a 0 probability. As soon as the voice fell, Qin Yu's right hand suddenly grabbed through the air. All things heaven attract. Buzz. The air shook violently, and Arusha, who was originally fixed in the air, was instantly pulled to Qin Yu by an invisible force. Looking at the completely uncontrollable body, Arusha was stunned. Especially after seeing Qin Yu's weird methods. An absurd idea emerged in Arusha's mind. Can the murderous intent she mentioned really wipe out the arrogant person in front of her? However, these thoughts only flashed through his mind in an instant. When he thought that he had lost his hand and fell into the hands of this strange man in front of him, Arusha was the first to lose his temper and pulled out a dagger from his arms. He stabbed Uchiha Qin Yu head on. The sudden attack instantly tensed everyone's nerves. Unfortunately, these worried thoughts were obviously in vain. Bang! The crisp sound of metal collision echoed between heaven and earth. Looking at the dagger stabbing Qin Yu's neck, it was blocked by a layer of black keratin-like ink. The unshakable posture made Arusha's pupils shrink suddenly. At this moment, Arusha had only one unexplainable thought in his mind. Who is this guy in front of him? Alas, the current clerks are all unruly. I didn't want to use it. It seems that I will use it to train them temporarily. Qin Yu sighed helplessly. Originally, he didn't plan to keep Arusha. But now the energy of the spirit and the House of Time is exhausted. To replenish the consumed energy, Arusha's lost magic is obviously the best way. The most important thing is that Arusha's magic can be restored after consumption. It is completely different from the spirit and the House of Time. This means that as long as Qin Yu keeps Arusha, he can have an extra power bank that can be used continuously. If you let me stay here as a clerk, I will never do this even if I die. Arusha roared hysterically. When she clenched the dagger with her backhand, she stabbed directly into her neck. However, before the dagger in her hand stabbed her neck, a stern sound of breaking through the air sounded first. The first thing that came into view was the murder weapon in Uchiha Qin Yu's hand. However, after seeing the appearance of the murder weapon clearly, even Arusha was almost vomiting blood in anger. This is a shame at all. You bastard, you actually used a toy hammer to laugh at me. Before she finished her words, the inverted magic hammer had already hit Arusha's head. Arusha didn't feel any pain, but the dagger in her hand stopped without warning an inch away from her neck. At the same time, Arusha felt that her body seemed to have lost control all of a sudden. What's going on here? Let me move quickly. Did you do anything? Arusha panicked all of a sudden. If, just a moment ago, she still had control over her body, maybe she could still commit suicide. Facing any possible event, the worst that could happen was suicide. However, now she had lost control of her body. But it meant that they couldn't even commit suicide. In this situation, as a woman, Arusha still thought that she was pretty. There was only one thought that came to her mind first. If you have any unreasonable thoughts, I will never let you go. Even if I become a ghost, I will never let you go. Also, I tell you, I am a member of the Dark Guild. If you dare to attack me, they will definitely destroy your shabby store. Arusha roared hysterically. Looking at the man approaching quickly in front of her, she obviously began to be timid. You mean, do you have accomplices? I just need some laborers. I really hope you can help me to get some laborers. Qin Yu laughed dryly, and under Arusha's astonished eyes, he reached out and rubbed her head. It's getting late now, let's do something serious first. Ilusa, go and take the task for me, and meet here later. After saying this, Chinyu directly carried Urusha on his shoulders and walked into the store. This fierce scene, even Urza's cheeks couldn't help blushing. Not to mention other people. In their minds, a picture emerged, all of which were about that. Looking at the open door, just as they were about to close it, Hinata Hanabi beside them quickly walked in. As for the remaining Lucy, she blushed and looked around and said, I'll go see if I can help. Seeing Lucy also rushing into the store, Urza's expression froze, biting her red lips and was about to say something. But Makarov beside her coughed dryly and reached out to stop her. The world is going downhill, and it's already a lot for 3 people to do things together. Urza, you'd better not get involved, but it will disrupt the atmosphere. 3 people doing things? The people present were stunned for a moment. In their minds, those beautiful pictures flashed. Especially Urza feeling the gazes from all around, her cheeks turned red and she said in a hurry. What are you thinking? Manager Chinyu did this just now, and he definitely had his reasons. If he is really a lecher and wants to use force on any of us, I am afraid no one can stop him. After this, the people present were stunned. Facing Urza's slightly frivolous words, there was no way to refute. Hiccup, Urza, you are right. I really hope he will use force, otherwise I have been drunk for so many years, how come I haven't married yet? Kana raised the bottle in her hand and drank it all in one gulp. You say, if I take wine to get that guy drunk now, will we succeed? The fierce words made the people present stunned. Even Urza's eye muscles were twitching, and she pulled Kana directly. She knew clearly that if no one stopped her, Kana would probably really do it. Chapter 1467 You can be my brother-in-law. Hiccup, Urza, you're right. I really hope he'll force me. Otherwise, I've been drunk for so many years, why haven't I gotten married yet? Kana raised the bottle in her hand and drank it all in one gulp. You say, if I bring wine to get that guy drunk now, will we succeed? The fierce words stunned everyone present. Even Urza's eye muscles were twitching, and she pulled Kana directly. She knew clearly that if no one stopped her, Kana would probably do something. On the other hand, in the Wanja store, Chinyu, who was carrying Ultia, frowned and immediately opened the system page. Looking at the display on it, the connection with the Naruto world was cut off. I couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. However, before Chinyu could react, a memory belonging to the Naruto world directly emerged in his mind. I didn't expect that the Otonoki clan is really an indestructible cockroach. Even Momoshiki and Kinshiki have been resurrected. Uchiha Chinyu's mouth showed a smile, muttering. However, he still underestimated my means. I didn't expect that he could find an interesting toy to kill time in this period. The clone using the Escanor template exhausted its power and disappeared, but this time killing Otonoki Momoshiki and Kinshiki can be regarded as a quiet one. As for the other guys hiding in the dark, I'm afraid they won't dare to show up for a while. Now as long as Hinata Hanabi is successfully promoted to an S-level wizard, she will have the opportunity to return to the Naruto world at any time. At that time, she can create another clone and stay in that world. A series of messy thoughts flashed through Chinyu's mind. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, you killed the Otonoki clan and got a special reward. The ethereal prompt of the system sounded without warning. Chinyu raised his eyebrows, looking a little surprised. Normally, the system gave him the feeling of a capitalist who exploited labor. No matter how he promoted the product, he should not give any reward. Now suddenly, a special reward appeared, which really surprised Chinyu. System, open the reward for me immediately. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, you have obtained the opportunity to teleport to the world, do you want to use it immediately? The ethereal prompt of the system sounded again. However, this time, more detailed information was injected into Chinyu's mind. Among them, Uchiha Chinyu felt the most surprised. It was the teleportation to the world, a random teleportation. It was to help the store in the world to expand sales channels. This is probably what is commonly known as the system running business, right? System, can I not give up this reward? Uchiha Chinyu touched the tip of his nose helplessly. Originally, he had not finished the task of a fairy world. He had just established some popularity in this world. However, now another world has emerged, and he has to run to be a pioneer. He doesn't want to do this kind of hard work. Sorry, the host does not have the authority to refuse. Because the host has a resistance, the system triggers the reward automatically for you and me. I hope the host has a good journey. The sudden reminder made Qin Yu confused. This system gave him a feeling that it was becoming more and more humane. Now, Qin Yu still felt like he was being sold. However, before Qin Yu could come back to his senses, the world in front of him turned white, and he felt dizzy. When he came back to his senses, Qin Yu had already appeared in a huge concrete city. At this time, he was standing in front of a huge manor. The endless stream of office workers, dressed in white-collar clothes, and the fast-driving cars, made Uchiha Qin Yu's clothes a bit different, attracting the attention of many people. However, for Qin Yu now, all this is completely unimportant. How many times has he thought that as a reincarnated person, he could return to the concrete world where he originally lived? Unfortunately, every time he traveled through time and space, he was stuck in the same dimension. Whether it was One Piece, Naruto, or even the world of fairy tale, all of them made Qin Yu lack a sense of belonging. The concrete world in front of him seemed a bit cold. But in Qin Yu's eyes, the charm way sits different. However, these messy thoughts only flashed through Qin Yu's mind. Qin Yu didn't take the system's excessiveness to heart. After all, he had already been invincible in the world when he reached his level. This so-called excessiveness became a kind of fun. However, the concrete world in front of him and the scene of high-rise buildings did remind Qin Yu of the old Saturn. However, Uchiha Qin Yu knew clearly that the world in front of him, it was definitely not an ordinary Saturn. Instead, it was in the modern dimension. Are you here to see your sister? An unexpected voice suddenly sounded behind him. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows and hurriedly turned his head to look behind him. The figure that first came into view. Qin Yu's expression froze. A graceful figure, with well-proportioned plump parts, with waist-length black hair and dark green clothes. The girl who walked out of the extended Mercedes in front of him added a few points of mature charm. Of course, if there were no people in black suits around to lead the way, this girl in front of him would never be labeled as the big sister. Big Sister Fubuki, we have checked the surroundings and no strange people have appeared. We will stay here and wait for Big Sister Fubuki to leave. A burly man walked up quickly to report. Well, it's a rare time to come back. I hope I can have a good chat. Fubuki tightened her fur coat and walked quickly towards the open gate of the manor under the crowd. When passing by Qin Yu, she frowned. Why don't you go in? Are you worried about running into your sister? Although your sister is very strong, as long as you make achievements, you will definitely be able to go home like me. The inexplicable words made Qin Yu come back to his senses. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, and he instantly realized that the ability of the blowing snow in front of him to recognize him was probably the key to the special reward. As a person who had traveled through time and space many times, Qin Yu was still a little confused, but he quickly calmed down and said, "Do you know me?" The long legs of the blowing snow were suddenly stopped in the air. He looked back at Qin Yu, raised his hand to touch his forehead, and frowned. You don't have a fever, this joke is not funny, you are my brother-in-law, you are not really afraid of my sister, so you pretend to have amnesia. The small voice fell into Qin Yu's ears, and he almost spit out saliva. The current mood can only be described as wow. Chapter 1468 Brother-in-law is taking advantage of his sister. I am your brother-in-law. Qin Yu couldn't help but ask again. Fubuki frowned, folded her arms proudly, stared at Uchiha Qin Yu, and said, "Don't you like me calling you brother-in-law? Well, I won't call you that anymore." In Fubuki's memory, this brother-in-law was just her nominal brother-in-law. He was the husband that her sister arranged for her before her parents died. He was also the legendary baby marriage. If it hadn't happened before the monster incident, this kind of baby marriage arranged for her would be a good match for Tornado and Qin Yu in front of her. However, since the monsters came and Fubuki's parents died, at the same time as the earth underwent a qualitative change, many people's physiques, or awakened their potential, broke their own limiters. Tornado, who was originally just a girl next door, became the second in this world and was hailed as the strongest hero. From then on, she became the ceiling of this world. Compared with Tornado, Fubuki may have a big gap in strength, but at least she is also a superpower. According to her own words, she might not be able to rank in the top 5 of A level, but reaching the top 10 is still barely possible. However, due to the overprotection of her sister Tornado, she has a sister Con personality. This has led to Fubuki's rebellious thoughts and she has always strived to be the first. Unfortunately, among the A-level heroes, there are many in the top 5 that Fubuki cannot surpass. Especially the Sweet Mask who occupies the first place and has the strength of an S-level hero. Fubuki has no confidence to defeat him. She had to settle for second best and choose to be the first in B-level. At the same time, she also formed the Fubuki group under the slogan of forming gangs and factions. She hopes to strengthen her own strength through the number of people. Of course, looking at those ordinary suit bosses, Chin-yu just thinks that all this is nonsense. What's wrong, are you still unhappy? My patience is running out. Fubuki couldn't help but glance at the manor house and hurriedly urged. Of course, she was not dissatisfied with Chin-yu. On the contrary, if the time is delayed too long, it will attract the excessive concern of her sister Tornado. This is what makes her most distressed and unacceptable. No, you should call me brother-in-law. I like this name. Chin-yu dispelled his thoughts, smiled warmly, and rubbed Chiwixu's head in front of everyone. I'm just thinking about something. Today is the anniversary of your father-in-law and mother-in-law's death. Hey, go bring me some white roses, quickly. Chin-yu would not refuse the gift from the system. Cheap wife and brother-in-law, both seem to be good benefits. Yes, yes. The 2 bodyguards who were standing aside, after hearing this unquestionable order the consciousness responded. However, he soon realized that he was a member of the Fubuki group and had always obeyed Fubuki's orders. He had never encountered such a situation where they hurriedly agreed to an order. It seemed that the words just now were full of magic. You. Fubuki was also stunned for a moment, and quickly avoided Chin-yu's head patting. All along, in Fubuki's eyes, this brother-in-law was timid. Especially when facing superpowers, he was an ordinary otaku. But he was always worried that he would be killed instantly if he was not careful. So all along, this nominal brother-in-law was respectful to her. But now it seems like a different person, and he actually did such an extraordinary thing. It was too unexpected. Okay, get the flowers back to me quickly, it's getting late, don't let your sister wait for a long time, she is very impatient. Chin-yu didn't mind Fubuki's reaction, and after saying this, he walked into the manor first. That cool and carefree spirit made Fubuki slow down for 5 or 6 seconds before she could react. Facing the sudden change of this nominal brother-in-law, Fubuki frowned and couldn't help muttering. Is my brother-in-law mad? Forget it, I'd better meet my sister quickly, otherwise I'll have to give her a lecture. The manor is very large, and the area can probably be described in hectares. After passing through the gate, the first thing that came into view was the huge castle manor. As the second S-level hero, Tornado, who was praised by the Hero Association as the last trump card, was a rich man. This is definitely a rich man. He was even supported by the rich man behind the Hero Association. And this huge manor in front of him was not only where Tornado lived, but also where her parents were buried. I found her. Chin-yu raised his eyebrows and looked at the garden in the distance. A little smaller than Fubuki, but not lacking in maturity, came into view first. Looking at this, a slightly lonely figure. Chin-yu couldn't help but sigh. As a time traveler, he knew a little about the tragic past of Tornado in one punch. He was betrothed since childhood, and after awakening his superpowers, he was thrown into a certain organization and subjected to inhumane experiments. He was even abandoned by a monster. Because of this incident, Tornado always believed that the connection and communication between people were not of much value. Except for his sister, he had no trust in other people. If it weren't for fulfilling his parents' promise, Tornado would probably not have become Chin-yu's cheap wife in this world. However, Chin-yu knew that the reason why Tornado became a hero was mostly because of his extreme admiration for his former lifesaver, Blast. You're here, I didn't expect that I didn't force you to come in today. Tornado turned back and glanced at him lightly. As one of the most powerful beings in this world, she had sensed Chin-yu's arrival a long time ago. Originally, Longwan thought that Chin-yu would force himself to come in as usual. Unexpectedly, Chin-yu would change his usual behavior and make her guess wrong directly. Most importantly, when she saw Chin-yu for the first time, Longwan felt a sense of strangeness in her heart. It seemed that she noticed that the nominal husband in front of her was a little different. As for that little difference, it seemed that he became more confident. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Longjuan's mind. Soon she saw Fubuki following closely. Just about to say something. But she saw something extremely unbelievable happening. Not far away, Fubuki's pupils suddenly contracted, and she couldn't help but widen her eyes, revealing a confused look. Oh my god! My brother-in-law is taking advantage of my sister. The warm big hand and the familiarity of his usual style and behavior just now made Fubuki swallow a mouthful of saliva. Facing the big hand covering Longjun's head and rubbing it unscrupulously. This move made Fubuki explode. Is this playing with your life? Chapter 1469 There is always a man behind you. Sorry to have kept you waiting. You are as beautiful as ever this year. Seeing you are still as cold as ever, without any change, it is really fortunate. You have worked hard this year. Qin Yu smiled warmly and retracted his hand. He quickly brushed past the stunned tornado, squatted in front of the tombstone, and picked up the weeds. Fubuki in the distance and the bodyguard who brought flowers were also stunned. In their cognition, the trembling tornado. That not only made the enemy tremble, but even their own people felt and witnessed the huge magic means possessed by tornado, which was enough to feel fear. It can be said that facing the trembling tornado, as long as she has a half dissatisfaction with anyone, she can definitely kill anyone easily. As long as the thought moves, this goal can be achieved. After all, superpowers give people the feeling of being able to do whatever they want. Qin Yu's actions now are undoubtedly testing the depth of the gates of hell. Walking a tightrope over hell. What's wrong? Did you forget to bring the flowers? Being a hero and fighting monsters all day long can make you a little careless. After Qin Yu finished tidying up the weeds on the grave, he brushed off the dust on his body. This kind of small matter can be ignored, but today is not an ordinary day. There are many flowers here, but they are not as good as this bouquet of flowers that represent the feeling of remembrance. Having said this, Qin Yu looked at Fubuki who was stunned. We don trademark T. You bring the flowers over quickly? Do you need your brother-in-law to teach you how to do this? Fubuki was stunned. No. It should be said that even Tornado is no exception. The strong young man in front of them completely overturned their cognition. Especially the words that he called himself brother-in-law in a skillful way. This made them want to slap themselves twice to see if they were dreaming. What trademark is wrong? These are my father-in-law and mother-in-law. I shouldn't trademark to be nosy, right? Qin Yu smiled warmly. He knew clearly that his nature was like a completely different person to Longwan and Fubuki. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they probably wouldn't want to believe that the timid nominal brother-in-law and husband of the past would have such a strong side. No. No. Longjun's delicate body couldn't help but tremble, but she felt that she couldn't refute it. All along, this nominal husband has been respectful to her. Except for meeting twice on specific days, there is no time to meet. But the relationship between husband and wife really can't make Longwan difficult. However, if there is a next time, I hope you can give me a little heart, ask for my opinion. Longwan came back to his senses, quickly smoothed out the emotional ripples, and turned his eyes. Fubuki, when you come, please burn a stick of incense for your parents. I know, sister. Fubuki's body tensed up all of a sudden. Fubuki was in awe of this sister who had a sister complex. There was a hint of fear under that respectful attitude. Qin Yu knew immediately from this expression. Fubuki was probably suffering from sister complex. Sister, this flower. Fubuki snatched the flower from the bodyguard's hand, and came to Tornado like a 100-meter sprint. With a slightly stiff muscle, she handed the flower in her hand to him. Tornado saw all this, but didn't say anything more. She took the white rose and said, Thank you for your preparation. I will remember it in the future. For Qin Yu's self-assertion this time, Tornado was obviously surprised. However, facing the remarks about the meaning of the flowers, it was obviously irresistible. Qin Yu knew clearly that Tornado had always believed that it was her superpowers that accidentally broke out and caused her parents' death. But she didn't know that the cause of her parents' death was actually caused by the monster riot. As for Fubuki, she was obviously still young at that time. She didn't know at all, and she only heard about her parents' death in the story. Fubuki was afraid of Tornado, who had sister control, but she didn't, so she blamed her. She just wanted to get more powerful power to get rid of her sister's protection. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Qin Yu's mind. He took the flowers with a warm smile, quickly placed them in front of the grave, and said, Leave this kind of small matter to me. You are a person who does big things. It's getting late. Let's get started. Tornado's expression froze, and she couldn't help but fall into silence. However, when she saw Chinyu in silence, she suppressed the doubts that surged in her heart. Fubuki, who was standing by, saw the trembling Tornado as her sister, and did not express her opinion. She didn't dare to speak and attract the attention of her sister, who was obsessed with her sister. The ceremony of sacrifice and mourning passed quickly. Tornado opened her brows, and the first thing she saw was Chinyu's face, which was staring at her with a warm smile. The sudden scene made this superhero, who was known as the Trembling Tornado and ranked second, couldn't help but take 2 or 3 steps back, and opened up enough distance before speaking in a hurry. You, what are you doing? Looking at the nominal husband in front of her, who seemed to have completely changed, even Tornado couldn't hold back. I just saw that my Tornado, in addition to being a hero, also had the side of a quiet girl. Chinyu said with a smile. Actually, if you don't always have a stern face, you are also very cute. Crazy? Fubuki felt that her brain capacity could not keep up. She really doubted whether the brother-in-law in front of her was occupied by a monster. However, if there is a breath of a monster, let alone her. As the second S-level hero, Tornado should have discovered it earlier. Is this really my brother-in-law? You have changed. If your life characteristics and breath have not changed, I really thought you were transformed by a monster. Tornado came back to his senses and quickly suppressed the emotional ripples in his heart. Are you out of money? If you encounter any difficulties, you can tell me, I still have some spare money. Chinyu was helpless all of a sudden. I thought Tornado would say something. Now it seems that his fiancé copyright's predecessor was really a bit of a loser. Being a nominal husband for so long, not only did he not get any benefits, even Chinyu's efforts were linked to money. However, it is precisely this that is enough to show that Tornado has achieved the second hero's strength with his powerful superpowers. However, the inner fragility and resistance are worse than ordinary people. However, facing these words, Chinyu quickly came back to his senses, smiled and shook his head. No, I'm not short of money, I just want you to know that there is always a man behind you, and my sister supports you. If you are tired, you can come to my shop to rest, you are always welcome to come. If there is nothing else, I'll leave first. Chapter 1470. Going further and further on the road of death. Looking at Chinyu, who turned around and was about to leave, Fubuki had an illusion that she was dreaming. This so-called concern, especially the object of concern, is simply playing with life. What if it arouses the idea of trembling Tornado? I'm afraid I will become a popcorn and die. Thinking of this, Fubuki couldn't help but look at Tornado more. The silent face she saw touched her nerves. Didn't your comic book store close down a long time ago? Tornado suddenly spoke. Sentimental love words are very beautiful, but I am a hero. I won't take what happened today to heart, and I hope you don't either. If you have any difficulties, you can still come to me. Looking at her sister, who didn't make trouble, Fubuki was full of surprise. In Fubuki's eyes, Tornado, who has absolute strength, has the final say. Those weirdos who insulted her in public in the past could not even hold up with a snap of fingers and became history. It can be said that today, not only the nominal brother-in-law, but also her sister, who is a sister control, seems to have changed. Okay, it's getting late. Tornado retracted his gaze and fell on Fubuki and said, are you going back to the Fubuki group base or the Hero Association? As an S-level hero, unless he encounters a dragon-level disaster, he rarely stays in the Hero Association. After all, the relationship between the Hero Association and the heroes is actually an employment relationship at best. You kill monsters and he pays. In addition to leaving 1 or 2 necessary S-level heroes to garrison, the Hero Association will also go to different cities to garrison according to their own needs. This approach is to avoid that if there is a sudden accident in a city, someone can deal with it in time. For the Fubuki group under Fubuki, in fact, except for Fubuki, who is a B-level hero, the other subordinates are just some stronger men in suits. If you really encounter a monster, you can only carry some hot weapons when you go out. It's not very useful at all. But as a sister, since her sister likes it, she can only turn a blind eye. After all, the smallest mosquito leg is also meat. In case of any danger, it can also buy some time. Sister. There are more incidents of monsters appearing recently, so I'd better go back to the Fubuki group to wait. Fubuki said hurriedly with a stiff face. I want the Fubuki group to grow quickly. Looking at the slightly stubborn Fubuki, Chinyu touched the tip of his nose helplessly. Tornado has the attribute of tsundere, and when caring about people, it is always in an unquestionable tone. But it is precisely because of this reason that Fubuki thinks that she is underestimated by her sister. In particular, every time she encounters danger, her sister will summon her like a dragon and save her directly. Moreover, this kind of danger is just a simple minor injury. The trembling tornado will never be absent. This deprives Fubuki of the opportunity to exercise herself. At the same time, rumors were circulating in the Hero Association that a big move would lead to a small one. Of course, the size here refers to the problem of size. This led to a change in attitudes among ABC level heroes and even some S level heroes after learning about Fubuki's identity. This kind of awe made Fubuki, who has always been strong-willed, even more stubborn. The desire for power and the resistance to Tornado's protection are increasing day by day. Then I'll go back by myself, be careful, I don't want to save you all the time. After Tornado glanced at him lightly, the superpower fluctuations on his body surged. The next moment, the whole person soared into the air. Let's go, I'll take you out. As he spoke, Tornado's telekinesis instantly enveloped everyone. The people present, as if being pulled by an invisible force, quickly rushed out of the gate. When they came to their senses, Fubuki and a group of suit thugs found themselves back outside the gate. This speed and means undoubtedly changed their faces dramatically. Especially Fubuki, thinking of what she said just now, bit her red lips slightly and said, Sister, can you stop interfering in my affairs? It's good for Fubuki group to be led by me alone. You and them. Tornado glanced at them lightly and said, Forget it. I can let you do whatever you want in the small things of fighting and playing, but I will not leave you alone when you are in danger. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. After leaving these words, Tornado took off quickly with the help of superpowers. For the death of his parents, Tornado has always blamed himself. In order to make up for this mistake, he also didn't want to lose his only relative. This led to Tornado's excessive care for Fubuki. Sister. Fubuki clenched her fists and became anxious. Over the years, she formed the Fubuki group to make herself stronger and able to stand on her own. Let Tornado look at her with new eyes. Everything is for a fight. However, the result now is still unacceptable to her. Fubuki, your sister is doing this for your own good. Chinyu patted Fubuki's shoulder and said. Sometimes, you can deal with things in a different way, and there may be unexpected results. Just like me. As he spoke, Chinyu looked up at the tornado that was already flying away quickly, and shouted. My wife, please be careful. Come home often when you have time. The loud words, as if infused with magic sounds, echoed between heaven and earth for a long time and could not be dispersed. The tornado, which had just broken through the sky and was flying rapidly, stumbled and almost fell in the air. Seeing this scene, Fubuki and a group of thugs in suits were directly blown up. Without time to think about it, they all got in the car and stepped on the accelerator to escape the scene. Fubuki also grabbed the brother-in-law who was going further and further on the road of death and pulled the car door abruptly. He almost stepped on the accelerator and fled from this dangerous place that could be turned over at any time. Facing Chinyu's words, which were obviously suicidal, Fubuki didn't dare to gamble. If Tornado was unhappy, with the thought, not only them, but also the whole land would be twisted. You bastard! Tornado stabilized his body at once and hurriedly turned back to look in the direction of the manor. However, what he saw was 7 or 8 cars running away. It felt like a wild horse running away. For Tornado, if he really wanted to catch up with these cars, it was just a thought. However, facing this kind of ridicule and concern that he could not refute, Tornado gritted his teeth and finally watched the fleeing convoys go away. He snorted arrogantly. Damn you, I will definitely teach him a lesson next time we meet. The association sent a message just now, I'd better go and deal with it first. As for the matter of Fubuki, let the Hero Association monitor it. After muttering, Tornado used his superpowers to fly into the air again and disappeared. Chapter 1471 Identify you as my brother-in-law. Boom. The extended version of the Bentley roared on the road. The horsepower compressed to the extreme was released crazily. After passing through the streets and making sure that there was no figure of the trembling tornado, Fubuki showed a posture like surviving a disaster. After a heavy sigh of relief, she folded her hands and squeezed out the huge waves. After staring at him, she said, "Brother-in-law, are you crazy? If my sister gets angry, a thought is enough to kill you." Facing this brother-in-law who was powerless and usually only obeyed, he suddenly showed a side that was usually unknown. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Fubuki would not believe it at all. In the narrow car space, looking at the deep grooves squeezed out, Chinyu smiled and picked up the red wine in the car refrigerator, raised his head and drank it all, and said, "Don't you see me now, still alive here? In fact, sometimes breaking the rules, or having unexpected surprises, just like just now, it's rare to see your sister get frustrated, aren't you also very happy?" For the misunderstanding between Fubuki and Tornado Sisters, Chinyu didn't want to delve too deeply. However, this time the system gave him a sister-in-law and a nominal wife. It can be regarded as a kind of fate. Especially the two arrogant and domineering female presidents, which made Chinyu happy. So it is not too much to do this kind of emotional things. This is really dangerous. After hesitating for a while, Chuixue covered her forehead and slumped in the chair. Soon she went from helpless to smiling, and finally laughed like a pig. "Haha, brother-in-law, after so many years, this is the first time I see my sister being defeated. Usually, when I see her cold and arrogant, and she keeps saying that she wants to protect people, I am unwilling to accept it. I always want to know if there is anyone in this world who can cure her. I thought there was no one, but I never thought that my brother-in-law would be a real man when he is tough." At this point, Chuixue wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and deliberately lowered her voice. "Brother-in-law, have you ever secretly forced me to do that? Although my sister's figure is not as good as mine, it's actually pretty good. Today, I see that you can make my sister lose face. Why don't you let me help you and become a couple in name and reality?" Looking at the treacherous face of Chuixue, Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly and stretched out his hand to flick her smooth forehead. "You girl, you are really a little devil, but don't worry, if you can't get married in the future, your brother-in-law can support you for the rest of your life, because you are my sister-in-law. As for your naughty idea, it sounds good, but you shouldn't dare to do it. I advise you not to talk nonsense, if your sister hears it, you can't stand it." The cannon-like speech made Chuixue stunned for a moment. Especially the hands covering her forehead, she couldn't help rubbing the pain of the bullet. She now has a little doubt that her brother-in-law must have been a pig to eat the tiger. It is completely different from the current personality. "What's wrong? Can't I say a few words to you as your brother-in-law?" Chinyu smiled and reached out to continue rubbing Chuixue's head. "Okay, don't be angry with your sister. She just cares about you. Otherwise, she wouldn't rush over when she found out that you were in trouble. However, her concern is a little excessive, but for the reason, I believe that you are not stupid, Chuixue. Have time to have a good chat with your sister. In fact, you are already very strong. Don't be too tense." Chuixue was silent. All the words I wanted to refute just now, swallowed it back to his mouth, and said after a long time. "Brother-in-law, I really doubt that your cowardice before was pretended. Or do you have some problem now, and suddenly there is such a big change? However, I understand what you said, but I just don't want to put too much pressure on my sister and let her take everything. If possible, I really hope that you, brother-in-law, also have superpowers, or at least be an A-level hero, so that you can share with me." The slightly long words echoed in the car. Facing Fubuki's reply, Chinyu certainly knew that it was one thing to talk about reason. But to really do it is another thing. Human? It's just a contradictory animal. "Big Sister Fubuki, we are at the commercial street." The driver slowly stopped the car. Looking at his cold sweat, he was obviously scared by the scene just now. After all, Chinyu is at least Tornado's nominal husband, and Fubuki is her biological sister. If the bad luck of the trembling tornado is really touched, then it is the outsiders who will suffer. "Are we there?" Chinyu looked out the window. This is a fairly prosperous commercial street. Although, in the Doomsday Blue Planet, the monster riot destroyed many cities. But many cities were preserved. It eventually became a gathering place for humans. This commercial street looks a bit old, but there is no shortage of people. However, at the end of this bustling street, in an inconspicuous position, Chin-yu saw an unsightly and shabby comic book store. The nameplate above reads the three slightly rustic names of Yu Shawu. What's wrong with my brother-in-law? You won't forget your job, right? Fubuki said in a daze. Your store business is not very good, but it was the only thing I admired about you before. I would rather move out and suffer than ask my sister for money. But now I admire two things about you. Next time we meet, I will make my sister angry again and let her suffer. Hearing this, the driver's feet softened. For ordinary people like them, Fubuki's proposal is undoubtedly sending them to hell. I'm afraid that after returning this time, this driver will definitely resign immediately. This kind of life-threatening work requires heartbeats. Ahem, I just like to be freer and don't want to live under the halo of others. Chin-yu coughed dryly and made up a sentence. In fact, facing the memory of this previous identity, Chin-yu obviously has not yet fully synthesized. However, Chin-yu can be sure of one thing. The previous owner of this identity did not want to eat soft rice. It's just that his timid thoughts made him dare not eat soft rice. Don't you like living under the halo of others? Fubuki muttered, and her beautiful eyes suddenly brightened. Brother-in-law, you are right. This is also what I think in my heart. Now you have finally summarized it for me. Before, I didn't want to recognize you as my brother-in-law. However, although you are not a hero now, I have recognized you as my brother-in-law for what you said just now. Now you have finally become a qualified brother-in-law. If my sister dares to reject you, I will be the first to stand behind you and support you. Chapter 1472 The First Potential Customer. Looking at the sudden jump of thinking, Chin-yu rolled his eyes helplessly, rubbed her head and said, Girl, don't always show off. If you have any difficulties, come to your brother-in-law. Considering your identity as a sister-in-law, I will give you a 20% discount. Of course, I know that you are not short of money to be a hero. The door of my shop is always open to you. By the way, if you want to become stronger, you can also come to me. Chin-yu opened the car door and got out directly. Before leaving, he used Uchiha attack as usual nod to offend Fubuki's smooth forehead again. With the latter's cheeks slightly red, he closed the car door directly. Fubuki barely came to his senses and saw Chin-yu turning around and walking towards the comic book store. You bastard brother-in-law, you dare to take advantage of your sister-in-law. Next time, I will tell my sister and let her punish you. Fubuki covered her forehead and glared at him fiercely. Drive for me, I don't believe you when you say you want me to be stronger. Men's mouths are all lies. Looking at Fubuki cursing, but with a rare smile on her face, the driver was stunned. At least in his eyes, this big sister known as the hell of Fubuki. But this expression has never appeared. If you have to use a word to describe it, that is horny. But horny for your brother-in-law? This kind of thing made the driver dare not think about it. With the Bentley car leaving, Chin-yu did not stop at all and walked towards his own comic book store. This time, he was suddenly led to this world by the system. For Chin-yu, it was also a small misfortune. However, the only thing that made Chin-yu feel fortunate was that, when he was teleported by the system, he left a clone in the world of fairy tale. This also means that Chin-yu can imitate the previous method and return to the world of fairy tale. As long as the power exerted does not exceed the power of the clone and cause overload, Chin-yu's idea of running between the two worlds will not be in vain for the time being. Okay, it's getting late, let's go back to the store first. Chin-yu dispelled his messy thoughts. Looking at the metal figure standing in front of the closed door, his eyebrows could not help but raise. Are you the boss here? The store has not been open for a while, but the teacher has lost his spirit every day. A slightly calm voice suddenly sounded. Looking at the metal man in front of him and the plastic bag in his hand, Chin-yu instantly thought of the identity of this metal man. It is Genos, the S-level hero rank 17th in the hero list. As for the teacher he mentioned, it should be One Punch Man Saitama. According to Chin-yu's inference, the current Saitama, once in serious mode, has the strength to reach the god-level existence. Destroying a city, or even destroying the moon, is not a difficult task. But if you really want to compare, Chin-yu is not afraid at all. In the original Naruto, after Otsutsuki Tonari mastered the reincarnation eye, he could easily cut off a moon. Now Chin-yu not only has the reincarnation eye and the reincarnation eye, but also has the power of major templates. With so many tricks, it is not a problem to defeat Saitama. Of course, at Chin-yu's level, if possible. He still wants to fight with Saitama. After all, the world of the strong is really too lonely. Boss, are you planning to close the course? Why don't you talk? If there is no comic for you, the teacher will be very distressed. Genos spoke again. If it's because of money, I can give more. As a future S-level hero, Genos is not short of money. Of course, after following Saitama, the difficulty of each monster encountered is soaring. In the end, Genos is almost completely destroyed every time he appears. The reward for participating in the mission is also directly spent on repairing the body. This makes Genos's living standard suddenly lower. However, Genos is still a rich man now. At least he is a potential customer of the Wanja store. Ahem, sorry, I was thinking about something just now and forgot that there are customers. Qin Yu coughed dryly and came back to his senses. You are Genos, right? Have you gone to take the hero exam? For Qin Yu, the reincarnated person. Now we must first figure out the timeline to determine where the plot is going. Only then can we lay the groundwork for the next plan. Only by doing this can Qin Yu locate the merchant. Boss, do you know me? Genos was stunned for a moment, and quickly shook his head. My teacher and I have not yet been certified as heroes. I just arrived in this city. I heard that this city is close to the land of monsters, and monster attacks often occur, so I came. When Genos was 15 years old, his home was destroyed by the rampage of the cyborgs, and he was also seriously injured. He was eventually transformed into a cyborg. He has been practicing to find his enemies. In his eyes, only in the city where monsters are most frequented can he more easily find the beast that destroyed his home that day. At the same time, find a way to increase his strength. At least, in Genos's head full of metal lumps. Saitama is undoubtedly the fastest shortcut for him to become stronger. Not yet. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows, which meant that the entry point that the system let him enter should be the beginning of the original plot. This way, for Qin Yu, there are more places where he can play the advantages of the reincarnated person. Boss, you are not going to close the comic book store and go to assess the qualifications of heroes, right? Genos's eyes changed, and he quickly thought of a serious matter. This is the key to whether his teacher Saitama can see the subsequent comics. Hehe, I don't have much interest in being a hero. Qin Yu laughed dryly, and after thinking about the memory of this identity for a while, he opened the door of the comic book store neatly. A musty and damp smell came to his face. In addition to the old comics on the shelf, there were obviously some comic drafts on the workbench next to it. It seems that the previous owner of this identity, although cowardly, but there are still people who do practical things. Although the situation of this store is a bit difficult to mix, at least in this chaotic world, it should not starve to death. Boss, you said you don't want to take the hero qualification exam, are you interested in hero things? Genos followed into the store, and faced with the slightly dirty and messy environment, he didn't take it to heart, and looked around and said. Luckily, boss, you don't have the idea of closing the store, otherwise the teacher wouldn't know where to buy comics in the future. According to the teacher, spiritual sustenance is the source of strength. As he spoke, Genos quickly searched for the target of this trip. However, the next moment, the words that fell into his ears made him pause. Chapter 1473 The 10,000 World Store in the One Punch World. Do you want to become stronger? The small voice, mixed with the taste of laughter, fell into Genos' ears, making his outstretched hand suddenly stiffen in midair. Looking back at the smiling Qin Yu, he couldn't help but frowned. Boss, do you mean that you have also mastered the teacher's method of becoming stronger? As he spoke, Genos did not stop his movements, and his electronic eyes quickly scanned and checked the strength of Qin Yu's life characteristics. However, the result still made Genos's expression slightly gloomy. In the vital signs detector, the person in front of him, the boy, however, did not capture the powerful life characteristics and power at all. This means that there are only two possibilities. First, the boss in front of him is just an ordinary person. Second, the boss in front of him is a powerful and unfathomable existence like Teacher Saitama. Even the characteristics and power of life bodies cannot be detected. Of course, these two thoughts only flashed through Genos's mind. As for the options, Genos subconsciously chose the first one. In his eyes, an unfathomable strong man like Saitama is already a miracle of the world. As for the second one, that is simply impossible. Chinyu had already guessed Genos's thoughts. However, in the face of these contempts, Chinyu did not take it to heart. Instead, he remembered a very important thing. In his template, there is also a template of One Punch Saitama sleeping. Although this template has not reached the strongest posture. But for Chinyu now, it is enough. Haha, Genos, I know that the teacher you mentioned is a very powerful existence, but I can tell you clearly that the way I have to become stronger is stronger than your teachers. Of course, I don't ask you to believe it. Chinyu laughed dryly and patted Genos on the shoulder. I just gave you the options in your mind and added one more. If you are really confused and have no choice, you can come here to find me. You may get more powerful here. At this point, Chinyu looked around the dirty environment and said. Okay, have you chosen the comics you want? This time, it will be your gift. I also have to close the store and clean up the store. Welcome to come again next time. After saying this, Chinyu turned into the accommodation area behind the store. Facing this comic shop, although there is a saying that the dragon bed is not as good as the doghouse. But this messy and poor, Chinyu really can't accept it. The most important thing is that he is a black businessman, of course he needs a place suitable for black businessmen to live. Only then can he bargain and pay back the money better. Boss. Genos suddenly became anxious. However, after seeing Chinyu disappear around the corner, he was silent for a while and turned away. But for Genos, even his teacher couldn't become stronger. Others probably couldn't do it. However, this time I can find a few free comics. If the teacher knew, he would definitely be very happy. Thinking of this, Genos left the door and shot up into the sky like a steam jet. Looking at this anxious posture, Chinyu walked out of the back room and looked at the figure disappearing in the sky. With the thought in his mind, he gave an order directly. System, switch to the Wanja store for me. The comics here can be kept, and the rest are set according to my store in Fairy Tale. For Chinyu, the current Wanja store lacks too many products. It's empty, and it would be difficult to attract a visitor. Most importantly, Chinyu also wants to see Saitama in this world. At least it's good to have a relationship with him. Ding dang, host, please wait. Congratulations to the host, the Wanja store has been successfully switched. Do you want to set the store name immediately? Other functional areas require a 46-hour cooling time. Since the host has just arrived in the One Punch world, he has received a reward for the first arrival report. The reward will be sent within 24 hours. Ding dang, due to the strong threat level of the current world, the system has enabled the protection system for the store. The current protection system, based on the host's power, can resist the attack of dragon-level monsters. A series of ethereal prompts flashed through Chinyu's mind. As for the reward, it certainly solved Chinyu's urgent needs. However, this protection system still needs to call on Chinyu's power. This system is too shabby and lazy. And it can only resist the impact of dragon-level monsters. In the future, if a god-level monster appears, Chinyu may need to take action himself. Forget it, first get an attractive store name. Successful publicity is an important step to make the business brilliant. Chinyu dispelled the messy thoughts and took a look. With the help of the system switching, the shop turned around and walked into the back hall. On the other hand, in the Hero Association, a young figure swooped down from the sky. Finally, it smashed the huge floor-to-ceiling glass window and landed directly in the association. The senior executives who were still discussing things changed their expressions at first, and were about to mistake it for a monster invasion and run away. Soon they felt that their whole body could not move. It's tornado, everyone stay calm. A dark and burly figure stood up first, and said in the posture of a fitness muscular man. Tornado, the second-ranked S-level hero, didn't expect to see you so soon. This is the strongest defensive posture, do you see it? Looking at this guy who was so dark that he couldn't be recognized in the middle of the night, Tornado frowned and said, with your body, I can twist you into a knot with just a thought. Where did you get this weirdo? Did you recruit him back from the Hero Association? And why did you communicate with me urgently just now? If you don't give me a reasonable reason, I'll send you to the sky to blow the cold wind and wake you up. Having said this, Tornado quickly looked around the field. The warning made the people in the field suddenly tense up. Hurry up, showing an apologetic smile. Before the first S-level hero blast appeared, the arrogant Queen Tornado in front of them was the strongest in their eyes. She was also the last patron saint of their human race. If they angered this big sister, they, the senior executives, would be in trouble. Thinking of this, the leading senior executive wiped his sweat and stepped forward quickly. Tornado, this time we contacted you urgently, not to ask you to come back to the association headquarters, because we asked Super Alloy for help. Now we asked you to come back because we just found a dragon-level monster with strong signs of life force. Chapter 1474 Dragon-level Monster. Dragon-level monster? Tornado frowned and said. Dragon-level monsters, they haven't appeared for a long time since the Great Destruction a year ago. Will you make a mistake in your investigation? In One Punch Man, monsters are divided into 5 levels: God, Dragon, Ghost, Tiger, and Wolf. Among them, the wolf represents the emergence of dangerous factors, which poses a certain threat to human life and safety. This type of monster has low combat power and can only fight a few ordinary people at most. The second-level Tiger-level monster represents the ability to cause a large-scale casualty crisis and has the ability to destroy concrete buildings with bare hands. The third-level Ghost-level monster represents the ability to cause the stagnation or destruction of a city's functions. Even A-level heroes find it difficult to deal with it. The fourth-level Dragon-level monster represents the ability to destroy several cities. Ordinary S-level heroes are also difficult to fight against. The fifth-level God-level monster means that a crisis that will lead to the extinction of mankind will appear. Even if it is ranked in the S level, except for the top 2, the chances of other heroes winning are almost zero. In Tornado's memory, monsters appear frequently. But God-level monsters are still legendary. The most common ones are only the 3 levels of Tiger, Wolf, and Ghost. As for Dragon-level monsters, the number of appearances is also very few. The most important thing is that there are also strong and weak dragon-level monsters. The existence of the initial dragon level and the level of the dragon peak are completely different from each other. Ahem, Tornado, we did detect the vital signs of the dragon level at the edge of City A just now. That power is indeed far beyond the existence of the ghost-level monster, but it suddenly disappeared from the radar just now. A person in charge coughed dryly and explained with a stiff face. Facing this perverted existence who can destroy the Hero Association with just one thought. As a senior member of the association, he also dared not act rashly. Disappeared. Tornado was suspended in the air, with his hands clasped in front of his chest, and said unhappily, "Since it disappeared, why did you let me run back? Besides, for a mere dragon-level monster, isn't there a lot of S-level heroes in the Hero Association? Let this black-skinned one go, it's okay." Tornado became a hero entirely because of the first-ranked blasting hero among the S-level heroes. To prove his ability and find the missing blaster. As for the idea of rushing to revenge when seeing a monster appear, Tornado can't do it. Tornado, but I am Super Alloy Black Light. I am not black. Muscles are the strongest defense. Follow me to do the movements. Super Alloy Black Light once again unfolded his muscular bodybuilding posture. That kind of exposed action made the senior executives present wipe the cold sweat from their foreheads. I was really worried that Tornado would spit out a pervert and then give 2 superpowers. Destroy Super Alloy Black Light and the Hero Association. However, after waiting for 4 or 5 seconds, the senior executives present soon noticed Tornado's eyes, staring straight at the screen. The weird scene made them startled at first, and the senior executives in the lead hurriedly rubbed their hands and smiled apologetically. Tornado, you've also discovered that we contacted you just now because you happen to be in City A. Among the S-level heroes, you are the closest to that place, so we plan to ask you to come back and report whether there is anything special happening there, or if there is any special feeling. They have no doubt about Tornado's strength. They even hoped that the dragon-level vitality characteristics that just appeared could appear in front of Tornado without any eyes. Then, as soon as they appeared on the scene, they were directly solved by Tornado like sweeping garbage. Unfortunately, fantasy is beautiful, but reality is full of bones. Their extravagant hopes were obviously not achieved. The location of City A. Tornado's eyes fell on the monitoring screen. Looking at the location where the dragon-level monster appeared just now, his eyebrows raised, and his face changed slightly. In his mind, the figures of Fubuki and Chinyu flashed. Especially the scene of separation just now, it felt vivid. Tornado and Chinyu are indeed a couple in name only. But as an S-level hero, Tornado has slightly monitored the affairs of her nominal husband. The place where the dragon-level monster logo appears. If Tornado remembers correctly, it seems not far from the comic book store. Beep beep. A rapid warning sounded suddenly. The scarlet alarm light illuminated the conference room. A scarlet light spot quickly lit up in City A. Moreover, the radiating the bloody light spots became brighter and brighter, giving people an extremely annoying and dazzling feeling. It's a big deal. The life signs of the suspected dragon-level monster that disappeared appeared again 10 kilometers away, and the power it exuded has truly reached the definition of dragon level. Please give instructions immediately. An inspector was the first to roar in a hurry. Especially after receiving the data received, his face turned blue. Dragon-level monsters have not appeared for more than a year. The last time they appeared, they clearly remembered that 2 cities were destroyed because of dragon-level monsters. Not to mention the number of injured people, there were millions of dead humans alone. If Tornado hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid the dragon-level monster would have destroyed the 3rd city. Now the power of the dragon-level monster has appeared again, which undoubtedly makes their scalps numb. Check it for me quickly, in that street in City A. Tornado suddenly roared in a hurry. The inspectors present were obviously startled, even the senior executives were no exception. Facing this powerful superpower, they were always worried that Tornado would end them with a wrong idea. Facing Tornado's order, the inspector on the scene was only distracted for 2 or 3 seconds, but still did not dare to disobey Tornado's intention, and quickly called up the satellite monitoring screen. Looking at the street that was constantly zooming in, Tornado's eyes were fixed, but his pupils shrank slightly, and finally fixed on the street's house number. It's the street where that guy's comic book store is located. I will fly there at full speed, and it will take at least 10 minutes. A dragon-level monster has the power to easily destroy a city, but that guy doesn't even have a little combat power. Once the attack of the dragon-level monster affects the comic book store, he will definitely die. The muttered words came out of Tornado's mouth, and he turned around and looked at the senior executives, shouting in a hurry. Hurry up and show me how many heroes there are in City A. Let them all rush over and try to buy me 10 minutes. Chapter 1475 The Grim Reaper is waving at him. Also, show me the nearest S-level heroes to City A. Transfer them all over. We must not let the dragon-level monsters set foot on Rilong Commercial Street. Tornado gave every order in a hurry. If it were in normal times, with her cold temperament, she would not care about the number of casualties when she rushed over. Unfortunately, this time it was different. When I think of that guy who took advantage of me for no reason. At the same time, his personality changed drastically. In Tornado's mind, there is an unforgettable picture. We found the contact signal. A supervisor said in a sweaty voice, in City A, there are 0 S-level heroes, 2 A-level heroes, and 5 B-level heroes. The A-level heroes are Samurai Drill, ranked 4th, and Stinger, ranked 10th. The first B-level hero is Hell Blowing Snow, the second is Eyelash, and the third is Mountain Ape. At the end, the supervisor ignored the heroes who ranked lower. After all, facing the existence of a dragon-level monster, no matter how many low-level heroes take action, it is just like giving away heads. Blowing Snow is also here. Tornado's face sank slightly. 2 A-level heroes are indeed a kind of combat power. But when I think that the opponent will be a dragon level, it is obviously inappropriate to fight for 10 minutes. However, if Blowing Snow is also implicated, Tornado will definitely not want to see it. When I thought of this, Tornado was the first to lose his temper. Asshole, there are no S-class heroes worth looking at near City A. How are you going to distribute your combat power in the Hero Association? Now, immediately send 2 A-class heroes to buy 10 minutes. As for the B-class heroes, let me notify them myself. Next time, if you do things unreliably like this again, don't blame me for throwing you into outer space. The stern words fell. The huge superpower dormant in Tornado's body exploded, bringing a gust of wind, wrapping the body, and quickly soaring into the sky. Looking at the figure that disappeared in sight. The senior executives present were like balloons, deflated all of a sudden. The whole person collapsed directly on the ground. However, what they wanted to say most now was to remind you that City A is where you always stay. There is the second-ranked S-class hero in charge. Who would waste power to send other S-class heroes? By the way, this is the first time I've seen Tornado in such a hurry. Could it be that her sense of justice and heroism has awakened? If she cherishes the lives of civilians in the future, then we don't have to worry about her twisting us into a knot with just one thought. A fat senior executive wiped the cold sweat from his face and couldn't help but think of it. However, as soon as these words fell, the supervisor behind him stammered and spoke first. Master Lu, you may have misunderstood. I remember that Lord Tornado seems to have a nominal husband, and his comic book store is in Rilong Commercial Street, City A. What do you think, if a dragon-level monster really destroys that place, will our hero association be wiped out in advance? The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound, echoing in the office for a long time without being able to dissipate. Looking at the map, quickly go to Rilong. The red light spots moving on the commercial street. A feeling of being in suspense arose in their hearts. City A. A fast-moving Bentley car was traveling through the busy streets. Sitting in the back seat, Fubuki, who was wearing a coat and regaining the posture of a domineering female president, shook the red wine in her hand, looked at the reflection of her forehead in the car window, and couldn't help laughing. That guy is really interesting. It seems that I underestimated him before. He dared to take advantage of my sister. However, it is a pleasure to see the trembling tornado being defeated. Mountain Ape, I am right. Sizzle. The mountain ape who was driving couldn't help but step on the brakes when he heard it. Now his mood can only be described as a state of uneasiness. I really want to say that I'm not going to do it anymore. It's simply a way to kill yourself to make trouble on the tiger's head. Beep beep. The phone rang suddenly. Before Fubuki could investigate the guilt of spilling red wine all over the car, she frowned when she saw the caller ID. She and Tornado are sisters, but because one is strong-willed and rebellious, and the other is full of tsundere attributes. As a result, the two do not have much contact in daily life. Now, the sudden contact makes Fubuki a little uncomfortable. Big sister Fubuki, there seem to be two A-level heroes in front, rushing behind us. Did something happen? Shan Yuan couldn't help but speak. Is it the 4th A-level warrior drill and the 10th level stinger? If two A-level heroes can attack at the same time, the enemy is probably a tiger-level or ghost-level monster. It seems that this is a good opportunity for our Fubuki team to make a contribution. Fubuki raised her eyebrows and muttered to herself. She is the first B-level hero. However, Fubuki asked herself that when she was at full strength, except for Sweet Mask, her strength is definitely not worse than the top 5 A-level heroes. If you can take the credit of the A-level hero as a B-level hero, that would be great news. It would also be a good way to promote the Fubuki group, and it would be easier to recruit new members in the future. Fubuki, leave City A quickly, and don't go near Rilong Commercial Street, where there might be dragon-level monsters. That's not someone you play house with, a monster that can be defeated. You'll die if you go there. The phone was suddenly connected by force. As the second S-level hero, Tornado, her power can be regarded as one of the best in this remaining world. It's not a difficult task to connect a phone call by force. Dragon-level monster. Fubuki was stunned. Originally, she was still guessing the strength of her opponent and planning to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. She never thought that at this critical moment, a big crocodile would emerge. Thinking of the power of the dragon-level monster, Fubuki forced a stiff and disdainful smile and said, "Haha, our Fubuki team will definitely take action against the dragon-level monster when we become stronger in the future. Now we will go to other places to carry out the mission first." As Fubuki said this, he was about to tell Shan Yuan to drive, but the next moment he suddenly woke up and couldn't help but stutter out a sentence. "Sister, my brother-in-law's comic book store, isn't it in Rilong Commercial Street? If the dragon-level monster really appears there, is this the god of death waving to him?" A series of words echoed in the car. The other end of the phone fell into silence in an instant. Chapter 1476 Not as Imagined. The huge car fell into silence as the words faded. Looking at the call with only the sound of the wind left, Fubuki's expression became stiff. "Blizzard, leave quickly. I'm on my way there now. It will take about 9 minutes. The two A-level heroes will try to delay the time and wait for me to arrive." Tornado's voice sounded again. However, this time, in addition to the coldness, there was also a hint of urgency. "No, I want to go back. Those two guys can't hold me for 10 minutes at all." Blizzard suddenly spoke. Looking at the reflection of his forehead on the car window. Whether it was a nod or a touch, everything was vivid. "Blizzard, are you crazy?" Tornado's expression froze, and he shouted in a hurry. However, the phone was hung up instantly. No matter how many times Tornado called, he even used the means of forced call. Unfortunately, there was still no response. "Bastard, he didn't even listen to his sister. Tornado crushed the phone and said, "You, what did you do to Fubuki? She never does anything without confidence. Dragon-level monsters are enough to kill them hundreds or thousands of times." Chaotic thoughts flashed through Tornado's mind. Unfortunately, the only thing she can do now is to gather her strength and rush to City A. Haha, I am finally free, liberated, and can walk out from the endless depths of the earth. Damn humans, dare to destroy Mother Earth, I will wipe you all out and let this world come back to life. A ferocious roar came from a sewer in a remote alley. The dark and filthy liquid rushed out of the sewer, through the manhole cover, and rushed to the ground. Finally, it gathered into a 2 or 3 meter high, purple-brown skin, covered with dense wrinkles, and a weirdo with 2 snail tentacles. If Chinyu were to describe it, this guy is the illegitimate son of the great demon King Piccolo. One is cheated on, and the other is poisoned. Feeling the long-lost sunshine from the sky, the weirdo suddenly clenched his fists and looked at the street outside the alley. The next moment, he kicked his feet suddenly, and the whole person rushed out like a cannonball. Bang! The concrete under his feet was the first to be unable to withstand this impact and shattered. The purple figure turned into a streak and ran straight into the truck coming from a distance. Is that Cosby? The driver couldn't help rubbing his eyes. However, he woke up suddenly soon. Cozy is good looking, but this kind of desperate rushing over. Obviously it is impossible to happen. Looking at the figure that is rapidly enlarged in the pupil, it is obviously impossible to avoid it. Boom! The truck was pierced in an instant, and the moment the flames rose, the weirdo hit the heavy wall of the street in the distance, making a deafening collision sound. As a large part of the wall collapsed, the weirdo walked out slowly, his eyes fell on the fire not far away. The driver who should have been killed by him was saved by a man in samurai uniform. This speed was obviously not worse than his previous one. Are you a hero? Let me think about it, this should be a good prey. The vaccine man laughed strangely, and the next moment he raised his right hand suddenly. Bang! A black spear was taken by it in an instant with a rapid posture. The spear was still stained with purple blood and green liquid, dripping down the vaccine man's arm and onto the ground. Success! This is a poison I specially prepared, which can easily knock down even whales. A man wearing a black tights and a hedgehog head, carrying another spear, walked out of the dark. Looking at the smelly liquid dripping on the ground, he showed a satisfied smile. What happened just now? Why did the truck suddenly explode? That was the 3rd hero of Class A, Samurai Drill, and the 10th hero, Stinger. They suddenly appeared here. And that disgusting Cozy, everything just now, it couldn't be caused by it, is it a weirdo? A cry of surprise rang out in the street. The street, which had been in a short silence due to the explosion of the truck, suddenly panicked. As the only human beings left after the monster riot, they often heard about the deeds of monsters, but this was the first time they had such a close contact. Most importantly, monsters mean death. Who can keep calm when facing them at such a close distance? In an instant, the pedestrians on the originally calm street quickly fled. Haha, you guys stay calm, this weirdo has been poisoned by the poison I carefully prepared, which can even knock down a whale. I don't believe he can hold on for more than 3 seconds. Stinger laughed teasingly and carried the spear in his hand on his shoulder. In his eyes, all this should have ended after the weirdo was poisoned. However, as soon as this thought flashed through Stinger's mind, a cry of surprise sounded without warning. Stinger, be careful! Whoosh! A dignified sound of breaking through the air appeared in front of Stinger. Looking at the vaccine man who should have been poisoned and knocked down, now he appeared in front of him like a dragon and a dragon. The huge fist, mixed with a dignified sound of breaking through the air, attacked head-on. Bang! The huge power was released, and the spear across the chest was broken in time. Stinger only felt that he didn't know how many ribs in his chest were broken. The whole body, like a cannonball, flew backwards. Boom! The concrete wall dozens of meters away was penetrated with a bang, and the figure did not stop, and flew dozens of somersaults directly on the street. The flying figure was finally stopped. The sudden scene made the citizens who were fleeing stunned. In their eyes, this was the 10th ranked existence among the A-level heroes. Originally, they planned to personally experience a good show of heroes fighting monsters. They never thought that the opponent would destroy the hero with one punch. Looking at the vaccine man who knocked away the A-level hero Stinger with one punch, the face of the drill warrior suddenly became ugly. Originally, when they came, they swore to fight for 10 minutes. At the same time, try to kill the vaccine man before the tornado arrives. However, the scene now unfolded in front of them, but it was not as imagined. Haha, is this the power of heroes? It really makes people feel ashamed. The vaccine man suddenly clenched his fists and laughed cruelly. You damned humans, you don't even have the strength, yet you dare to pollute the great Mother Earth. Today I will start with the heroes and torture you to death one by one. Chapter 1477 Hell-Blowing Snow. Help, what kind of monster is this? Even A-level heroes can't fight against it. S-level hero, aren't there S-level heroes? Let them come to support us. Shut up, look, the drill warrior is still confronting the monster, he will definitely be able to win, this is just a monster that is taller than us. The scene exploded all of a sudden. Facing the A-level heroes, the 10th rank Stinger was killed instantly with one punch. For them, it was simply a nightmare. However, amid the rapidly spreading panic, there were still people who firmly believed that heroes could defeat the monsters and save them from the water and fire. Emergency evacuation, please go to various shelters quickly in City A. The monsters that have appeared now have a danger index of dragon level, and it will take 8 minutes for the S-level heroes to arrive. Please try to save your life during this time. A looping advertisement suddenly sounded. Let the people who had originally held a glimmer of hope, pinning their hopes on the drill warrior to defeat this monster who was only one head taller, collapse in an instant. Without time to think too much, they stumbled and turned around and ran away. Yes, it's a dragon-level monster, which can easily destroy several cities. Run away quickly. There are still 8 minutes before the S-level hero can arrive. Our City A has been destroyed countless times. The hysterical roar instantly pushed the panic situation to the extreme. Looking at the figures fleeing one after another, the purple-black vaccine man's smile became more and more ferocious. He covered his cheek and laughed. Hero, do you see it? Do you see it? I will definitely let you know what overwhelming power is. I will let you see the wrath of Mother Earth. Buzz. The vaccine man stretched out his right hand in the air, and the purple-black power gathered crazily in his palm. It turned into a beam of light and penetrated the void. So fast. The drill warrior's face changed drastically. Just feeling the purple light in front of him, the oncoming beam of light has appeared in front of him. Without time to think, he quickly raised the drill in his hand and subconsciously blocked it. However, as soon as the drill warrior moved, a delicate cry sounded first. Lanfin control. Buzz. The drill warrior's body tightened, and the whole person quickly pushed out to the left. The blazing beam of light turned into a streak and passed by him. When the explosion wave rolled back, the drill warrior was thrown out. However, with the help of this short respite, as one of the apprentices of the S-level hero Atomic Samurai, the drill warrior's reaction was also outstanding. Just after rolling 2 or 3 somersaults on the ground, his feet suddenly stepped down, and he suddenly turned over in the air and landed dozens of meters away. When he stood firm, he looked back again at the place where he had just stood. Most of the buildings on the street were directly penetrated and turned into ruins. The ground along the way was torn into a deep trench of 7 or 8 meters. Under the high temperature, even the concrete melted into molten lava. Watching this scene, the drill warrior's heart tightened. If someone hadn't taken action in time and moved him away from his original position, I'm afraid he would be seriously injured if he didn't die. I didn't expect that the drill warrior, who is one of the 4th apprentices of Atomic Samurai among the S-class heroes, would be so embarrassed. If you want to thank me, please consider joining the Blizzard group. I will protect you well. The cold and arrogant words came from the open door of the Bentley. Are you the first B-class hero, Hell Blizzard? The drill warrior's expression froze, and soon revealed a hint of surprise. I didn't expect you to come to support me. I remember that the elder sister of Lord Fubuki is Lord Tornado, who ranks 2nd among S-class heroes. Although, I don't know why you, who have strong strength and can reach A-class heroes, like to stay in the first place of B-class. However, your appearance is obviously the best help for the current situation. With you, we may be able to support for 8 minutes and buy enough time for Lord Tornado. As the younger sister of Tornado, who ranks 2nd among S-class heroes. This information is obviously not a secret. After all, Tornado's sister control attribute is too exposed and not concealed at all. As long as the emotional intelligence is not 0, you will definitely notice the relationship between the two. Haha, it turns out that you are not a pedantic and stubborn warrior, and you also know my strength and what level I can reach. Fubuki sneered. But you're wrong about one thing. This time I'm not here to delay time, but to destroy it. I want to show everyone in this battle that the power of the Fubuki group is no worse than that of the S-class heroes. At this point, Fubuki looked at the drill warrior and said. Of course, since you have already participated in the battle, as a good seedling selected by me, I allow you to join hands with me and share these honors together. As he spoke, Fubuki's eyes subconsciously looked at the end of the street on the left. Looking at the shabby comic book store that originally belonged to his brother-in-law in his memory, it suddenly became a strange store. Especially the brand new photo, with the strange words written on it. It made Fubuki feel confused. Do you want to become stronger? The simple 5 big words made Fubuki's mind flash back to the words that Jinyu said when they parted not long ago. This strange feeling made Fubuki instantly connect Jinyu with this suddenly changed store. However, this absurd idea just flashed through his mind. A hint of danger that was hard to explain crept into my heart. Little girl, you did a good job saving me just now, but you dared to be distracted when fighting me. You underestimated the darling of the earth. Whoosh! A purple-black afterimage rushed in. Appeared in front of Fubuki. Looking at the huge fist that instantly occupied his pupils, as a superpower, Fubuki obviously couldn't dodge. Drill iai slash. Buzz. The sound of the knife suddenly sounded. When the cold light burst out, he appeared in front of the vaccine man one step ahead. Feeling the awe-inspiring murderous intent, the vaccine man subconsciously raised his hands to block. Bang! The huge impact force released made the vaccine man fly backwards instantly. After knocking over 3 or 4 cars in succession, he stopped his body. Damn ant, you dare to hinder me from venting my anger. I originally planned to tear this arrogant woman to pieces first. Now it seems that I will let you know the power of the monster in no particular order. The vaccine man shook his intact arm, and his face suddenly tightened with hideous blue veins. Raised his right hand again. Chapter 1478 The Ultimate Move Hellstorm. Buzz. The vibration of the air suddenly sounded. Feeling the violent power gathered in the hands of the vaccine man again, the drill warrior bit the bamboo stick in his mouth and said. Master Fubuki, it seems that we are not at the right time to talk now. However, I am very glad that I could hear Master Fubuki speaking with great ambition just now. Although I don't know what means Master Fubuki has prepared, since Master Tornado has not come, then let me, as a warrior, sacrifice myself to create an opportunity for you and make a fatal blow. Hold the trump card at the bottom of the box tightly. At the beginning, in the eyes of the drill warrior, the height of the vaccine man was only 2 or 3 heads taller than that of an ordinary person. I thought he was an agile monster, and I could still parry it and buy some time. Unfortunately, after seeing with my own eyes that the 10th ranked stinger among the A-level heroes was killed by a punch. And the beam attack just now made the drill warrior know clearly. He alone could not fight against it. Whether it is speed or strength, it is no exception. Faced with all these unfavorable factors, the drill warrior obviously intends to bet on the 2nd-ranked S-class hero, the sister of the trembling tornado. Haha, it feels really good to be placed high hopes by a hero ranked 4th in the A-class. Fubuki laughed coldly. However, in order to respond to the fans' demands, I will join forces with you once. Please rest assured, I will kill it in one move. At first, when she learned that this disaster was the existence of a dragon-level monster, Fubuki was also unsure in her heart. But when she thought of Chinyu's comic book store, it was on Rilong Commercial Street. This made Fubuki bite the bullet and rush there. However, when she saw the vaccine man's short figure that did not match his level, Fubuki had a chance of winning in her heart. At least, she was very confident that her bottom-line means could be used to deal with a human-sized monster. Humph, it seems that I've really been underestimated. Then go and die. I'll show you what despair is. The vaccine man snorted coldly, and the power that was gathered crazily in his right hand instantly burst into a dazzling light. Do it! The drill warrior was the first to shout. He spit out the bamboo stick in his mouth directly, turning it into a sharp arrow, and shot it into the eyes of the vaccine man one step ahead. The expression of the vaccine man changed. His skin defense is very strong, but his eyes are also the most vulnerable weakness. Facing this sudden attack, he subconsciously changed the direction of the attack in his hand. Bang! The purple beam instantly submerged the bamboo stick that was shot at it, and turned into a streak that pierced through the sky. The high-rise buildings that blocked the way were even pierced through the waist. When a large piece of concrete splashed and collapsed, the drill warrior grabbed the weapon in his hand with his backhand and posed a sword-drawing and slashing posture. One sword-style IAI slash. Buzz. The distance of more than 10 meters was swept away in an instant as the drill warrior exerted his explosive power to the extreme. The vaccine man only felt a flash of white light in front of his eyes. The next moment, a piercing pain came from his abdomen. Purple-brown blood spurted out directly. A hideous slash mark appeared on the belly. The originally violent thinking also froze at this moment. Lord Fubuki, this is a good opportunity. The drill warrior succeeded in one strike without any pause. As an A-level hero, he has witnessed the fighting style of superpowers. Although this time it was not a trembling tornado, the drill warrior obviously held hope for the hell blue snow. As a warrior, choosing to escape at the first time seems to be a shame, but your choice is very wise. Don't you like destruction? Now I will give all these things back to you. Fubuki smiled coldly and grabbed them with both hands in the air. The superpower dormant in the body exploded without reservation. Special move, Hellstorm. Boom. The violent hurricane swept up without warning, and the ruins around it were destroyed, whether it was metal or broken concrete. Anything that could be driven by superpowers was pulled up in an instant. The drill warrior who escaped hundreds of meters away with the stinger looked at the tornado hurricane that rose to the sky. Like a sharp drill, it suddenly turned around in the air and dived towards the vaccine man. Bang! The huge air wave dissipated like a raging tide. The drill warrior with the stinger was instantly lifted up. Flipped out. After being thrown out for more than 10 meters, he caught a protruding building and stopped his body. Without time to think, he hurriedly turned back to look at the battlefield. The huge street square was directly penetrated. A large amount of rubble and various debris filled the place where the vaccine man was originally. A ruined mountain of more than 10 meters, like a twist, was formed. As expected of a superpower, although he is not as terrifying as Lord Tornado, he actually killed a dragon-level monster with the identity of a B-level hero. This alone is enough to be on par with Sweetheart Mask. The drill warrior stood firm and couldn't help but admire. It can be said that in the selection of heroes, the basic condition for becoming an S-level hero is to kill a certain number of ghost-level monsters. At the same time, you can also meet the requirements for promotion by killing dragon-level monsters. Among them, Sweetheart Mask, who has long occupied the first place in A-level heroes, has the credit of killing many ghost-level peak monsters. He has long been qualified for promotion to S-level heroes. However, Sweetheart Mask has always refused the promotion transfer of the Hero Association. After all, as a well-known big star, Sweetheart Mask would rather be the center of attention among A-class heroes than be the tail of S-class heroes. It is precisely because of such a mountain that Fubuki knows that she has the strength to become an A-class hero, but she is unwilling to be promoted. The biggest reason is that Fubuki is not sure that she can defeat Sweetheart Mask. However, this time she teamed up with the drill warrior to kill the dragon-level monster. Fubuki obviously saw a glimmer of hope. And when she thought of the negative words that Tornado had just told her to leave, she was even more eager to let her see her brilliant record. Mr. Fubuki, get out of the way. The drill warrior's exclamation suddenly sounded. Fubuki's expression could not help but stagnate, and she hurriedly turned back to look at the ruins mountain. A purple-black big hand directly broke through the ruins mountain and slapped her head on. The sound of breaking through the air, and the feeling of covering the sky and the sun. Let Fubuki's face suddenly turn pale, and there is no time to think about it. She immediately activated her superpowers and tried to block the big hand that was coming. Unfortunately, as soon as the thought came, a feeling of weakness was generated in her body. Chapter 1479 The Real Dragon-Level Monster. Master Fubuki, get out of the way. The drill warrior's exclamation suddenly sounded. Fubuki's expression could not help but stagnate, and she hurriedly turned back to look at the ruins. A purple-black big hand directly broke through the ruins and hit her head on. The sound of breaking through the air, and the feeling of covering the sky and the sun. Let Fubuki's face suddenly turn pale, and there is no time to think about it. She immediately activated her superpowers and tried to block the big hand that was coming. Unfortunately, as soon as the thought came, a feeling of weakness was generated in her body. Overconsumption of superpowers? This thought flashed through Fubuki's mind in an instant. Just now, in order to kill the dragon-level monster in one blow. Fubuki released her superpowers to the extreme without reservation. It can be said that her strength has been drained out. Now that she is said to have used superpowers, I am afraid she doesn't even have the strength to move a finger. The only thing she can do is to watch the huge giant hand smash down in front of her. Boom! The street was smashed in response, and large pieces of rubble splashed and flew. The street, which had been devastated, collapsed in response, and the dust raised gave people a feeling of covering the sky and the sun. Sir Fubuki, I'm going to save you now. The drill warrior put down the stinger directly and rushed out in a hurry. Unfortunately, before he could rush out 3 or 4 steps, a metal figure descended from the sky and appeared in front of him first. The person in his arms was Hell Fubuki. Are you a friend? The drill warrior's expression could not help but stagnate, and he immediately became alert. At least, in his memory, the half-modified man in front of him was not registered in the hero encyclopedia. You can say that. Genos put Fubuki down coldly and said. I remember that you know the owner of the comic book store. Thanks to the comic book he just gave me, let me deal with this monster. Although it's a bit difficult, I still have a chance of winning. In Genos's eyes, this time he came to City A to find a strong opponent and a way to become stronger. Now that he can meet a dragon-level monster, this is a great test opportunity. At least it can let him know clearly whether he has become stronger by the side of teacher Saitama. Do you know my brother-in-law? Fubuki's expression stagnated. She never thought that the person who took action and her brother-in-law, who was mediocre in her eyes, were old acquaintances. Brother-in-law of Lord Fubuki. The drill warrior's expression also changed, and he quickly woke up and said. Isn't that Lord Tornado's husband? To be the second S-level hero, the husband of Tornado, the brother-in-law must be very strong. Why don't we ask him to come out and destroy the dragon-level monsters? The hurried words were mixed with endless desire. Especially after seeing with his own eyes that his team could not defeat the vaccine man. The drill warrior undoubtedly placed his hope on this husband of Tornado whom he had never met. Fubuki's face suddenly turned pale. Facing the drill warrior, the fiery eyes, there was a feeling that could not be refuted. In her eyes, today brother-in-law, the change is huge. But all along, the attitude of doing nothing has already penetrated into her mind, and there is a lingering feeling. Mr. Fubuki, is it possible that Mr. Brother-in-law does not have the talent of a hero? The drill warrior is not a fool, and soon smelled something wrong. Fubuki nodded silently and was about to explain. The next moment, the words that fell in her ear made her look stagnant. No, I think the boss is very strong. At least in this street affected by the war, all life shows that except for us, they have already fled, but he is still staying in the store. Genos spoke first. In the face of a dragon-level monster, the boss should be the second one to have such a calm momentum, except for the teacher. The moment the vaccine man appeared, Genos had already arrived. However, compared with the drill warrior and others who went to meet the enemy, Genos chose to save people. At the same time, always pay attention to the boss who owed the favor of giving comics. Although Genos also didn't know why the comic book store had a sudden change. But whether it was the geographical location or the vital signs detected in the comic book store, Genos knew clearly that Chinyu was still staying there. You said that your brother-in-law was very powerful, and he hasn't left yet. Fubuki was stunned. At least, in her eyes, a semi-transformed person like Genos definitely has a certain strength. With his existence, he gave such a high valuation to a comic book store owner who has been doing nothing for more than 10 years. This made Fubuki unacceptable. The most important thing is that in Fubuki's eyes, Genos' evaluation of Chinyu's strength seemed to be above hers. Sir Fubuki, are you doubting? The drill warrior couldn't help but speak. After all, the Hell Fubuki in front of him was the sister-in-law of the comic book store owner. The gold content of his words was obviously greater. It's not that I doubt it. Fubuki's face sank. I came to support this time to stop the dragon-level monster from hurting my brother-in-law. Compared with my sister, he is just an ordinary person. At least this is what I have known for more than 10 years. This mechanical monster, you did save me, but if these misleading words make me ignore the importance of saving my brother-in-law, I at least can't do it. At this point, Fubuki looked at the comic book store at the end of the street and said. I don't know what happened to my brother-in-law in the comic book store, and he didn't escape from the commercial street. But I have to rescue my brother-in-law before my sister arrives. I just know that he is just a person who can kill me with just a thought and is powerless. Chang's words echoed in the ruins. Genos was silent for a while, and after 2 or 3 seconds, he said. Since you think so, then okay, let me cover you. At this moment, Genos also felt uncertain about Fubuki's words. Although, his intuition told him that this calm boss had the temperament of teacher Saitama. But in the face of his sister-in-law's speech, Genos didn't dare to gamble with the kindness of the comics. Asshole, you are just an asshole. You dare to ignore me, the incarnation of the anger of Mother Earth. What are you still talking about here, the comic shop, your brother-in-law, my boss's words? Okay, very good, since you dare to ignore the power of the dragon-level monster, today I will kill your brother-in-law's boss. The hysterical roar seemed incoherent. Under the huge earthquake of the earth, the street that was originally pierced was directly overturned. The huge arm broke out of the ground, and the huge body gave people a feeling of a small mountain. When the vaccine man appeared in front of him again, compared with just now, it was obviously hundreds of times different. The oppression brought by the huge body was like an invisible big hand that tightened people's hearts. Facing the vaccine man who suddenly changed his form, the drill warrior and Blizzard finally understood what a real dragon-level monster is. At least, the fight just now, compared with the current situation, clearly felt like a child playing house. Chapter 1480 Devil Cyborg. Boom. The huge body of hundreds of meters gives people a feeling of skyscrapers. The oppressive force formed by the dark shadows cast down, like an invisible big hand, tightens people's hearts. Especially feeling the powerful life force emanating from the vaccine man. Even the drill warrior and Fubuki turned pale. It turns out that what my sister said is right. Dragon-level monsters are not as simple as I imagined. Fubuki looked up and saw the monster that could not see the end at all, and couldn't help but retreat half a step. His body was shaking slightly. It can be said that Fubuki now no longer has the coldness and arrogance just now. Facing such an absolute gap in strength, if you are not careful, you will probably die. Fear does not make people feel ashamed. Overestimating one's own abilities will lead to losing one's life. All of you retreat, let me deal with him. Genos looked back and obviously had no intention of joining forces with the drill warrior and Blizzard. In his eyes, the drill warrior's attack methods would not work at all against the vaccine man whose body size had increased by hundreds of times. As for Blizzard, who had exhausted her superpowers, it was no exception. It would be better to fight with one's stomach than to drag 2 burdens with him. You alone. The drill warrior's expression could not help but stagnate. As the 4th S-level hero, it turned out that as one of the disciples of the Sun Warrior, he had already prepared to sacrifice his life. Yes, I believe your drill can't pierce a hole in his thigh, right? I don't want to be distracted to take care of you when fighting a dragon-level monster. Genos spoke again coldly. The drill warrior's face suddenly turned pale, and then he sighed helplessly. Although, your words are very unpleasant, but you are also right. I will take Lord Fubuki away first. I hope you can get the remaining atmosphere and let Lord Tornado arrive. Don't worry, in order to repay the kindness of the comics, I will try my best to kill it. The teacher's teachings can also come in handy. After the voice fell, Genos suddenly looked up at the sky. A big hand with a powerful gesture, slapping down, first came into view. Run away! Genos shouted coldly, and his mechanical legs slightly bent, and the limiter immediately popped out, nailing his body to the ground. At the same time, he raised his hands suddenly towards the sky, and the hot air wave exploded. Incineration cannon. Boom! The hot flame impact turned into a streak, and instantly collided with the swooping hand. Under the huge impact force, the big hand paused for a moment, and the surging flames instantly covered the arm. Drill Warrior and Fubuki took this opportunity to flee far away. Feeling the terrifying heat, Drill Warrior couldn't help but say, I remember who this sir is. He is probably the devil cyborg Genos. Although he is not registered in the Hero Atlas, it is rumored that he has the strength of an S-level hero. If it were me, I would probably be defeated instantly with that attack just now. The strength of an S-level hero? Fubuki's expression could not help but stagnate. She was jealous of the sudden appearance of a guy with unknown origins and the ability to possess S-level strength. However, for Fubuki now, as long as someone can rescue him, the brother-in-law of the comic book store is enough. It doesn't matter what level of strength. Machine gun jet punch. A ghostly figure instantly passed the big hand that slapped and appeared behind the vaccine man. Under the turbocharger, the fist shot out quickly, like a machine gun, and hit the back of the vaccine man's head densely. For a while, the dull collision sound resounded through the world like thunder, giving people a feeling of endlessness. However, facing this kind of attack that can penetrate concrete with one punch, it fell on the dragon-level monster who was more than 100 meters away, and it was obvious that there was a feeling of powerlessness. Under the continuous impact, the body of the vaccine man not only did not tilt, but his face sank and he roared angrily. "You bastard fly, you dare to hinder me from venting the anger of Mother Earth, go to hell!" Bang, bang, bang. The crackling electric current quickly flowed on the surface of the vaccine man's body. Under his mind control, the thunder balls shot towards Genos quickly. If it weren't for the propulsion device, it could quickly turn in mid-air. I'm afraid Genos would have died under the intensive attack. This is a superpower. Fubuki's expression changed. At first, she just thought that this dragon-level monster was a bulky power type. However, the means presented now, whether it is precise control or the compression of electric current, are all wizard-like means. If there is no such mind control, after seeing Genos's means, Fubuki will still believe that Genos can get his sister to arrive under the hands of the vaccine man. But now seeing Genos running around, it is obviously hanging. Damn fly, since I can't kill you, I'll destroy that comic book store first. Genos dodged the vaccine man's attack again, and soon he roared hysterically. He stretched out his right hand in the air, and the electricity in his body surged wildly, quickly gathering in his palm. The purple-black light ball was more than 10 meters long, and the dangerous aura it exuded made people feel like they were falling into an ice cellar. The arc of electricity that burst out directly crushed the surrounding high-rise buildings. Even the air flowing around seemed to be stirred. Genos and Fubuki, who had just dodged the attack, suddenly changed their expressions. Looking at the comic book store with its door still closed, it seemed as if an invisible big hand was tightening. They never thought that the vaccine man would abandon Genos and use the comic book store as an attack target to threaten him. Haha, Fly, why did you stop? It seems that you really care about this comic book store. The vaccine man smiled grimly, clenched his 5 fingers on his right hand, and roared cruelly. Since you care so much, then save him under the wrath of Mother Earth. What do you mean you want to become stronger? You are just an ant-like human being. Without the love of Mother Earth, how can you become as powerful as me? Boom! A purple-black electric beam shot out from the hands of the vaccine man. The space along the way was stirred like ripples. At the same time, the high-rise buildings that passed by were pierced by the sound. The huge momentum made half of the sky directly reflect black. It gave people a fascinating taste. Chapter 1481 Unable to resist. Boom! The jet-black beam instantly penetrated the sky and earth. The short distance of 10,000 meters was shortened in the blink of an eye. Fubuki and the drill warrior were originally heading to the comic book store in order to inform Uchiha Chinyu to escape as soon as possible. However, now they felt the strong wind coming towards them. Although this attack would not hit them directly, it would only brush against them at a distance of dozens of meters. However, facing this overwhelming force, Fubuki's body trembled slightly again. The storm of terrifying aura lifted her bangs and blocked her sight, causing Fubuki's expression to stagnate. The nod and touch kills that happened in the carriage not long ago flashed through her mind. The figure of the brother-in-law who teased with a warm smile was like a brand, echoing in her mind for a long time and could not be dissipated. Especially the last caring words, which made Fubuki's expression stagnate. Her hands clenched suddenly. Her trembling body stopped instantly. The superpowers that had recovered slightly in her body were squeezed out by Fubuki without reservation. Brother-in-law, although I don't know how to become stronger, and I don't know how to care for my sister, I know clearly that if I don't take action now, I will definitely regret it for the rest of my life. Hellstorm Fubuki. Boom! The ruins of the building within a radius of dozens of meters were instantly covered by Fubuki's superpowers. The next moment, as if stirred by an invisible big hand, it turned into a hurricane, taking the lead in colliding with the attack of the vaccine man. Bang! The thunder-like explosion rolled away. Under the splashing of debris all over the sky, the explosion wave even broke the ground abruptly. Feeling the back-rolling storm, Fubuki, who was exhausted, couldn't even stand firm. If it weren't for the drill warrior who stepped in front of him and picked up the debris. I'm afraid that Fubuki, who had completely lost her fighting power, could not escape this explosion storm. Sir Fubuki, you can't stop the attack of the dragon-level monster, but you have bought enough time for Sir Genos. He is ready. The drill warrior suddenly spoke. Fubuki quickly caught the figure of the devil cyborg who appeared in front of the comic book store at some point. Facing the black beam that instantly penetrated the blast wave and did not reduce its offensive at all. The limiters on Genos' feet were directly locked. With his hands raised, the armor behind him opened with a bang. The most core combustion furnace was revealed. This combustion furnace is not only the source of Genos' activity energy. It is also his greatest means of attack. Teacher once said, "Strong, as long as I further improve the attack power of the weapon, I will definitely become stronger." Now is the perfect time to verify the teacher's teachings. As a dragon-level monster, you will taste my strongest attack. Genos raised his head suddenly, his eyes shining brightly. After the burning furnace in his body made a harsh roar, the power that quickly climbed to the extreme exploded. Boom! The huge impact force shattered the concrete under Genos' feet, and the whole person was quickly moved backwards. The hot flame impact gushed out in the palm of his hand. In the blink of an eye, it collided with the oncoming attack. Bang! The violent air wave rolled back, and the two impacts that were no less than one another instantly fell into a stalemate. The huge destructive force that was stirred up made everything within a radius of hundreds of meters be crushed. Feeling this terrifying destructive impact, Genos had already been pushed back more than 10 meters. However, after the fight with Saitama, Genos has obviously changed now. When he raised his head suddenly, the combustion turbine in his body made an overloaded roar, and the scorching high temperature burned the special armor on Genos' body directly. Wisps of black smoke drifted out of his body. The teacher said that if you want to be the strongest, you must go all out. Maximum output incineration cannon. Boom! The sudden strong impact directly caused the vaccine man's attack to be quickly suppressed. The stalemate was directly broken. The drill warrior who had just escaped dozens of meters away looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help saying, "What a powerful attack method, worthy of being called a devil cyborg with S-level hero ability. It seems that he can buy enough time. Mr. Fubuki, you should rest first, and leave this to Mr. Genos, don't make a move casually." However, as soon as these words fell, the drill warrior first caught that Fubuki's expression had changed. "No, did you see that guy is using his second hand? Damn fly, I was planning to have some fun with you, but since you're fighting so hard, I'll show you the wrath of Mother Earth, go to hell." The vaccine man roared. The other hand pressed down again. The power flowing on the surface of the body was quickly drawn over and turned into a second beam of light that shot out. Bang! 1-on-1. Genos' attack already seemed a bit forced. Not to mention, it's 2-on-1 now. The situation that could have been slightly suppressed was reversed in an instant. The incineration cannon was pierced in an instant when the two black beams converged. The next moment, the remaining power rushed towards Genos, who was pushed to the door of the comic book store under the recoil. Looking at this scene, Genos was overloaded as if he was exhausted. Not to mention running away, he couldn't even move his fingers. The only thing he could do now was to watch the attack coming down. Did I lose? I still can't reach the level of the teacher. If the teacher was here, it would be great. Genos muttered, and everything in front of him was instantly submerged by the beam. No! Fubuki roared hysterically. Unfortunately, facing the huge impact that swept the entire commercial street, the roar was instantly drowned out. The airwave of the explosion was like a small missile being detonated. Wherever it passed, whether it was a building or a ruin, it was directly razed to the ground. Under the huge mushroom cloud, everything within a radius of hundreds of meters was turned into scorched earth. Fubuki and the drill warrior fled to a slightly safer place in a hurry, turned back to face the storm, and quickly looked towards the center of the explosion. The storm dust rolled up into the sky, giving people a feeling of covering the sky and the sun. Looking at the vaccine man who was still standing on the battlefield like a mountain, unscathed, and the mushroom cloud rising into the sky, the pupils of Fubuki and drill warrior suddenly shrank, revealing an expression of disbelief. Chapter 1482 died from knocking too hard. The huge ruins, everything within a radius of hundreds of meters, were razed to the ground. The explosion waves in the sky, in the dust. A shadow of a building was first reflected in the eyes of Fubuki and drill warrior. Looking at the dust that was dispersed by the wind, the picture gradually became clear, and the pupils shrank silently. Even the vaccine man was no exception. The attack just now might not be the full strength of the vaccine man. But even Genos, who was known as an S-level hero, could not block the attack under a full-strength attack. Now, the comic book store that should have been razed to the ground along with the entire commercial street is standing intact on the ruins. This strange scene would be really strange if it didn't make people feel strange. Especially seeing the Scarlet Susanoo covering the surface of the comic book store. It made them feel confused. Is this a hidden trick of Genos? The drill warrior couldn't help but ask. Or is it that Tornado arrived in advance? The series of questions made Fubuki come back to her senses in shock. However, after seeing Genos with a confused face and the breath emitted by Susanoo, the two guesses of the drill warrior were directly rejected by Fubuki. When he was about to speak, his pupils suddenly contracted. Drill warrior, you hurry up and see if the door of the comic book store is open. The nerves of the drill warrior were suddenly tense. There was no time to think about it, and he quickly looked at the field. The first thing that caught his eye was a shop door that had been closed from the beginning to the end. At the same time, there was a figure walking out slowly. Genos, why are you here too? Chinyu glanced at Genos unexpectedly. Just now, Chinyu was using the system to return to the fairy tale world with his main consciousness. He was not very clear about what was happening outside. If the system had not sensed the risk of the store being destroyed and activated Chinyu's Susanoo for defense, Chinyu would not have known that such a big thing had happened here. Boss, you are as powerful as my guess, and you are as powerful as the teacher. Genos's overloaded body softened as if it had fallen apart. The look he gave Chinyu was full of shock. In particular, the layer covering the outside of the store blocked the attack that even he could not resist. That kind of calm attitude made Genos even more shocked. Brother-in-law, is this really your superpower? Fubuki was anxious all of a sudden, and didn't care about her already hollowed-out body, and rushed to the comic book store quickly. At the moment of the fight just now, she had this absurd thought countless times. But when she thought about the fact that this brother-in-law was just a mediocre comic book store owner in the past 10 years, it undoubtedly made Fubuki's idea become a luxury. When she saw the beam coming, she thought it was despair. She never thought that things would change so much. No, it's impossible. My attack represents the anger of Mother Earth. I don't believe that even a broken house can't be destroyed. The vaccine man suddenly roared. His eyes turned and locked onto Fubuki. Without any fancy moves, the huge arm swung and slapped Fubuki. Sir Fubuki, be careful. The drill warrior's face suddenly changed drastically. He was about to help. Puff. Dark green blood fell from the sky like a rainstorm. Under the huge black shadow, a 7 or 8 meter long hand smashed heavily on the ruins. The scene that came into view made the pupils of everyone present shrink suddenly. Especially seeing the figure that appeared in front of Fubuki like a ghost, even the expression of the vaccine man was stiff. Two bosses. Genos subconsciously looked to the side. Unfortunately, the smiling figure had disappeared long ago. The only thing left was the extremely absurd idea in Genos' mind. Is this teleportation? Sister, brother-in-law, you really is it my brother-in-law? Fubuki looked up stiffly at the figure blocking her way, and couldn't help asking. Aren't you a dragon-level monster? Fubuki's brain capacity was obviously not enough for this powerful brother-in-law in front of her. However, just as the messy thoughts flashed through her mind, a warm hand fell on her head. The familiar feeling of rubbing made Fubuki's tense nerves relax. It was still a familiar taste and a familiar formula. At least, in Fubuki's eyes, this kind of doting head patting was definitely not fake. Haha, Fubuki, if I were a monster, how could I be a dragon-level scumbag? At least it would be a god-level. Chinyu laughed dryly. Now is not the time to get together. Your sister is coming soon. It's better to get rid of this kind of trash before she comes. Waste? The people present were stunned. Especially Genos and Fubuki. Facing the vaccine man, they tried their best, but they couldn't hurt the other party at all. However, this powerful dragon-level monster was like waste in Chinyu's mouth. Does this mean that they are not even as good as waste? No, it's impossible. How did you cut off my arm just now? The vaccine man suddenly woke up and roared with a ferocious look. However, even if you really cut off my arm, I am the faith of Mother Earth. I can recover as many arms as I want. The rolling voice echoed between heaven and earth like thunder. Looking at the vaccine man, the arm that was originally cut off quickly sprouted granulation again. Such a heaven-defying method surprised Genos and others, but they did not show any fear. Because, from the words just now, they have heard a trace of fear in the heart of the vaccine man. Facing the powerful strength shown by himself, he can still cut off one of the opponent's hands as if it were a breeze. This is no longer a gap in strength, but a height between heaven and earth. You should be the vaccine man, claiming to be the son of Mother Earth. Chinyu retracted his hand covering Fubuki's head and smiled warmly. However, this smile, in the eyes of others, has a feeling of death urging death. By the way, killing people should need a reason, and killing monsters is also true. If I really want to find a reason to kill you, then the reason should be that you died because you knocked on the door too hard. Knocked too hard? The people present were stunned. Looking at the only remaining buildings in the ruins. Recalling the crazy attack of the vaccine man just now, it has now become a means of knocking on the door in Chinyu's mouth. This is too crazy. Chapter 1483 Still doing nothing. Died from knocking too hard? Everyone present was stunned. Even the vaccine man was no exception. In their eyes, this reason was too far-fetched or too ridiculous. No. It should be said that in the eyes of the vaccine man, this was infinitely underestimated. As a dragon-level monster, he even claimed to be the embodiment of the anger of Mother Earth. The goal of the vaccine man's birth was to destroy everything in this world. However, now not only a comic book store cannot be destroyed. Now this so-called anger of Mother Earth is also despised. This is simply a huge shame for him. Damn human, arrogant human, not only has Mother Earth suffered torture and destruction, but now you dare to look down on me. Today I will completely destroy this city and see how you can stop me. Don't you call yourself a god? I want to see how you can be a god. The vaccine man roared with a twisted expression. The arm that was cut off by Chinyu was directly reborn under the rapid wriggling of the granulation. However, this time, he did not attack again. With both hands clenched suddenly, the flat body, with blue veins all over it, was as ferocious as a dragon. The crackling lightning, with crazy surges, the breath is rising step by step. The violent breath surged like a frenzy. The lightning balls that lit up on the surface of the vaccine man almost illuminated most of the sky. The overflowing trace of terrifying power even crushed everything around. Is this the true power of the dragon-level monster? Fubuki's expression froze, and she suddenly woke up and said, "Brother-in-law, why don't we retreat first, my sister will be here soon." In Fubuki's eyes, Chinyu did block the attack of the vaccine man just now. At the same time, he also cut off one of his arms. However, now facing the rampaging vaccine man, the breath he exudes is many times stronger than before. Under the influence of this force, Fubuki already felt insignificant. If it weren't for Chinyu, the nominal brother-in-law, I'm afraid Fubuki would have fled long ago. No need, he's just a jumping clown. I said I would get rid of him before tornado arrives, but I can't break my promise in front of my sister-in-law. Chinyu turned around and smiled warmly, reaching out to gently rub the head of Fubuki. This kind of unconcerned behavior made the drill warrior beside him gurgle and swallow his saliva. Especially when he saw the thunderballs entangled around the vaccine man and the terrifying power around his body. That made his nerves tense to the extreme, and his spine was also cold. If it weren't for Chinyu's great power just now, the drill warrior believed that this place would be safer than running away randomly. I'm afraid he would never want to watch Chinyu flirting and teasing his sister-in-law here. Asshole, you are a big asshole. You dare to look down on me under my nose, then turn into ashes for me. The vaccine man roared with a distorted expression, grabbed with both hands in the air, and dozens of energy balls wrapped around his body shot towards Chinyu. 10 times the light of destruction. Boom! The sky full of energy balls instantly penetrated the void. The distance of hundreds of meters was approached in the blink of an eye. Looking at the huge energy group coming towards him, even the overloaded Genos couldn't help but tense his nerves. He and Fubuki, the drill warrior, subconsciously looked at Uchiha Chinyu. At this moment, they had already escaped and the only thing they could do was to pin their hopes on Chinyu. Seeing the scene, Uchiha Chinyu finally moved. Looking at the energy balls coming at him, without any fancy moves, he slowly raised his right hand in front of everyone. A pair of dark and deep eyes turned white at the same time. 9 Megatama appeared in an instant, like a millstone, turning quickly. Facing the attack, Chinyu grabbed it with his right hand in the air. Shinra Tensei. The simple 4 words came out. The energy balls coming from the sky, along with the air flowing through the whole world, stagnated in an instant. The next moment, without any fancy moves, Qin Yu pressed his right hand again in the air. Boom! The attack from the vaccine man was directly bounced back. Dozens of energy balls, in full view of the public, took the lead and landed on it. The vaccine man was stunned. Looking at his pupils that quickly enlarged, it was his own killer. There was no time to react. No. It should be said that under the Shinra Tensei, the current vaccine man has already lost control of his body. Although this feeling only lasted for a moment. But in a life and death battle, the key to victory is often only a moment. By the time he reacted, it was too late. Boom! The violent explosion wave rolled back to the surroundings, giving people the feeling of a Category 12 hurricane. The land, which had become desolate under the ravages of the vaccine man, collapsed in an instant. The spider web-like cracks spread even faster. If Uchiha Qin-yu had not used the Flying Thunder God barrier in time to transfer the center of the explosion directly to the abandoned port of City A, I'm afraid that not only this commercial street, but even the entire City A would be destroyed. The explosion wave suddenly stopped. The collapse trend was also suppressed. Fubuki, who was still in panic, suddenly came to his senses. Seeing that the explosion storm that he had been prepared for suddenly disappeared for unknown reasons, Fubuki subconsciously looked at the thin back blocking the way. At this moment, Fubuki seemed unable to see through the figure of the mediocre brother-in-law who had done nothing in the past. Disappeared, disappeared. The sullen look of the drill warrior eased a little, and he couldn't help swallowing his saliva while looking at the ruins. Especially when he saw Qin-yu's pair of pale 9 Magadama eyes disappear. As the aura that oppressed his mind dissipated, an absurd idea emerged in the mind of the drill warrior. This guy in front of him might be more powerful than his teacher, Atomic Samurai, who ranked 4th among the S-level heroes. If he had to add a limit, he might be able to compete with the second-ranked Tornado. When he thought of it, the moment before, Uchiha Qin-yu was a mediocre comic book store owner in Fubuki's mouth. He is also a good-for-nothing scholar. But now he has witnessed Uchiha Qin-yu's move and instantly killed the dragon-level monster. What a mediocre bullshit! If this is considered mediocre, the drill warrior believes that 99.9% of people in this world cannot even reach the threshold of mediocre. Chapter 1484 The Boss Who Sells Strong People. The huge ruins fell into a dead silence. Looking at Uchiha Qin-yu who showed his magical powers, the people present were obviously unable to react. The only thing they could do was to stare at Qin-yu's back, intending to use this method to see through the foundation of the person in front of them. Unfortunately, all these thoughts and actions were undoubtedly pale and powerless. Even his wife, the trembling tornado, and his sister-in-law, the hell-blowing snow, were easily deceived. Not to mention, they are outsiders. Beep, drill warrior, please reply immediately if you get it. What's the situation with the dragon-level monster now? A burst of rapid shouting came from the communicator. The dead silence in the field was broken at once. The drill warrior suddenly woke up and was about to open his mouth to tell everything that had just happened. Unfortunately, the first person he saw was Uchiha Qin-yu, who shook his head to stop him. It can be said that the drill warrior was obviously too arrogant when the dragon-level monster appeared this time. He thought that the 4th and 10th A-level heroes, the Stinger, could delay the battle for enough time. He never thought that the winner would be decided in one encounter. However, this time he was able to encounter a devil cyborg with S-level strength, and he could kill the dragon-level monster with a wave of his hand. Uchiha Qin-yu, who was wiped out by people. For the drill warrior, this is a great blessing. At least, in his eyes, after reporting this matter, the power of the Hero Association will definitely become stronger. Uchiha Qin-yu can also become an S-level hero. He is legitimately paired with the trembling tornado. It can be said that this is a great honor and opportunity. But now he is rejected by Uchiha Qin-yu? What's wrong? Hasn't the drill warrior replied yet? I just captured the data of the hero badge, and even the first-ranked hell-blowing snow among the B-level heroes rushed over. However, we have just contacted her, but we still haven't received a response. In the Hero Association, in the operations office. This office is in operation 24 hours a day, in order to capture the traces of monsters as soon as possible and find a way to deal with them as quickly as possible. In order to minimize the damage caused by monsters. However, due to the increasing frequency and intensity of monsters. With a limited number of heroes, even the operations office has a hard time coordinating. Drill Samurai, ranked 4th in A class, and Hell Blizzard, ranked 1st in B class, are both related to S-class heroes, but I have just converted their recorded strength into data, and compared it with the power of the dragon-class monsters that appeared. The result is that their chance of winning is only 1%. A little kid with a backpack and a lollipop in his mouth was sitting at the top of the operations office, typing quickly on the keyboard with both hands, staring at the data that quickly passed by on the screen, and making evaluations and calculations. The other high-level officials of the Hero Association stood on both sides, including Super Black Gold Black Light, one of the S-class heroes. Child Emperor, are you saying that Drill Samurai and Hell Blizzard will die? Super Alloy Black Light spoke first. The faces of the high-level officials present suddenly turned pale, and their eyes were all locked on Child Emperor. Death often occurs when fighting against monsters. However, among the heroes who went to the battle this time, there was the sister of Tornado, who had a sister control complex. If Hell Blizzard really had any mishap, I'm afraid the Hero Association would be completely overturned. According to the data, the chances of Hell Blizzard and Drill Samurai dying reached 90%, and the hope of survival was almost zero. After licking the lollipop, Child Emperor raised his eyebrows and opened the dialogue box directly. Child Emperor, you little dwarf, dare to curse my sister to death, I will go back and overturn the entire Hero Association in a while, you wait for me. A hysterical roar came from the microphone. Looking at Tornado, who hung up the line all of a sudden, even her avatar dimmed. The senior executives present, and even Super Alloy Black Light, were all stunned, and the huge combat meeting room fell into silence. Ahem, sorry, I didn't expect that. I forgot to hang up the call with Tornado just now. Now it seems that not only a city is dangerous, but here is no exception. Child Emperor bit the candy and closed the laptop neatly. Let's run away quickly. Tornado is a crazy woman. She can really do it. After saying this, Child Emperor jumped down from the chair. Seeing Child Emperor's clean and neat escape, the people present wanted to strangle him to death. However, when they thought that Child Emperor had the 6th strength among S-class heroes, they didn't dare to act rashly. However, just as Child Emperor took a step, the voice of the drill warrior suddenly sounded. The answer given made all of their nerves tense in an instant. On the ruins of a city. The drill warrior sighed helplessly and hung up the call. Looking at the boy in front of him, he felt that he couldn't figure it out. Mr. Qin Yu, I have followed your instructions and attributed the credit for killing the dragon-level monster just now to the devil cyborg, that is, Mr. Genos, Mr. Fubuki, and me. But, Mr. Qin Yu, are you really not going to stand up? This is a great opportunity. In the first battle, he was able to kill a dragon-level monster. He can definitely rush to the level of S-level heroes in one go. In the eyes of the drill warrior, the credit for killing a dragon-level monster is undoubtedly a hot commodity. But as a samurai, his motto and the spirit of Bushido do not allow him to steal other people's credit like this. Haha, drill warrior, you are too serious. Compared with being a hero, I still prefer a life of seclusion from the world. Qin Yu laughed dryly and rubbed Fubuki's head, saying. Of course, you have also seen the name of my shop. If I have to explain, I still like to be a boss who sells strong people. It is more interesting than fighting monsters. A boss who sells strong people? The drill warrior and Genos and others were confused. If it was in the past, they would have laughed it off and thought it was nonsense. However, after seeing the strength of Uchiha Qin Yu with their own eyes, they could not laugh anymore. At least, in their eyes, a person who can easily wipe out a dragon-level monster is definitely not a simple person. However, when Genos, who has always wanted to become stronger, saw the sign on Qin Yu's comics store, he was the first to lose his temper. Boss, when you say selling strong people, do you plan to charge money to guide your apprentice? Chapter 1485 I have a brother-in-law. Take in a disciple and teach? The drill warrior's expression could not help but stagnate, and he spoke after a little hesitation. Sir Qin Yu, to be honest, your fight just now was very exciting. However, when you finally wiped out the dragon-level monster, the means you used should be somewhat similar to the superpowers of Tornado and Fubuki. Superpowers are innately powerful attributes, but taking in a disciple and teaching, I'm afraid not everyone can do it. In the Hero Association, many heroes have a master-disciple relationship. Especially those who are not superpowers. For example, among the S-level heroes, Bang ranked 3rd, Atomic Samurai ranked 4th, and the strong ones such as the Vest Venerable. All like to take in disciples and teach. Not only can they pass on their own strength, but they can also strengthen the strength of the hero association. However, in the eyes of the drill warrior, Qin Yu's superpowers are obviously difficult to replicate in this form. After all, let's not talk about whether there are superpowers that can be awakened from birth. It is difficult and ethereal to impart experience alone. Otherwise, the trembling tornado and the hell-blowing snow, as biological sisters, would not have such a big perception of each other. Hehe, you asked a good question, but I'm afraid I don't have time to answer you now. Qin Yu laughed dryly and looked up at the sky. Blizzard, your sister is here. It seems that she is really cold-mouthed and too warm-hearted. She is definitely a sister control. But, brother-in-law can guarantee that your sister must love you very much. Of course, brother-in-law loves you too. The first half of the speech made Blizzard startled at first. However, when she heard the second half of the speech, Blizzard's cheeks flushed all of a sudden, and the domineering female president's posture of the past disappeared in an instant. After a red face and glaring, soon attracted by the strange phenomenon in the sky, the drill warrior looked at the flirting between Blizzard and Qin Yu, and couldn't help but look confused. Especially the sentence "brother-in-law loves you too," which obviously makes people have wild thoughts. I want to say that your circle is really messy. However, just as this thought emerged in my mind, an invisible pressure poured down from the sky like a raging tide. At this moment, let alone the drill warrior and Genos, even Fubuki had the illusion of being a fish on a chopping board. While a chill rushed straight to the forehead from the solace of her feet, she looked up at the dark sky and her pupils suddenly shrank. At this moment, Fubuki finally understood why her nominal brother-in-law asserted that her sister loved her very much. Because the murderous intent revealed directly turned into an unparalleled superpower, affecting the whole world. The dark clouds pressed down on the city, as if a huge vortex was formed with Tornado as the center. The broken building ruins were controlled by Tornado with superpowers, circling around the body like a comet belt. The dangerous aura it exuded was only stronger than that of a dragon-level monster. Damn dragon-level monster, get out of here quickly. You dare to kill my sister? I will make you live a life worse than death. Tornado roared hysterically. The moment the voice fell, the whole world felt unbearable and trembled. The damaged buildings that had been affected by the battle storm also collapsed. The drill warrior's face suddenly turned pale. As heroes, their mission is to protect civilians. At the same time, they must try to minimize the damage to the city. After all, it is very easy for a monster to destroy a city when it appears. But it is much more difficult to rebuild it. It can be said that Tornado's temper just now made the already severely damaged city even worse. Wife, we are here, and I am watching my sister-in-law well. Qin Yu suddenly raised his hand. This made the drill warrior stagger and almost fall to the ground. For a long time, in the eyes of many heroes of the Hero Association, facing the trembling Tornado, using such a frivolous tone to greet him, he would have been twisted into a knot. Otherwise, he would not be called the Trembling. However, when he thought of the means and strength that Uchiha Qin Yu had just displayed, the drill warrior instantly understood what it meant to be fearless. At least, if the drill warrior had such means, he would probably want to call her his wife. You. Tornado's expression froze, and he quickly caught the figures of Qin Yu and Fubuki. Without time to think about it, he moved his mind and quickly rushed towards Qin Yu and others under the control of his superpowers. The distance of several thousand meters was obviously reached in the blink of an eye when the superpowers were exerted to the extreme. Blow, you, I'm so glad you're okay. I was really worried about you just now. As soon as Tornado landed on the ground, she quickly noticed the drill warrior and Genos. The urgent cry that came out of her mouth was instantly changed when she saw Fubuki. At least, in Tornado's eyes, it was more natural to show worry about her nominal husband than her sister who liked her sister. However, as soon as this look flashed across her face, Tornado's pretty face quickly sank and said, Fubuki, didn't I just order you not to get close to City A? Dragon-level monsters are not something that a B-level hero like you can deal with. If you accidentally die, how can I explain to my parents? The stern words were mixed with unquestionable scolding. If it were replaced by the hellish Fubuki of the past would definitely be timid when faced with such a reprimand, showing a respectful attitude, nodding in fear and agreement. However, this time was different. At least, in Fubuki's eyes, she had an unfathomable brother-in-law. A brother-in-law who could support her. At the same time, after the scene just now, Fubuki clearly knew what the tsundere attribute Chinyu mentioned was. Thinking of this, Fubuki tried to tighten her nerves and took the courage to move her steps. Fubuki, why don't you say anything? Don't you know where you are wrong? The weak should have the awareness of the weak. Tornado's face sank slightly, and the attribute points of sister control increased suddenly. But as soon as these words fell, the scene that came into her eyes made her stunned. Sister, I have a brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, you see, sister is bullying me again. You must help me get justice. I returned to City A because I don't want my brother-in-law to die young. Fubuki grabbed Chinyu's arm and shook like a little girl. No. It should be said that facing the big waves of friction, Chinyu Yanzhen objected verbally. This is definitely a big girl. At least, this scale is different from Tornado. However, these messy thoughts only flashed through Chinyu's mind. Facing Tornado's sister control attribute, he didn't want to be caught by this nominal wife. Chapter 1486 I'll bet with you on her behalf. Brother-in-law. Tornado was stunned for a moment. Looking at Fubuki calling brother-in-law one by one, and calling him smoothly, he obviously felt that he couldn't react. Especially the round shaking and rubbing posture, which made Tornado's eyes go straight. For a long time, because of her sister control personality, an invisible wall has been erected between her and Fubuki. The relationship between the two has been separated. It can be said that all along, she and Fubuki have never shaken their arms, let alone held hands. However, Chinyu, who is now regarded as her nominal husband, did it. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Tornado would never believe that Fubuki's relationship with Chinyu would develop to this point in just one day. You little girl, if you are worried about Fubuki, just say it. Chinyu smiled warmly. In front of everyone, he withdrew the enviable arm. The next moment, under the drill warrior's ghost expression, he reached out and tapped the trembling Tornado's clean forehead. Also, your worry is completely exposed. Shouldn't the formation in the sky be dispersed? If you are in a bad mood, I'm afraid it will cause damage that even a dragon-level monster can't match. A small voice echoed above the ruins. In response to this, the drill warrior standing next to him nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. However, the person he was worried about at this moment was Uchiha Chinyu. Facing the trembling Tornado, the second-ranked terrifying existence among the S-level heroes. He was really worried that Chinyu's frivolous behavior would make Tornado explode all of a sudden. Drop the things floating in the sky directly. This is a nightmare scene. You. Tornado was suddenly furious. However, looking at Uchiha Chinyu with a smile on his face, and Fubuki hiding behind Chinyu, she bit her teeth lightly. Angrily dodged Chinyu's fingers, folded her hands proudly, and snorted coldly. Humph, I did this just to prepare for the dragon-level monster, not because I'm angry with someone, so don't express your feelings the wrong way. However, as an S-level hero, and also the person responsible for annihilating the dragon-level monster this time, I want to know what happened just now. For Chinyu's teasing, Tornado's tsundere attribute was obviously full again. In order to avoid damaging her dignity in front of her younger sister, Tornado changed the subject and immediately changed the topic. This. The drill warrior hesitated for a moment, and subconsciously glanced at Chinyu. When the latter smiled and nodded, he said with a stiff face. Sir Tornado, I have reported the result of the battle just now to the Hero Association. But if Sir Tornado wants to know the details, I will narrate it again. After Chinyu's advance arrangement, the drill warrior told everything that happened just now according to the script. Of course, the scene of how Chinyu showed his power and easily killed the dragon-level monster was directly covered up. Using the light Chinyu had just taught, he filled it directly. It can be said that the thrilling degree of this battle made Tornado frown slightly, and he subconsciously looked at the drill warrior and said. You guys just stared at you while talking, there is no lie in it, right? Also, you said that in the previous battle, Fubuki burst out with a stronger strength than you, and joined forces with this devil cyborg to kill the dragon-level monster in seconds. Is everything described in it true? There is no falsehood. This. The drill warrior's face suddenly turned pale, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. Especially facing the trembling Tornado in front of him, who is almost the strongest in the world. The pressure in his heart was magnified to the extreme invisibly. Hee hee, wife, you don't believe in the drill warrior, and believe in Fubuki too. Chinyu smiled warmly, and reached out to rub Tornado's head again. You won't doubt that I, a comic book store owner, can wipe out the dragon-level monster, right? In fact, Fubuki is very strong. As a sister, Tornado, you should let her grow up. You. Tornado looked at Chinyu, who put his hand on her head again, and the word wife. She was about to open her mouth to refute. Unfortunately, the words on her lips could not be blurted out. Not to mention Chinyu's excessive head patting, even the word wife. It is her right as a nominal husband. Facing this identity halo, the only thing Tornado can do is to stare at Chinyu, and then the Tsundere attribute is possessed again. She snorted coldly, humph, I don't care how this dragon-level monster was killed. I don't care why your relationship with Fubuki has become so good all of a sudden. But I want to tell you that Fubuki is my sister. If I say that she is not strong enough, then she is not strong enough. I don't want her to take risks, and I can protect her well. As long as I am your sister, I will protect Fubuki. The voice was not loud, but it was mixed with an unquestionable flavor. This made Fubuki, who was still shaking Chinyu's arm, have a look of loss on her face. Originally, Chinyu pushed the credit for killing the dragon-level monster to the three of them. In addition to the awkwardness in Fubuki's heart, there was also a sense of urgency. She wanted to know if her sister, who was always thinking about protecting her sister, knew that she had the ability to help kill the dragon-level monster. Would this be enough to make her look at her with new eyes? However, she never expected that all this would still look so pale and powerless in the eyes of Tornado. Thinking of this, Fubuki subconsciously clenched her fists. She regretted it a little now. If she hadn't taken the credit just now, or had the ability to really help defeat the dragon-level monster, Fubuki would definitely refute it suddenly. Let Tornado look at her with new eyes. Unfortunately, thinking of the fight just now, even her strongest means, when it fell on the vaccine man, was just a tickle. How could she be so confident to say such a record? Thinking of this, Fubuki clenched her hands even tighter. Subconsciously lowering her head, she once again became the person who was in awe of her sister but always wanted to become stronger. The hellish Fubuki, who did not hesitate to form the so-called Fubuki group to use external forces to enhance her own strength. Looking at this scene, Tornado couldn't help but show a hint of satisfaction on her face. For a sister control, nothing is more satisfying than having her sister completely tamed by her words. This feeling of complete control obviously satisfied Tornado's emptiness. However, just as this sense of satisfaction emerged, the words that fell into her ears the next moment made Tornado's expression stagnate. Wife, do you mind if I take the place of Fubuki and gamble with you? Chapter 1487 Gambling Agreement. A small voice suddenly broke the atmosphere in the field. Looking at Uchiha Chinyu with a warm smile on his face, not to mention Tornado, even Fubuki and Drill Samurai, their expressions could not help but stagnate. They all remembered how they killed the dragon-level monster just now. Let alone Fubuki's achievements, it was just a wolf pretending to be a tiger. Even if there is a trace of truth, I'm afraid that with Fubuki's strength, she is not qualified to gamble with Tornado, right? Brother-in-law. Fubuki's expression stagnated, and she spoke quickly. However, before she could say this, Tornado on the side had already spoken first. You bet with me on behalf of Fubuki. I want to know why you do this, and why you firmly believe that Fubuki can be independent. At the same time, why do you have to let Fubuki fight? As her brother-in-law, you don't have the strength to fight monsters, and you don't know how dangerous this kind of battle is for the weak. If the strength of the dragon-level monster that appeared this time was not too weak, and you were lucky enough to work together to solve it, I'm afraid that not only Fubuki can't stand here now, but you are no exception. So I don't want Fubuki to fight. At this point, Tornado looked straight at Chinyu and said, since you admit that you are Fubuki's brother-in-law, you should know very well how to choose. At the same time, I want to know why you have such a ridiculous idea. Chang's words gave people a sense of aggressiveness. There was no doubt in the words, and it was obvious that Chinyu was not changed because she was her nominal husband. Although, today's Chinyu gave Longwan a big change in feeling. There was also a feeling that touched her heartstrings. However, on the scale in Longwan's heart, the weight between Chinyu and Fubuki was obviously different. At least under the blessing of the sister control attribute, Longwan chose Fubuki without hesitation. Brother-in-law, let's not make my sister unhappy. Fubuki couldn't help but speak again. Facing the fear of sister control accumulated over the years, Fubuki's confidence in her heart could not last for 3 seconds. The most important thing is that everything that happened just now was fabricated by Chinyu, which made Fubuki even less confident. Hehe, Fubuki, you don't want to live under your sister's shadow all the time. If you want to become stronger, you must take this step. Chinyu laughed dryly and rubbed Chugsyu's head unscrupulously. This dear the intimate scene made Tornado's eyelids twitch. However, the next words made Tornado's expression stagnate. Tornado, are you asking me why I firmly believe in Fubuki? Chinyu retracted his hand. Because in my heart, Fubuki has grown up enough to have the heart to protect me and you. Why don't we make a bet? If Fubuki can defeat the peak of the demon level alone, or become the first A-level hero, you will let her go on the mission freely. If you can't do it, I won't stop you from blessing Fubuki. Fubuki, Drill Warrior, and others were stunned. The gamble that Chinyu suddenly proposed was completely beyond their cognition. The peak of the demon level monster is enough to destroy a city. Some special beings even have the strength of dragon level monsters. If you encounter such an existence, even A-level heroes can't resist it. As the 4th ranked A-level hero, Drill Warrior has no confidence in his heart. Not to mention Fubuki in B class. As for becoming the first in A class, in the eyes of the Drill Warrior, it is even more impossible. As we all know, the first in A class, Sweetheart Mask, not only has the strength of an S-class hero, but also has personally killed a dragon-class monster. Now Chinyu opened his mouth and proposed 2 bet threshold conditions. In the eyes of the Drill Warrior, Fubuki, and even Tornado, it is obviously impossible to achieve. Brother-in-law. Fubuki hesitated for a moment. You also saw that even Fubuki thought she was incapable of doing it, so why should you stand up for her? As a sister, protecting your sister, isn't it normal? Tornado was the first to catch the change in Fubuki's expression and spoke directly. Fubuki's expression could not help but stagnate, subconsciously clenched her fists, pursed her red lips and couldn't say a word. However, this trace of grievance of being despised just surged in her heart, and a warm big hand had already patted her shoulder. Go for it. If you don't even try to take this step, no one can help you. If you don't want to, then just treat it as your brother-in-law meddling in your business. After saying this, Chinyu turned and walked towards the comic book store. Looking at the figure going away, everyone present froze in their expressions. Tornado's face showed a hint of arrogance. He grabbed Fubuki's hand and said, "Let's go. This place is not suitable for you. Don't participate in missions that are too dangerous in the future. If there are any tiger-level missions, I will let the Hero Association assign them to you. As for the Fubuki group, they are all playing house games. Don't rely on them in the future." As he spoke, Tornado pulled Fubuki's arm and turned around to leave. However, just after taking half a step, he found that his hand had been directly thrown away by Fubuki. "Sister, I want to take a gamble. According to my brother-in-law, I want to take a gamble," Fubuki said with red eyes and courage. "I have to protect myself, my sister, and my brother-in-law. Besides, the Fubuki group is my effort, not a game. I must prove to my sister that I have grown up and don't need her to worry about everything. So, I hope my sister can give me this chance. If I fail, I am willing to give up being a hero." Hysterical words echoed on the ruins. Seeing Fubuki's attitude suddenly changed, the Drill Warrior was stunned. As one of the initiators of this matter, he knew that it was just a lie to join forces to kill the dragon-level monster. Now Fubuki is using a lie as a confidence to gamble on her hero's honor. This is too impulsive. Are you really willing to give up the qualification of a hero? Tornado's pretty face suddenly turned cold, and she glanced at Chinyu and said, "Okay, don't say that I won't give you a chance. As long as you can kill the peak monster of the demon level alone with your own strength, or become the first hero of the A level, no matter which threshold you reach, I will not restrict you too much in the future. But don't blame me for not reminding you. Once you fail, you will lose your hero qualification forever." Chapter 1488. Add a small condition. If you are willing to take back what you said just now and go back with me, you can still play house with your Fubuki group and fight monsters of the tiger and wolf level. If you continue to be stubborn and fail, you will lose everything. Tornado's beautiful eyes stared at Fubuki. Now she just wanted to see Fubuki give up directly like before. "Sister, I'm willing to bet on this." Fubuki pursed her lips and spoke again. Tornado was stunned for a moment. This was not what she imagined. In her eyes, Fubuki should have given up directly under her threatening. Haha, my wife, it seems that my sister-in-law has really grown up. Chinyu smiled and patted Fubuki's shoulder. We are sorry for you this time. But you will soon be able to see Fubuki fighting side by side with you when she grows up. Chinyu was not surprised by Fubuki's choice. Fubuki has always hoped to break through Tornado's sister control. Unfortunately, the gap between her own strength and Tornado is too big. So Fubuki has always hoped to improve her strength step by step. At least she would be satisfied if she could reach the first place of A-class hero. Unfortunately, the first place of A-class was firmly occupied by the S-class weirdo sweetheart mask. Fubuki had to settle for second best and occupy the first place of B-class hero, and at the same time formed the so-called Fubuki group to strengthen her strength. It would also be good to use this external force to impress her sister. Unfortunately, everything she did was powerless. Now Chinyu just used a little verbal encouragement to completely release the resentment in Fubuki's heart. You guy, I will not forgive you. Tornado was furious and said after biting her red lips and staring for a long time. But since you want to bet, let's set a time limit. Within a month, if Fubuki can meet any of the two conditions, I will no longer care about her. If she fails, Fubuki will not only lose her qualification to be a hero, but the engagement between you and me will also be cancelled. There was an unquestionable taste in the stern words. Fubuki's face changed drastically. For the conditions added by Tornado at the end, she was not the only one who was gambling. Even Chinyu was implicated. Looking at Tornado with a slightly angry face, Fubuki opened her mouth hesitantly, and really had the urge to tell her sister that she was a big fool and her brother-in-law was actually very strong. However, these words were just on the tip of her tongue, but were interrupted by Chinyu. Tornado is a deal, let's make a pinky promise. Chinyu responded with a smile. But if I win, you have to agree to a condition that is not too excessive. As he spoke, Chinyu had already reached out and hooked Tornado's little finger, and made a pinky promise without any consideration. This scene. The drill warrior's scalp exploded. Even Tornado did not expect Chinyu to agree so straightforwardly. By the time she reacted, Chinyu had already made a pinky promise and taken advantage of her. Tornado's pretty face sank, she bit her teeth and stomped her feet, glared at Chinyu again, and turned away suddenly. Humph, I hope that the next time we meet, I can see the face of failure of you, the hateful guy. In this way, I don't need you to call me wife in the future. Who dared to teach my sister bad things? After leaving these words, Tornado's whole body was blessed by superpowers, and the next moment it turned into a streak of light and shot directly away. Looking at Tornado who disappeared in the blink of an eye, the tense atmosphere in the field suddenly dissipated. After the drill warrior and Genos looked at each other, they fell into silence. Brother-in-law, was I too impulsive just now? Fubuki's tense nerves relaxed suddenly, but it was precisely because of this reason that she couldn't help but feel a little regretful. This gamble not only cost her heroic career, but also her brother-in-law's lower body happiness. This undoubtedly made Fubuki unacceptable. Hehe, what's wrong? When I confronted your sister just now, you were so heroic. Why are you so cowardly now? Chinyu laughed dryly and patted Fubuki's head. If you are really worried that your sister will cancel the engagement, then work hard to become stronger. Don't forget that your brother-in-law is the boss of selling strong people. Of course, if you still lose in the end and your brother-in-law loses his wife, then your brother-in-law doesn't mind marrying you to replace your sister. Absolute. High trick. The drill warrior and Genos on the side almost raised their thumbs. Chinyu's plan to kill both big and small is simply beyond words. Fubuki's cheeks flushed, and after glaring at Chinyu, she said, "Brother-in-law, this joke is not funny. Just now, I was just hot-headed and said such a thing. But the dragon-level monster was killed by you, brother-in-law. I have no way to kill the peak of the demon level alone, and I don't have the ability to defeat the sweet mask. This time we are at a loss. No, it should be said that I am at a loss." Thinking of the ruthless words just now, Fubuki was discouraged. "Fubuki, you little girl, didn't I say that your brother-in-law is the boss of selling strong people?" Chinyu couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Since you are my sister-in-law, I will give you a chance to become stronger." The opportunity to become stronger. Fubuki was stunned. "No. It should be said that Genos and Drill Warrior were no exception, because they heard Qin Yu repeat this sentence several times. Especially, seeing the newly carved store name on Qin Yu's comic shop again. And just now they saw Qin Yu's strength with their own eyes. This made Drill Warrior and Genos have an absurd idea in their minds. Could it be that the boss in front of them can really sell the method of becoming stronger? Brother-in-law, are you kidding? Fubuki couldn't help but speak. If it was a day ago, she would never believe that mediocre brother-in-law. But today's brother-in-law is obviously a different person from before. This made Fubuki feel a little hopeful. Haha, is it true? Come to the store to find me in 2 days. Qin Yu smiled and rubbed Fubuki's head. Of course, remember to bring money. My store charges a lot. Although you are my sister-in-law, I will still treat you equally. At most, I will give you a big discount. Qin Yu didn't know what kind of gift packages the new store in One Punch World could offer. But Qin Yu was sure that with the nature of the system, he would never let it the goods were easily delivered. Brother-in-law, your words have ruined your image in my mind. Fubuki rolled her eyes, but soon laughed. But, thank you brother-in-law this time. Chapter 1489 Return to the Fairy Tale World. Okay, little girl, it's getting late, and you're seriously injured, so go back and rest. Qin Yu smiled and rubbed Fubuki's shoulders, then turned around and walked into the comic book store. When the door of the comic book store closed, the Drill Warrior secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Genos, Fubuki, thank you for your timely action this time, otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to save my life. When he thought of the strength of the dragon-level monster, the Drill Warrior still felt a lingering fear for his own arrogance. However, these thoughts just flashed through his mind, but were quickly suppressed by the Drill Warrior, who said, Master Fubuki, don't blame me for being presumptuous. Now Master Qin Yu and Master Tornado have made a bet, and the matter involved is very important. I want to know if you are sure, or know any way, to improve your own strength in a short period of time, to reach the level of being able to deal with the peak of the ghost level alone. If you need me, please speak up. In the eyes of the Drill Warrior, Qin Yu proposed 2 conditions. However, the second proposal to become the first A-level hero is obviously more difficult than the first one. The smile on Fubuki's face disappeared all of a sudden. After a short silence, she shook her head and said, Sorry, if I really had a way, I would have already put it into action. However, thank you for your kindness, Drill Warrior. Although I don't know what medicine my brother-in-law has in his gourd, I will try my best to find a way to become stronger before the agreed time comes. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. After saying this, Fubuki's pretty face was obviously more tired. Just now, she did succeed in showing off in front of Tornado. However, when she thought about defeating the peak of the ghost level alone within 10 days. This goal made Fubuki feel a little ethereal. But now, the arrow has to be shot, and the only thing she can do is to bite the bullet. Sir Genos, do you think the bet made by Sir Qin Yu will win? The Drill Warrior retracted his gaze and spoke subconsciously. At first, the Drill Warrior still remembered that Genos firmly believed that this ordinary comic book store owner was a real strong man. Originally, the Drill Warrior still had doubts. But the result overturned his cognition. I don't know either, but I believe the boss will not talk nonsense, so I will come here to watch in 2 days. By the way, it's getting late, and I should give the comics to the teacher. Genos hesitated for a moment and quickly answered. Unfortunately, before the Drill Warrior came to his senses, he had already left. As Saitama's only disciple, Genos knew clearly what Saitama's anger for failing to buy supermarkets and his anger for not being satisfied with comics were. If he was not careful, the damage he caused might be more severe than that of a dragon-level monster. Looking at the ruins that suddenly became empty, the Drill Warrior sighed helplessly and looked back at the comic book store with its door closed. He also turned and left. Whether it was Fubuki's reply or Genos's approval, still can't resolve the doubts in his heart. At least, within 10 days, let Fubuki reach the strength that can defeat the peak of the demon level. That means that at least half a foot must be stepped into the level of the dragon level. Even his teacher, Atomic Samurai, can't let them do this. Not to mention Uchiha Qin Yu. Uchiha Qin Yu didn't know about the doubts of the Drill Warrior, and even if he knew, he wouldn't take it to heart. Now the One Punch Bank is still in the cooling period. It will take 24 hours to open a new gift package. During this period, Qin Yu's continued stay here will not be of much use. As for the world of Naruto, Chinyu does plan to go back. Unfortunately, when defeating Otoji Momoshiki, Escanor's character template has exhausted his clone's power. Therefore, even with the system as a medium, Chinyu has no way to return to the world of Naruto for a while. The only way now is to complete the task given by the system as soon as possible and let Hinata Hanabi reach the level of S-level wizard. Get the ability to travel through dimensions. Fairy Tale World. On a fast-moving magic train. Chinyu opened his eyes, and his main consciousness took over his body again. At the same time, along with all the memories that happened during this period of time. The next moment, his eyebrows raised and he looked at Ursha beside him. At this moment, she was staring at Chinyu with her eyes wide open. Unfortunately, her body was out of control and was massaging Chinyu's hammer bone. On the table, there was the inverted magic hammer that Chinyu had used before. After Chinyu's main consciousness left the world of fairy tale, part of Chinyu's consciousness was still executing the plan to let Ursha charge the time and spirit room. However, because of the mission, the charging plan lasted for half a day. Led by Chinyu, Urza and Hinata Hanabi formed the task force for this time. And Urusha's appearance was obviously because she was worried that this rare power bank would seek an opportunity to escape. So she was taken directly by Chinyu. You bastard, let me go quickly. As long as you are willing to let me go, I can tell you where the cursed flute is. Urusha was able to speak suddenly. At the same time, she quickly retreated away from Chinyu. As a member of the Dignified Magic Review Committee, when has she ever been so aggrieved? When she thought of the inverted magic hammer in front of her, all the horrible personality inversions that happened at the moment of being hit. That was simply a nightmare. Just ask, a person is like being locked in his own body, watching his own body, doing what he dislikes the most. That is simply a great torture. The most important thing is that Urusha didn't expect it at all. When she was a prisoner, the arrogant man in front of her didn't have any despicable thoughts about her. Instead, he asked her to act as a power bank. Constantly let her restore her time magic, and then take her to a strange room to consume it. This kind of repetitive behavior almost drove Urusha crazy. Of course, Urusha also thought about escaping. But when she thought of the strange methods that Uchiha Chinyu possessed, Urusha still didn't have the confidence to escape from Chinyu's palm. She could only retreat and find this kind of compromise transaction method, hoping that it would work. At least, in Urusha's perception. She had already vaguely captured the location of the cursed magic flute. As long as she was given some more time, she would be able to find it smoothly. Chapter 1490 Did you release a demon? Do you know where the cursed magic flute is? Iluza raised her eyebrows and was the first to lose her temper. This mission is of great importance. It is rumored that once the cursed magic flute sounds, it will take the life of the person who hears the flute. As a member of Fairy Tale, Urza obviously does not want to see this scene. Of course I can do it, but the premise is that you let me go, and everything that happened before will be erased as chalk writing. Urusha responded quickly. As a black magician, it is a difficult problem for ordinary magicians to sense the so-called cursed magic flute. But for Urusha, it is just a piece of cake. Urza was silent for a moment, and subconsciously looked at Chinyu. This seemingly cowardly proposal is a bit funny. But in Urza's eyes, it is not a harmless deal. Sorry, it's rare to come across a power bank, and it's impossible for me to give it up in vain. Chinyu smiled warmly. As for the cursed magic flute, I also know where it is, because he will soon take the initiative to deliver it to the door. As a reincarnated person, Chinyu certainly knows a lot of things that others don't know. It can be said that as long as the original plot does not deviate too much because of his appearance, what would have happened will always happen. At least, after Chinyu experienced many dimensions, this is a basic conclusion. Take the initiative to deliver to the door. Urusha's expression froze, and he gritted his teeth and said, Uchiha Chinyu, do you really think the people of the Dark Guild are fools? Carrying the cursed magic flute, it will rub against your face. Why not? Let's bet. If you can really predict the future, and that guy really takes the initiative to deliver to the door, I am willing to stay with you. But if that guy doesn't show up until the train stops, you have to let me go, otherwise, you just talked nonsense. The aggressive words came out. Looking at Urusha with a determined face, Urza's expression couldn't help but stagnate. She didn't expect that things would evolve to this point. However, facing Urusha's words, Urza felt that she had no way to refute. After all, in Urza's eyes, who would be so stupid as to take the initiative to deliver to the door? However, just as this thought flashed through Urza's mind, the first thing that caught her eye was Chinyu's warm smile. Under Urusha's astonished gaze, he reached out and pressed her head. I've decided to take you as my slave. I've seen people who traffic in people, but I haven't seen anyone who sells himself when he gets ruthless. That guy is coming. The inexplicable words made Urusha and Urza's expressions pause. When they came to their senses, they soon saw a man wearing a white top and bottom, with his trousers in his pockets and a slovenly face, walking quickly. Is this a coincidence? Urza's expression paused. She subconsciously looked at Urusha. A moment ago, Urusha claimed that he could find the location of the cursed flute. So, if the person in front of him really has the cursed flute, it should be that Urusha will react. A mess of thoughts flashed through Urza's mind, and when her eyes fell on Ultia, she looked as if she had seen a ghost. No. It should be said that Ultia looked as if she had seen a ghost. At least, this scene was enough to prove that everything Uchiha Chinyu had just said was probably really prophetic. If the cursed magic flute was really on the person in front of her, Urza believed that she could easily complete the mission. However, this thought just flashed through Urza's mind. The next moment, a sudden shout sounded without any warning. Kageyama, quickly take the cursed magic flute and escape, let Elijah give up the plan. Kageyama was stunned. Originally, he saw Urza and Hyuga Hanabi with the fairy tale mark on their bodies, and was planning to approach them and ridicule them at the same time. But he never thought that his secret would be revealed in one word. Kageyama didn't know what happened. However, when he thought about the plan involved this time and the horror of Elijah, Kageyama didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly ran away. Urusha you! Urza's expression suddenly sank. Originally, I thought Uchiha Chinyu was exaggerating. I never thought that all this was predicted. Now Kageyama's actions have further confirmed all this. However, what Urza couldn't figure out was, what use would this have for Urusha who wanted to escape from Chinyu's clutches? However, as soon as this thought flashed through Urza's mind, the first thing that came into view was Urusha who suddenly jumped up. Facing the attention of everyone, while being attracted by Kageyama, Urusha grabbed the inverted magic hammer on the table with his backhand, and without any hesitation, he smashed it directly on the back of Chinyu's head. For this toy hammer with a devil's face. At first, Urusha didn't take it seriously at all. But after personally experiencing its terrifying use, Urusha knew clearly that the power in this magic hammer was enough to rival any other artifact. Facing this hateful guy in front of him, Urusha asked himself if he had the ability to defeat Chinyu. But as long as there was this inverted magic hammer, Urusha believed that he would be able to subdue this guy. Master Chinyu, be careful! Urza shouted in a hurry. But it was too late. At a close distance, the inverted magic hammer fell on the back of Chinyu's head. Bang! A slight impact sounded. Urusha couldn't help but show a smug smile on her face. In her eyes, as long as the magic hammer hits, the hateful guy in front of her will definitely fall into the situation she was in just now. However, this thought just emerged. The next moment, the scene that first came into view made Urusha's pupils shrink suddenly. A trace of cruel smile appeared on Chinyu's face. The indescribable breath of death exploded with Chinyu as the center. At this moment, Urusha, who was close at hand, had the illusion of being in an ice cellar. A chill emerged from the soles of her feet and rushed straight to her forehead. Looking at the young man in front of her, who seemed to have completely changed into a different person, with a strange aura all over his body. An absurd thought flashed through Urusha's mind. Did she release a demon? Otherwise, this breath of death alone would not make her feel like she couldn't move. Chapter 1491 Lost herself to someone. The biting cold made Urusha unable to move. She stared at the figure in front of her, whose aura had changed dramatically. At this moment, she felt like she was on a sticky board. It seemed that Uchiha Kainu could easily kill her with just one thought. Especially when facing Uchiha Kainu's blood-red eyes. In Urusha's heart, there was only a hysterical cry. Move, move quickly. However, all this, facing the breath in front of him, Chinyu, who had undergone earth-shaking changes, seemed pale and powerless. Looking at the hand that was rapidly enlarged in her pupils and reaching out to her, Urusha's delicate body was trembling. At this moment, she seemed to feel dizzy. The carriage she was in, I don't know when, completely turned into a Shura blood sea, full of broken limbs. I don't know when I was nailed to the cross. The boy in front of him also turned into a skeleton demon wearing a black cloak. The death breath exuded by the white big hand gave people a feeling of death urging death. When it completely occupied her pupils, Arusha finally couldn't help but roared hoarsely. No, don't kill me. The simple words were mixed with an urgency that could not be described in words. Faced with many changes that happened suddenly, although Arusha didn't understand the situation, she was obviously unwilling to die. The only thing he could do was to close his eyes in despair. However, this thought had just emerged in his mind. The next moment, a warm feeling came over his head. The long-awaited death did not come at the same time. Arusha could not wait to open his eyes. The first scene that came into his eyes, the Shura blood sea, had already disappeared. The rest was still the carriage that was still moving fast. There was also Urza with a confused look on her face. In her hand, she still clenched the inverted magic hammer. But the scene of the sneak attack just now was missing. Faced with the strange changes in front of him, Arusha was confused. But his whole body seemed to be hollowed out, and he collapsed on the chair, gasping for breath. The clothes on his body were directly soaked by the hot sweat. By the yellow coat vaguely showed her graceful figure, which made people feel like their eyes were straight. Master Qin Yu, what happened just now? Urza was the first to lose her temper. In her eyes, Ursha's methods were despicable, but her strength was obviously able to reach the level of an S-level wizard. Suddenly, there was this feeling of exhaustion from the body. The change was probably related to Qin Yu. Hehe, she just glanced at me and was hit by my illusion magic. Qin Yu smiled and took the inverted magic hammer from Ursha's hand. This thing is for the store manager only, not a toy, and it won't happen again. Okay, that guy should go back and inform Eligari that it's time for Hanabi to brush up some experience points. After saying this, Qin Yu stood up first. Hyuga Hanabi, who had been silent all the time, couldn't help but brighten her eyes. Others may not know what method Qin Yu used, but they all came from the same world of Naruto. Hyuga Hanabi clearly knows the power of the Mangekyou Sharingan. Not to mention that it was used by Qin Yu, who is an actor. Any move of his can make the enemy fall for it. One look made me fall for it. Arusha was stunned. Looking at Qin Yu's neat posture as he turned and left. Her scalp was a little numb. Everything just now was too real for her. If there hadn't been a change at the last moment, I'm afraid Arusha would have told herself in her subconscious that she was really dead. At that time, Arusha would fall into conscious death. No different from a living dead. Thinking of this, Arusha couldn't help but shudder. Looking at Qin Yu who was going away, and glancing at Urza, she turned around and quickly followed. Arusha knew that this was a good opportunity to escape. However, after witnessing Qin Yu's many strange methods, Arusha couldn't help but have an absurd idea in his mind. Can he still escape? This is probably a real bird in a cage. Arusha, please reply immediately if you receive it. A low voice suddenly sounded. Arusha's drifting thoughts were quickly pulled back, and he subconsciously looked at the badge on his chest, and his face changed one after another. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, President Hades, I'm here. As one of the members of the Magic Council, Arusha's identity is not only a companion of Jalal in building the Paradise Tower. A deeper identity is one of the Balam Alliance and a core member of the Demon Heart. It was Hades's order that he went to confuse Jalal that day. This time, the sudden contact made Arusha instantly think of asking Hades to help. Unfortunately, the thought just emerged and was crushed by Arusha. Especially, thinking back to everything that happened during this period. Arusha only had one thought in his mind. That young man is unfathomable. At least, Arusha's intuition tells him that he is more unfathomable than Hades. Arusha, do you finally know how to respond? Have you forgotten the mission I gave you to confuse Jalal, build the Tower of Paradise, and revive the legendary Black Wizard Zeref? Don't forget my methods. As one of the 7 followers of Purgatory under my command, if you betray me, you will die without a burial place. Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, I will make you live a life worse than death. The hysterical voice echoed in the car, and there was unquestionable domineering between the words. It gave people the feeling that anyone would be impressed by this. At least, in Hades' eyes, this is a must. However, just as this thought came up, the next moment, the reply from the magic call stunned Hades. No. It should be said that the entire Demon Heart and everyone present were stunned. Sorry, President Hades, I lost myself to someone. I give you a piece of advice. Don't come to me, otherwise you may die. That guy can kill people with just one look. In the huge spaceship suspended in the sky, not knowing how many miles away, the huge conference hall fell into a dead silence. Looking at Hades, who had always been the one who had the final say, with an extremely stiff face, the backbones present could not utter a word. They never thought that Arusha would come up with such a lame excuse, saying that he lost himself to someone. Chapter 1492 Hades's Fury. In the huge magic-powered spaceship, because of Hades's loss of consciousness, the control could not help but stagnate, and a large-scale earthquake occurred. The dead silence in the hall was broken, and the people who were in a trance suddenly woke up. Many people looked at each other, their faces full of disbelief. All those present were the backbone of Demon Heart. They were the real leaders in the Dark Guild. Each of them had the strength that was not inferior to that of an S-level wizard. In addition to Hades, the president of Demon Heart, the second-ranked one was the vice-president, Brunath, who possessed gravity magic. As for Arusha, who suddenly told them that she had lost herself, she was ranked third in Demon Heart. She was also the leader of the 7 followers of Purgatory. The lost magic she possessed, when the Arc of Time is a trump card in the Demon Heart. However, she has come up with such a lame excuse now. She, who claims to be the third seat of the Demon Heart, actually lost herself. If other members go, will the same fate happen? Moreover, in their cognition, Arusha, one of the 7 followers of Purgatory, is a subordinate raised by President Hades himself. His trust in her is far greater than that of other members. Now suddenly, this kind of news is brought back. This is too impatient. Chaotic thoughts flashed through their minds. They were very curious about what happened to Arusha. However, in this situation, how to make a decision still depends on Hades, the president. Damn Arusha, this is simply a rebellion. You dare to talk to me like this? Don't you really worry that I will kill her? Hades' face sank and he roared angrily. The huge magic power dormant in the body exploded like a frenzy. The strong magic power rolled back and instantly enveloped the entire hall. Not to mention the 7 followers of Purgatory, even Bruno, the vice-president, changed his face slightly, and his pupils were full of solemnity. For this monster who has lived for hundreds of years and is proficient in many lost magics and dark magics, he dared not have any luck in his heart. Otherwise, he might die if he is not careful. However, it is precisely for this reason that Bruno is more eager to know the meaning of Arusha's words just now. Let them not go to her, otherwise they will only die. Does this mean that on the Asia continent, there is an existence that cannot be defeated by the Demon Heart, one of the 3 strongest beings in their Dark Guild? This kind of talk is a bit ridiculous. The rolling and terrifying magic frenzy lasted for more than half a minute. When the spaceship was shaking and almost unable to support it, it was finally restrained by Hades. Looking at the backbones under his command who were more or less afraid, Hades snorted with satisfaction and said, "What a good Arusha, you dare to use such a lame excuse to perfunctory me. Brunata, you have to check for me where Arusha was last seen and what happened. At the same time, if there is a chance, bring back all the people involved in this matter. I want to see what the force that Arusha said I can't afford to offend is. I have lived for hundreds of years and have never seen such an existence. I want to let Arusha understand what it means to ask for trouble." The rolling words were mixed with an unquestionable taste. Bruno's expression darkened, and he clasped his fists and said, "President Hades, don't worry, I will arrange for the 7 followers of Purgatory to take action personally. For so many years, we, the Demon Heart, have been secretly planning various schemes, and it has been a long time since we took action to shock the Asia continent. This time, Arusha dared to defect, which can be regarded as an opportunity for us to take action." At this point, Bruno looked at the 5 people behind him and said, "You should have no objection. By the way, verify whether Arusha is still qualified to become the leader of the 7 followers of Purgatory." Faced with Hades' order, Bruno did not take action personally. At least, in his eyes, each of the 7 followers of Purgatory, who has the strength comparable to that of an S-level wizard, took action personally. That is enough to eliminate any of the top 10 light guilds. Haha, Vice President Bruno, if it weren't for your last words, I'm afraid we would all be working without effort. As one of the 7 followers of Purgatory, Asma, who is second only to Arusha in strength and possesses the Arc of the Lost Magic Tree, laughed coldly. "Now that we have the opportunity to replace Arusha, I believe everyone will be very interested. As for the guy who can destroy our demon heart, I also want to see if he really exists. I haven't met such an interesting opponent for a long time. Of course, those opponents have become the nutrients of my tree. Cruel words, with a sense of playfulness. Echoing in the hall for a long time, there was no way to dissipate. The remaining 7 followers of Purgatory obviously had no objection to Asma's words, and they all showed cruel smiles and silently agreed. Looking at this scene, Hades couldn't help but snorted coldly, his eyes flickered, and he clenched his fists. This time, he had prepared for so many years. Urusha was the key to his plan. At this critical moment, he must not let her fail. On the other hand, 3 figures jumped out of the fast-moving magic train. Facing this rapid speed, the 3 of them obviously had no effect at all and landed safely. Looking at the speeding train, Urza frowned and said, "Lord Qinyu, it seems that Urusha still chose to escape. I seem to have seen her contact someone just now. When he left just now, Uchiha Qinyu didn't take it to heart at all. But Urza obviously kept a watchful eye. However, Urza never expected that Urusha would still choose to escape under such a shock. Iluza, don't underestimate the illusion magic of Qinyu. In our Konoha village, and even in the entire ninja world, it is a first-class existence. No one can easily get out of this shadow." Hinata Hanabi spoke lightly, suddenly turned around and looked to the side, saying, "She is coming." "Here?" Iluza was stunned for a moment, looking at Hinata Hanabi's eyes that showed veins again. She looked a little surprised. Soon she saw a figure walking out quickly in the dark. It was Ursha, who was a beat slower just now and was considered to be running away by her. Chapter 1493. She is enough alone. Looking at Ursha, who suddenly appeared, Urza was surprised. As for the Konoha village and the ninja world mentioned by Hinata Hanabi just now, she still couldn't think of where they were. But Urza has developed a habit, every time she hears the title of the strongest in Konoha ninja village and the ninja world. She was the first to realize that this trick is absolutely strong. "What's wrong? Do you think that I, Ursha, am a person who doesn't keep my word?" Ursha said with a cold face. "No, I don't have such an idea. At least I know that no one dares to run away under the eyes of Lord Qinyu, and they will definitely not be able to run away." Hinata Hanabi replied lightly. "You?" Ultia was speechless for a moment, and after gnashing her teeth for a long time, she said, "Humph, no matter what, since I lost the bet, I will still abide by it. However, although I don't know what he meant by brushing up some experience just now, I think the next person to deal with Ariel Hai will be you." "Yes." Hyuga Hanabi did not explain, but nodded in agreement. Ultia retracted her gaze, glanced at Urza and said, "Originally, with Urza taking action, this mission should be a sure win. However, the strength you showed during the selection competition has indeed reached the level of an A-level wizard. However, it may be a bit too much for you to fight against Ariel Gao alone. At least, I want to warn you that Ariel Gao, as the president, also has considerable strength in the Dark Guild, otherwise they would not have taken on some assassination missions. This time, I will not seek the cursed flute. If I were you, in order to be able to catch the Iron Forest in one fell swoop, I would definitely let Urza or me keep an eye on you and help you at any time. For Urusha, since he has decided to stay with Qinyu for a while, he should at least make himself shine and increase his exposure. Otherwise, if he is useless in such an important matter, he may really become a slave afterwards. Urusha absolutely does not want to see such a thing. Is Ariel tall? This guy is indeed a character." Urza surprisingly did not refute this time, revealing a trace of solemnity. "If I had not been trained by the Tiandao Projection Martial Arts Academy, I would have to spend a lot of effort to defeat him, and the chance of winning would be 50-50. But now I am fully confident that I can defeat him within 30 moves." The stern words, with an unquestionable taste between the lines. Looking at Urza with a face full of confidence, Ultia's expression stagnated, and a hint of cyanosis appeared on her face. Especially recalling the scenes of being defeated by Urza half a day ago, there was a feeling that there was no way to refute it. At least, in her information, Urza is indeed an S-level wizard of fairy tale, also known as the Queen of Fairies. But Ultia is also an S-level wizard of Demon Heart, the leader of the 7 followers of Purgatory. Trademark. Originally, under the condition that the strength and status were almost equal, Urusha firmly believed that her Arc of Lost Magic Time would have the upper hand and absolute advantage. However, she never expected that she would be defeated so thoroughly. All this made Urusha even more curious about what the Heavenly Path Projection Martial Arts Academy mentioned by Urza was. As for Urza's confident words that she could defeat El or Gao in 30 moves, Urusha hesitated for a moment and silently agreed. But it was precisely because of Urza's words that Urusha saw a glimmer of a good opportunity for herself to shine. No need, Hanabi can solve it alone. Chinyu looked back and said indifferently. You should have broken through not long ago. Break through? Urza's expression froze. In her eyes, Hyuga Hanabi has only been in the fairy tale guild for a short time. During this period of time, Uchiha Chinyu's sharp edge has completely overshadowed the aura of Hyuga Hanabi and Lucy. It can be said that Urza's perception of Hyuga Hanabi is just that this girl has good strength. As for the realm of the mage, she just learned from Altair that she can reach the level of A-level mage. But Urza knows the gap between A-level mage and S-level mage. After all, in fairy tale, Urza's position as the fairy queen is not lacking in stupid people to challenge. For example, Natsu and Grey, two fools. Since Elrico can control a dark guild, his strength is at least at the level of S-level mage. In Urza's eyes, it would be difficult for Hyuga Hanabi to fight him alone, no matter how much she breaks through. Master Chinyu, I was lucky enough to break through some time ago. This is also thanks to Master Chinyu's many instructions. Hanabi will remember it in her heart. Hinata Hanabi nodded in agreement. She knew clearly that Uchiha Chinyu is so powerful that he can cross dimensions. He can definitely choose anyone to come to this magic world for training. As the strongest of the Uchiha clan, he can choose the next head of the Hyuga clan to follow him for training. This is a huge gratitude to Hyuga Hanabi. Haha, Hanabi, you have a good talent. You can break through so quickly, which is inseparable from your own diligence. The future of the Hyuga family is on your shoulders. Chinyu smiled and patted Hyuga Hanabi on the shoulder. As long as you complete this task, the reward will be considerable. At that time, I can let you go to the Tiandao Projection Martial Arts Academy at your discretion. If you have a chance, you may be able to make the Holy Elephant collapse and quickly reach the level of perfection. Of course, money is indispensable, but I can give you a good discount. Tiandao Projection Martial Arts Academy. Hyuga Hanabi's eyes lit up all of a sudden. She had always maintained a calm attitude, but she finally couldn't keep it up. She showed a face of ecstasy and bowed hurriedly. Thank you, Mr. Chinyu, for your kindness. Hanabi will definitely complete the task as soon as possible and raise enough money to meet the opportunity to enter the Tiandao Projection Martial Arts Academy. For people like Hyuga Hanabi who have personally experienced the magic of the 10,000 Worlds shop, and have seen with their own eyes the breakthrough and transformation that Urza has achieved in the Tiandao Projection Academy, it would be strange if Hyuga Hanabi said she was not moved. If Chinyu had not talked about fate all day long, she would have volunteered to do the task to raise money, and would never have stared blankly. Chapter 1494 Death God Elric. It can be said that after the appearance of the Tiandao Projection Martial Arts Academy, Hyuga Hanabi's heart was always worried. Now the promise given by Uchiha Chinyu is simply a huge sweet cake for Hyuga Hanabi. She can't wait to kill Elric. Tiandao Martial Arts Institute? What on earth is this? Do you need money to let her in? Urusha asked several questions in a row. She first learned about the existence of Tiandao Martial Arts Institute from the members of Fairy Tale. The second time she deeply realized it was from Urza who defeated her. She still heard the name afterwards. But she was still confused about what this Tiandao Projection Martial Arts Institute was. However, no matter from Urza's mouth or Hyuga Hanabi's words, Urusha could feel a sense of extreme awesomeness. This undoubtedly aroused Urusha's curiosity. After a little hesitation, she couldn't help but blurt out a sentence. If I have money, can I go in and take a look? For this question, Urza and Hyuga Hanabi subconsciously looked at Uchiha Chinyu. In their eyes, Urusha is now temporarily showing a gesture of submission to Uchiha Chinyu because she lost the bet. However, whether he will betray his promise in the future is still unknown. If Chinyu agrees to give Urusha a chance now, it would be too arrogant. Hehe, if you are willing to be my slave, it can be considered a fate, but if you are not willing, I am afraid it is not a fate. Chinyu smiled warmly. Urusha's expression could not help but stagnate. She did not expect Chinyu to agree so easily. However, when she heard the conditions, her expression could not help but stagnate, and she had no way to respond. After gritting her teeth for 3 or 4 seconds, she could not help but snort coldly, "Humph, I don't want to be your slave. What kind of Tiandao Projection Martial Arts Academy? It costs millions to enter once. I am not interested in such a sky-high club. Besides, I don't believe that entering such a broken place can make people advance by leaps and bounds. A stubborn look flashed across Arusha's face. However, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. When she gave the answer, she saw Urza and Hyagahanabi looking relieved. This made Ultia feel like she had just brushed past 100 million. Hehe, since you don't need it, forget it. Chinyu laughed dryly and looked towards the town. Now, considering the time, Kageyama should have met Elric High, and we should put an end to this farce. On the other hand, in Kuloba town, in a crowded tavern, a group of fierce wizards were toasting. Among them, the man with silver white hair, a cruel smile, and a white robe, like the god of death, gathered in the center of the crowd. Facing this group of uninvited guests from the Dark Guild, the huge tavern obviously cast a lot of eyes. However, facing these astonished eyes, the members of the Elric High Iron Forest Guild obviously didn't take it to heart. If it were normal times, they would never act so high profile. However, this time they showed up to meet the president of the Big Chamber of Commerce, who was going to the Kuroba formation for a meeting. As long as they finish this, their Iron Forest Guild will be able to live a leisurely life. It is precisely because of this reason that they can enjoy it unscrupulously. Haha, President Eligo, this time you go out in person. As long as we wait for Kageyama to come back, our mission will definitely succeed, and the huge reward is enough for our guild to eat for exactly 1 year. Sitting next to Eligo, a short man with a rat-like face, the short-sighted Layuer, was the first to show a flattering smile and add wine to Elrigo. Karika, who was as burly as a giant bear, also smiled and nodded in agreement. For the president in front of them, who had the title of the God of Death and specialized in assassination missions, they not only respected him from the bottom of their hearts, but also were full of fear. After all, as the God of Death, Elrigo could kill even his own subordinates when he went crazy. Humph, Kageyama has spent so much time and hasn't come back yet. If I miss the time, I will never let him go. Elrigo raised his hand and took a sip of wine directly. He slammed the wine glass in his hand heavily on the table, and then showed a cruel smile. However, I thought the next time would be very boring, but I didn't expect that there would be toys delivered to my door. Bang! The closed door of the tavern was kicked open. The huge impact force even broke the 2 doors, turning into debris all over the sky, attacking the members of the Dark Guild such as Eligo. Storm! Eligo smiled grimly, and with a backhand wave, a violent hurricane was generated in the tavern out of thin air, taking the debris in the sky head-on. In the tavern, the faces of other drinkers who did not belong to the Iron Forest Guild could not help but change, and they all looked towards the door. Hurry up, everyone in the law enforcement team, they are members of the Dark Guild Iron Forest, and the leader is the Death God Eligo, who has the title of Death God and a bounty of 5 million. A fat middle-aged man in a suit rushed in first. Following closely behind him were more than a dozen men in the uniforms of the Magic Council law enforcement team. Also leading the team was a black-haired woman wearing glasses, with a proud and upright figure, wearing a white suit and a beret. If I had to find someone to describe her, this woman leading the team was a bit like Queeness Death in Akame Killer. However, the presence of glasses gave her an inexplicable bookish aura and less of a queen's sadism. After this person appeared, her eyes quickly swept across the scene, and finally fixed on Elrigor. Death God Elrigor, half a year ago, he successfully assassinated the president of the Light Guild East Dragon Phoenix, and then disappeared for a while. I didn't expect to appear again so soon. I thought it would take a lot of effort to find you and escort you back to the Magic Council for trial. I didn't expect that the routine patrol would let me meet you in Kuloba town. The black-haired woman said indifferently. Forget about introducing yourself, Barano, I will arrest you as the first person of the new generation of the council. I will cut off your crime with the sword in my hand. Barano said these stern words, and grabbed the Western samurai sword at her waist with her backhand. With the sound of the sword ringing, she drew it out of the sheath in an instant and pointed it at the ground, giving people a feeling of showing her sharp edge. Chapter 1495 The Origin of the God of Death. Buzz. The sharp sound of the sword was endless. Looking at Barano pointing at the ground, spitting out the magic edge, piercing the floor, leaving a mark of slashing. The onlookers present couldn't help but stagnate. Is this the strongest of the new generation in the Magic Council and the law enforcement team? The magic fluctuations he exudes are indeed extraordinary. Look, the weapon he pulled out casually, the magic sword light he exhaled, gives people a feeling of how sharp it is. This one is definitely a magic weapon. In places like the Ixu continent where magic is prevalent, there are not many magic weapons. But it does not mean that there are none. The most important thing is that every magic weapon is of good quality. Otherwise, it would not be favored in this world where magic is prevalent. Now that Barano has made a move, she has revealed such a trump card. For ordinary opponents, it is definitely a powerful deterrent. However, this time she is facing the death god Elrigor, who specializes in assassination missions in the Dark Guild, regardless of whether the other party is the president of the Chamber of Commerce or the president of the Magic Guild. He can execute the mission crazily. This so-called trump card, in his eyes, is childish. A cruel smile appeared on Elrigor's face, and he made a move in the air not far away. The hurricane seemed to turn into his invisible big hand, and in an instant, he took a dark death sickle into his hand. Little girl, if you had taken out other weapons this time, I might have paid more attention to you, but you actually used such a childish magic weapon to deal with an old hand. It seems that you, the first of the new generation of the Magic Council law enforcement team, are only at the level of a rookie. Elrigo smiled cruelly. It seems that the Magic Council is really getting worse with each generation. Anyway, my plan has not started yet, so I will spare some time to play with a little person like you, so that you know what is really scary. The disdainful words, as if infused with magic sound, echoed in the tavern for a long time and could not be dispersed. Elrigo, in full view of the public, walked out slowly. Looking at the Dark Guild leader, he did not show a cat-and-mouse attitude in front of the law enforcement team. This made the faces of the law enforcement team change drastically. Lord Barano, what should we do? A team leader was the first to lose his temper. The scene before him was very similar to what he saw. The picture unfolded in our imagination, which was completely different. Isn't it said that when a mouse meets a cat, it will surrender? Barano's face also darkened slightly. Feeling the contemptuous laughter and conversation coming from the Iron Forest Guild, she clenched the western sword with her backhand, exhaled a deep breath, and raised her head suddenly. Since you are stubborn, let me defeat you personally and then arrest you. Speed magic, step forward and cut. Bang! Barano took a step forward, and the whole person disappeared like a ghost. The short distance of more than 10 meters was closed in the blink of an eye. When everyone reacted, Barano had already appeared in front of Elrigo like a ghost. The western sword tightly grasped in her hand burst out with a sharp roar, without any fancy, and slashed towards Elrigo. The magic sword light that was swallowed and spit out, even under the blessing of magic weapons, reached a size of about a foot. In Barano's eyes, this attack, whether it was the timing, the distance, or the attack power, it was completely within her best judgment. It only took 2 more breaths to easily tear Elrigor apart. However, just as this thought flashed through Barano's mind, the scene that came into her eyes the next moment made her shrink suddenly. The cruel smile on Elrigor's face suddenly became brighter. Little girl, your blind approach is a fatal mistake. Before you understand the depth of the enemy, you are courting death. Storm coat. Boom. The violent magic power exploded in Elrigor's body, and the moment it penetrated the body, it turned directly into a storm coat. It enveloped the body surface, forming an airtight armor. Bang! Barano's attack was crushed as soon as it touched the storm coat. The huge recoil force made her groan, and she was thrown backwards. At the same time, Elrigo showed no mercy, and with the storm power of his right hand gathered crazily, he slapped it head-on. Magic wind palm. Boom! With one palm slap, under the powerful magic power, a huge tornado, like a poisonous dragon, pierced through the void and chased after Belenor. Feeling this terrifying aura, Belenor's face changed drastically, and he gritted his teeth, detonating the magic power in his body to the extreme. Speed magic high-frequency thrust. Puff, puff. The sword shadows in the sky, like a rainstorm, formed in Belenor's hands. At the moment when his feet were barely standing firm, there was no fancy, and he collided with the incoming magic wind palm head-on. Boom! The thunderous explosion sounded and stirred. The storm blew away everything around. As for the law enforcement team standing behind Belenor, they were thrown out, and even the gate was smashed. A slightly embarrassed figure quickly flashed out of the exploding storm and landed in front of the gate. The sleeves on the white zibay suit had been shredded by the impact just now. The glasses she had just worn were gone from her slightly pale face. There was only a panic on her face. Compared with the majestic appearance just now, the gap was obviously a bit too big. Hurry up, I'll cover you. This guy may have reached the middle level of the S-level wizard. Belena urged in a hurry. As a new generation in the law enforcement team, she does have good talent and her strength has reached the existence of an A-level wizard. But the gap between A-level and S-level is simply a world of difference. Haha, it's too late to leave now. Elrigor said with a cruel smile. I forgot to tell you that I am known as the god of death. In fact, the most fundamental reason is that, in addition to the death of those I kill, you cannot leave my territory alive. Little girl, experience the despair of survival from now on. Magic Wind Wall. Boom. The violent magic power exploded in Elrigor's body. It turned into a reverse storm and swept around. Originally, within a range of tens of meters outside the tavern, everything in the surrounding area was instantly isolated by the light green wind wall. It formed an airtight magic barrier. Chapter 1496 Caught with one hand. Boom. The light green wind wall was formed in an instant. With the tavern as the center, the area of hundreds of meters was completely covered by it. The law enforcement team, which was still fleeing at high speed, looked at this scene and their faces changed drastically. Some people even rushed in madly. Puff. A member of the law enforcement team ran straight into the wind wall. In his eyes, this wall made of wind can only provide a blocking effect. It will not have the ability to hurt anyone at all. However, as soon as this thought came up, the moment this law enforcement team member collided with the wind wall, most of his body was torn apart like paper. Blood foam spurted out like a tide, and the members of the law enforcement team who followed closely were directly drenched. The warm blood, like a rainstorm, made the people who were fleeing in a hurry stop in front of the wind wall as if they were acupunctured. The strange scene made Pereno's face turn even paler. The application of this kind of magic is beyond her textbook knowledge. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, I'm afraid you absolutely don't want to believe that everything in front of you is true. Hehe, what's wrong, little flower in the greenhouse? Elrigor's cruel laughter came from the tavern. Soon he walked out of the door surrounded by the crowd and came to Pereno and said, This is my prison of the god of death. Anyone who sets foot here cannot leave, otherwise they will be strangled by countless wind blades like the guy just now. Of course, you can also pray that someone outside will be confused enough to think that they can save you and come in from outside to defeat me. Otherwise, everything is nonsense, you have completely become the prey of the god of death. The voice of Erligo, with an unquestionable taste between the lines, gives people the feeling that he is judging the lives of the law enforcement team. Looking at Pereno, whose pretty face is getting paler and looking back and forth at Elrigor and the wind wall, the cruel smile on Elrigor's face is getting brighter. Oh, I remember an interesting saying. Aren't many people fond of shouting when they are in danger? You can try, maybe you can call a hero to save the beauty. In this situation, you may be able to save your life. I have already made the proposal, let's get started now. At this point, Elrigor's face showed a ferocious murderous intent, and he took a big step forward. Storm slash. Bang. The pitch-black Grim Reaper's sickle, without any fancy, slashed forward. As the storm tore apart, a huge wind blade of more than 10 meters, struck Polina across the sky. The speed was so fast that it only took a blink of an eye to approach at a distance of just a few dozen meters. By the time everyone reacted, Polina raised his magic power and prepared to fight back. Everything seemed too late. The only thing he could do was to watch the wind blades in his pupils rapidly enlarge, and the western sword that he subconsciously raised to block came towards him. Bang! The crisp sound of metal collision sounded first. The western sword was torn to pieces in an instant under the wind blades. Without the last one, the pale and powerless defense, the attack was like a death urging, which made the last stubborn defense line in Pereno's heart shatter. The only thing he could do was to close his eyes in front of everyone and wait for death to come. Bang! The piercing sound of the air sounded without any warning. Under the hurricane's reverse roll, there was an inexplicable feeling of suffocation. Pereno couldn't help but take a half step back. However, the long-awaited death and pain did not appear, and the voices of criticism on the huge battlefield were instantly annihilated in the storm. This made Pereno's expression stagnate. Without time to think, she quickly opened her tightly closed eyes. The scene she saw made Pereno's pupils shrink slightly. A figure whose identity was unknown appeared in front of her first. The big hand, which was like black iron and covered with black keratin, was holding a fist. The height of the hand was undoubtedly consistent with the direction of the wind blade in Pereno's memory. This strange picture made Pereno's mind flash an extremely absurd idea. He wouldn't catch the wind blade with one hand. What on earth is going on? Did that guy just walk in from outside the wind wall? Setting foot in the death realm of President Elrigo is a way to his own death. No, our focus now is not on why he came in, nor on his own death. It's this guy who just caught and blew up President Elrigo's magic wind blade with one hand. This method is really scary. If it falls on us, I'm afraid we will be caught one by one. The deadly silent scene suddenly became noisy. Facing the uninvited guest in front of him, the cruel smile on Elrigo's face gradually stiffened, and his face was covered with coldness. His intuition told him that the little ghost in front of him was definitely not comparable to the young girl who had just made her debut. Especially the attack, not only the speed and strength, but also the magic covered on his hands, are all first-class powerful. This series of factors linked together made Elrigo serious instantly. Little boy, are you from the law enforcement team? You actually broke into my death realm and saved people right under my nose. You really don't take me seriously. Elrigo spoke first in a deep voice. I'll give you a chance now. Stand aside and watch the show. Otherwise, no matter who you are, you must accept my anger. Boom. The huge magic power dormant in Elrigo's body was detonated in an instant. Explosion. It is the most common deterrent method in any place. At least, in Elrigo's eyes, his strength far exceeds that of an ordinary S-level wizard, which is enough to scare this young man in his early 20s away directly. It can be said that, to a certain extent, this is the so-called foundation. The violent magic power, like a tide, rolled back in the field and instantly submerged the entire death realm. Feeling this terrifying magic, Pereno's face turned even paler. He gritted his teeth and said, "Brother, I don't know who you are, but the situation here is not as simple as you think. Let me handle it. Polino is grateful to you for helping me just now, but I don't know if I will have the chance to repay you in the future. Now I will come and put an end to this matter in person." Chapter 1497 I am the hero called out. Explosion. In any place, it is the most common means of deterrence. At least, in the eyes of Elrigo, his strength far exceeds that of ordinary S-level wizards, which is enough to scare this young man in his early 20s away directly. It can be said that, to a certain extent, this is the so-called foundation. The violent magic power, like a tide, rolled back in the field, and instantly submerged the entire Death God realm. Feeling this terrifying magic power, Pereno's face couldn't help but become even paler, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Brother, I don't know who you are, but the situation here is not as simple as you think, so let me handle it. Polino is grateful from the bottom of his heart for helping me just now, but it's a pity that I don't know if I will have the opportunity to repay you in the future. Now let me, come and put an end to this matter in person." Taking a step forward, anyone could feel the will to die emanating from Pereno. As a flower in a greenhouse, being able to make such a determination is beyond the reach of those dark guild members of the Iron Forest who have no rules in humanity. Even Qin Yu did not expect that Pereno would go this far. However, as soon as she stepped out, Qin Yu smiled warmly and patted her on the shoulder. "A little girl, before you die, I want to ask you a question. All you have to do is answer it truthfully." "Question?" Pereno's expression froze. The aura of death that had just surged into his heart disappeared in an instant. Even the people around him were also upset in an instant. At this critical moment of life and death, he asked a question. This is not a joke, or something else. However, facing his savior, Pereno was puzzled, but he still suppressed the uneasiness in his heart after the aura of death fell. "Brother, if you have any questions, please ask quickly. At this critical moment, if you are not careful, I am afraid it will implicate you." Pereno was shocked by Uchiha Chinyu's move just now. At the same time, she was also very clear about how powerful it was. But after experiencing the complete abuse and playing of Elrigo, Pereno knew clearly that facing such a veteran enemy, her so-called title of the first person of the new generation of the law enforcement team was simply nonsense. "Hehe, don't worry, I just want to ask you, at the moment of life and death just now, did you ever shout hero in your heart?" The smile on Qin Yu's face became even more. The strange question fell, making everyone in the field look stagnant. Even Pereno was no exception. However, facing the question of the savior, Pereno hesitated for a moment, and nodded in agreement. "Yes, I did shout in my heart just now. As the first person of the new generation of the law enforcement team, I feel ashamed, but does this matter have anything to do with the current situation? Pereno stared at Qin Yu. Faced with this strange question, it was obvious that she couldn't figure out the boy in front of her for a while. However, just as this thought emerged in her mind, a warm big hand covered Pereno's head first, gently stroked it a few times and said, "Hehe, with your words, I can intervene openly. I forgot to introduce myself to you. I am a hero who was called out." The small voice seemed to be infused with magic sound at this moment, echoing between heaven and earth for a long time without being able to dissipate. Facing the long-awaited answer, it turned out to be such a lame excuse to pick up girls. Even Elrigo, the president of Iron Forest who has killed countless people, couldn't help twitching his eyes. As his hands suddenly clenched the Grim Reaper's sickle, a ferocious look rushed out of his face. The next moment, the huge magic power that penetrated his body was frantically mobilized by Elrigo. The Grim Reaper's sickle clenched in his hand chopped out again. "What a hero you called out, you dare to tease me, the Grim Reaper, here. Since you have to get involved in this kind of thing, you should die first." Storm smash! Boom! As the sickle came out, a strong storm exploded like a tidal wave. The wind blades gathered in the sky and fell towards Uchiha Chinyu and Pereno in a dense manner. The momentum was so huge that it was even greater than all the previous attacks combined. It was just a few dozen meters away, but it was approaching in the blink of an eye. "You should leave quickly, this is not the time to joke." Pereno was anxious all of a sudden. Unfortunately, before she could react, Chinyu slowly extended his right hand and pressed it in the air, and the forced repulsion exploded. Shinra Tensei. The paleness spread in the pupils in an instant, and the 9 Megatama appeared in the pupils. The huge impact force collided with the incoming wind blades in an instant. Bang! The wind blades in the sky exploded. The huge repulsive force, with the remaining power, crushed towards Elrigo and his men. The invisible impact was like a wave. There was no trace of form to trace, and when Elrigo and others woke up, the body seemed to be hit head-on by an invisible locomotive. In full view of the crowd, it flew backwards, accompanied by a deafening collision sound. Dozens of people smashed the wall heavily and fell into the tavern. Originally eating melons on the side, the guests, members of the law enforcement team, and even Pereno's face instantly became stiff. Looking at Uchiha Chinyu, they were all in disbelief. The huge battlefield fell into an inexplicable silence in an instant. In their eyes, Chinyu just raised his hand slightly and pressed lightly. He directly disintegrated the attack of the god of death Elrigor, and even swept the entire Iron Forest Guild. This method is far beyond their cognition. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would be willing to believe that all this is true. "Run!" A roar suddenly sounded in the ruins. The roaring tornado hurricane, with a posture that broke through the sky, instantly overturned most of the tavern. Elrigor's figure, taking advantage of this opportunity, rose from the sky with a swift and reckless posture. When everyone reacted, he had already appeared in the sky more than 10 meters above the ground. The wind wall that originally covered the tavern was driven to the extreme. In his eyes, as long as he escaped from the range of the tavern, the other party would have no way to chase him under the wind wall. At that time, the only thing this terrifying kid could do was to watch him escape. When he thought of this, the speed of Elrigo's magic power increased sharply. The hurricane under his feet, with a dignified sound of breaking through the air, quickly shot towards the wind wall in the distance. In his eyes, the short distance of dozens of meters was shortened in the blink of an eye. Once he escaped from this battlefield, he would be far away from the Emperor in the future, and no one would be able to control him. He should still live a carefree life. Chapter 1498, an existence that cannot be solved even if standing. A mess of thoughts flashed through Elrigo's mind. The magic power in his body was driven to the extreme, and he directly abandoned the members of the Iron Forest Guild. In Elrigo's eyes, it would not be difficult to summon these troublesome guys back if they died. As long as he could save his life, there would be thousands of Iron Forest Guilds without one. When he thought of this, Elrigo's speed increased by several times. He planned to escape from this place with the help of the sky. Seeing Elrigo, a dignified S-level wizard and the leader of the Dark Guild, actually fled in a single move. With a stiff expression, Pereno suddenly woke up and said, "Brother, hurry up and keep him, otherwise if you let Elrigo escape, the people around you will always be in danger of assassination." For this guy who made her suffer so much, Pereno really didn't want Elrigo to escape. At least, in Pereno's eyes, she hoped that her first mission could be successfully completed. If Elrigo, an S-level bounty criminal, could be sent directly to the prison of the Magic Council. This is the highest honor. However, this thought just emerged in Pereno's mind. The next moment, he saw Chinyu still standing there indifferently, looking at Elrigo who was fleeing quickly with a calm face. There was no thought of chasing him at all, let alone leaving him behind. This scene made Pereno, Elrigo, and even everyone in the field stunned. Because they knew clearly that if Elrigo was allowed to move forward another 30 or 40 meters, he would pass through the wind wall and escape from the realm of the god of death. At that time, everyone in the wind wall would not be able to leave at all. Elrigo would have the opportunity to escape in a swagger. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. The distance was shortened under everyone's gaze. Even Elrigo noticed Chinyu's strange condition, and the smile on his face became more and more brilliant. Looking at the wind wall that was so close, Elrigo couldn't help but stretch out his hand. Heavenly hand power. Whoosh! A shadow, like a ghost, appeared in front of Elrigo one step ahead. The hand that was stretched out suddenly stopped an inch away from Chinyu. Looking at the thin figure that crossed hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye and blocked his way, Elrigo was stunned. It felt like taking off all the clothes, but found that the guy lying on the bed was a guy with a handle. This undoubtedly made Elrigo feel creepy. No, there is no possibility, I will kill. Elrigo's expression twisted instantly, and the clenched sickle in his hand burst out with a fierce storm. Storm slash! Boom! A knife was swung out, and under the cover of magic power, it spewed out a few feet-long knife aura, without any fancy, and chopped Chinyu's neck head-on. Looking at Uchiha Chinyu who was still indifferent, as if he had no interest in everything, he didn't even show a defensive posture. This scene made Elrigo excited. Sure, at this distance, I will definitely be able to kill you. Elrigo showed a hysterical smile. Looking at the death sickle that fell directly on Chinyu's neck, the smile on his face suddenly froze. Bang! The crisp metal collision sounded like thunder. The black sickle, like paper, shattered. It turned into debris all over the sky and scattered on the ground. Looking at Uchiha Chinyu, who was standing in the void without moving at all, who seemed to be close at hand, Elrigo panicked for the first time. He finally understood the huge gap between himself and the young man in front of him. This is an existence that cannot be killed even if standing. You, who are you? Why are you sniping me? I have never offended anyone like you. Elrigo roared in a hurry. There was a hint of despair in his words. Looking at the dignified Dark Guild leader, Elrigo, the god of death who has killed countless people. He actually showed such an attitude, which undoubtedly made people feel inexplicably suffocated. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never want to believe that the scene in front of them was real. Don't worry, I'm not the one who wants to kill you. Uchiha Chinyu glanced at Elrigo lightly, and said to him who was still trying to find an opportunity to escape. I came to you this time just to give a student some experience. If you can defeat her, I will let you leave safely. Of course, if you want to refuse, I can let your soul leave. The simple words made people smell the unquestionable taste. Looking at the existence in front of him, he couldn't be solved even if he was standing. Elrigo's expression changed continuously, and he finally gritted his teeth and said, Okay, we have a deal, but you can't go back on your word later. In Elrigo's eyes, the means displayed by Uchiha Chinyu were indeed beyond his cognition. But as a student, he still needs a teacher to bring him out to gain experience. It's easy to deal with this kind of stuff. At least, it's definitely easier than dealing with Uchiha Chinyu, who can't be dealt with even if he stands. You are not qualified to make me regret killing you, but even if I regret killing you, so what? Chinyu replied lightly. You. Elrigo was suddenly furious. Unfortunately, facing such domineering words, the rebuttal on his lips was obviously gone in an instant. Now is not the time to worry about whether Uchiha Chinyu will go back on his word. The most important thing is to find a chance to survive. Watching the scenes that suddenly took a turn for the better, the injured Pereno's expression froze. She had never thought that a teacher would go to such lengths to help students gain experience. Even Elrico was provoked, and at the same time, this god of death was given a glimmer of hope to survive. This move undoubtedly felt like letting a tiger go back to the mountain. However, it was precisely for this reason that Pereno was eager to see what kind of student could make the teacher do such a crazy thing. Okay, Hanabi, come in, it's time to gain experience. Chinyu spoke again indifferently. Everyone's eyes turned in unison, and they instantly followed Chinyu's gaze. The first thing that came into view was three thin figures. Each of them had a bright face and a graceful figure, which shook everyone's nerves. At least, in their eyes, whether it was Hinata Hanabi, Urza, or even Altair, they all gave people 1,000 years of feeling. Chapter 1499 Defeat you within 10 moves. You. Elrigor was suddenly furious. Unfortunately, facing such overbearing words, the rebuttal on his lips was obviously gone in an instant. Now is not the time to worry about whether Uchiha Chinyu will regret it. The most important thing is to find a chance to survive. Watching the sudden turn of events, the expression of the injured Pereno was stiff. She never thought that a teacher would do this to let students gain experience. Even Elrigor was provoked, and at the same time, this god of death was given a glimmer of hope to survive. This move undoubtedly felt like letting a tiger go back to the mountain. However, it was precisely for this reason that Pereno was eager to see what kind of student could make the teacher do such a crazy thing. Okay, Hanabi, come in, it's time to gain experience. Chinyu spoke again indifferently. Everyone's eyes turned at once, and they followed Chinyu's gaze. The first thing that came into view was three thin figures. Each of them had a bright face and a graceful figure, which shook everyone's nerves. At least, in their eyes, whether it was Hyuga Hanabi, Urza, or even Urusha, they all gave people a sense of superiority. Lord Urusha, why are you here? Pereno's expression changed involuntarily, and she walked up quickly. As the new generation captain of the law enforcement team of the Magic Council, she certainly knew that the black-haired woman in front of her was one of the members of the Magic Council. This high-ranking and powerful identity not only made them feel that they could not reach their height, even the strength, it was also to reach the S-level wizard to sit in the position of a member. Now with the appearance of Urusha, there is no doubt that the mess in front of them can be cleaned up. Polino, it seems that your training is still not enough, please step aside first. Urusha returned to her usual coldness. She had long been accustomed to the high-ranking status of a counselor, so the speed of switching her personality was still very fast. I stepped down. Polino's expression could not help but stagnate, and she asked anxiously. Lord Urusha, are you going to do it yourself? I believe that if you do it, you will definitely be able to take down Elrigo. In Polino's eyes, everything that happened just now was not a big deal for the Magic Review. For the members, it is simply a nightmare. If Urusha can take action, she will definitely be able to avenge them. However, just as this thought flashed through her mind, Pereno spoke again in a hurry. Lord Urusha, are you that guy's student? When she thought about it, the seemingly tedious fight just now was only a short 1 or 2 minutes. But the terrifying strength shown made Pereno instantly put the S-level wizard. Moreover, Urusha, who is a member of the Magic Council, on the list of Chinyu's students. Hehe, you little girl, you have completely misunderstood. Your master is the slave of Lord Chinyu. Urza laughed and said first. The real student is her slave? Pereno was stunned. A dignified S-level wizard was treated as a slave. This can no longer be described as luxury. The world is simply too crazy. If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, they would never have believed that all this was true. However, these thoughts quickly flashed through Pereno's mind, and soon they saw Hinata Hanabi. She now wanted to know what was so special about this girl who could become Uchiha Chinyu's student. She was able to do something that even Urusha, a dignified S-level wizard and one of the members of the Magic Council, could not do. Iluza, that's enough. Urusha was anxious all of a sudden. Okay, I don't want to waste time, let's get started quickly. Chinyu suddenly spoke. This made Urusha swallow the words that were on her lips. Facing Chinyu's order, Urusha was unhappy with Urza, but she still suppressed the idea. After all, after experiencing a battle not long ago, Urusha knew clearly. She couldn't defeat Urza now. Now she was full of thoughts about how to become stronger quickly and then get back the field. Thinking of this, Urusha subconsciously looked at Chinyu, and finally cast his eyes on Hyuga Hanabi. Facing Chinyu's arrangement, Hyuga Hanabi was obviously prepared, and walked out slowly under the watchful eyes of everyone. Looking up at the sky, he first locked onto Elrigo. Woman slash. Elrigo's expression froze. He had thought of all kinds of opponents. But he never expected that the student sent by Uchiha Chinyu was actually a girl. Moreover, she looked like a weak existence. This made Elrigo's heart, which was hanging in the air, let go a little, and after taking a deep breath, he grinned again with a cruel smile. Little girl, I didn't expect that my final opponent would be you. It seems that I have been underestimated. However, I advise you to surrender now. I just need to leave. In fact, there should be no threat to you. In Elrigo's eyes, Hyuga Hanabi is too young. In this world, there is a monster as strong as Uchiha Chinyu, who is so young. It's already very good. He doesn't believe that his luck will be so bad that he can meet the second one. Surrender. Hyuga Hanabi raised her eyebrows and glanced at him. Sorry, there is no word in my dictionary that allows the enemy to surrender. The only thing I can do is to blow you up. Don't waste Mr. Chinyu's time. I will solve you within 10 moves. Crazy. It's simply crazy. At least in Elrigo's eyes, the bold words given by Hyuga Hanabi are beyond his cognition. A mere girl, within 10 moves, is going to kill him, an S-level wizard who has been immersed in the Dark Guild for a long time and is proficient in assassination techniques. This is simply a foolish dream. But it is precisely because of this reason that Elrigo sees more hope of victory. With a hint of a feminine smile on the corner of his mouth, he slowly fell to the ground and said, "Well, since you are so arrogant, I will let you see what the difference in strength is. At the same time, I also want to see what your so-called 10 moves are capable of, which can make you say such arrogant words. Do it." As the voice fell, Elrigo grabbed the empty space with his right hand, and the broken death sickle fell into his hand again. Chapter 1500. Not even worth 10 moves. Many people who were eating melons at the scene were ashamed in their hearts. But what they want to see most now is where Hinata Hanabi's confidence comes from. However, along with it, Elrigo's words were dissipated by the wind. Hyuga Hanabi, who was standing in the same place, still did not move at all, just watched everything with his eyes wide open. The strange scene made the smile on Elrigo's face gradually stiffen. A hint of sinisterness flashed in the depths of his pupils, and the corner of his eyes swept over Chinyu, who stood indifferently aside. The next moment, he roared angrily. "What a bastard, dare you look down on me and let me take the initiative first? Well, today I will see if you can perform 10 moves in my hands." In Elrigo's eyes, Hyuga Hanabi was giving the arrogant words of defeating within 10 moves. But he obviously did not intend to let Hyuga Hanabi perform 10 moves. Facing Hanabi's contempt, he undoubtedly intended to resolve the battle as soon as possible. Storm wave. Boom. The magic power dormant in Elrigor's body exploded again. At the moment when the hurricane rolled up, Elrigor waved his hands towards Hinata Hanabi through the air. At this moment, the hurricane seemed to fall into Elrigor's control, tearing the void. It went straight to Hinata Hanabi. Feeling the oncoming attack, Hinata Hanabi took a deep breath. This was her first real battle in the other world. So, for the reputation of Uchiha Chinyu, she must win and see it well. White eyes. Buzz. The ferocious blue veins spread rapidly at the corners of Hinata Hanabi's eyes. The oncoming attack, under the reflection of the pupil, showed a slight stagnation. At the same time that the power of the white eyes was pushed to the extreme, Hinata Hanabi took a step forward, and the instant body technique was exerted to the extreme. The whole person was like a ghost, shaking his body at an incredible angle, avoiding the oncoming hurricane. The next moment, the distance of dozens of meters was directly shortened by the extreme speed of Hyuga Hanabi. So fast! Elrigo's face suddenly changed drastically. Looking at Hyuga Hanabi who had appeared 3 or 4 meters away, he shouted in a hurry. "Storm coat!" Bang! The magic power was activated again in the body, and the moment it flowed on the surface of the body, it directly turned into a hurricane coat. Perino, who was shocked by Hyuga Hanabi's speed, suddenly changed his face and reminded him in a hurry. Be careful of his strange methods, which can tear things close to him into pieces. Thinking of his unparalleled killing move not long ago, it was shattered in an instant. Perino was still in shock. However, just as this thought came to mind, the next moment, the scene that came into their eyes made their pupils shrink suddenly. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hyuga Hanabi's 8 trigrams palm posture unfolded in an instant. The aura of the whole person has undergone earth-shaking changes. If Hyuga Hanabi was like a girl next door a moment ago, then now she is a sword out of its sheath, giving people a feeling of sharpness. While the chakra in her hand spread rapidly, she moved first without any fancy moves. The short distance of several meters, under Hyuga Hanabi's advance, is just an inch of time. Looking at the figure coming towards him, Elrigo was startled at first, and then showed a ferocious smile. The storm coat he used just now could break even Pereno's weapon, not to mention his bare hands. However, this thought just flashed through Elrigo's mind. The next moment, the fist and palm attack on his body made his expression stiff. An unspeakable piercing pain spread across the skin and finally penetrated into the bone marrow. Before Elrico could react, Hyuga Hanabi's palms had already fallen down. Bang, bang, bang. The palms and fingers intertwined, as if forming a large storm feather net, covering Elrico's body. The moment they fell, the hands that should have been blocked by the storm coat, or even crushed. But at this moment, like an indestructible blade, it easily penetrated the storm coat that Elrico trusted so much. The scene that was caught off guard just appeared in front of him. Elrico had no time to react. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 64 palms. The speed of the fists and palms like a storm was getting faster and faster. When it came to the end, the fists and palms swung by Hyuga Hanabi could no longer be seen with the naked eye. When the storm coat on Elrico's body collapsed, Hyuga Hanabi's fists were completely covered by chakra, and the next moment they exploded and turned into a lion as big as a millstone. Under the horrified eyes of Elrigo, it fell with a bang. Double lion fist. Bang. The huge impact force was released and poured into Elrigo's body in an instant. When the storm coat that was originally valued was blown up, Elrigo opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person flew out like a cannonball. It smashed the door of the tavern heavily and embedded on the bar at the back. The huge battlefield fell into dead silence in an instant. The moment before, in their eyes, Uchiha Chinyu's great power made Elrigo suffer. The bet proposed later was undoubtedly a way out for Elrigo. However, what they never expected was that the scene that came into their eyes again overturned their cognition. 2 moves severely injured Elrigo, who was an S-level wizard and the president of the Dark Guild. Is this still the strength of a student? This fucking horse can even create a guild. Now even students have this ability, then, as a teacher, what level of strength can Uchiha Chinyu reach? If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe that this scene is real? No, it's impossible. I am the god of death, Elrigo. There is no possibility that I will lose. A hysterical roar came from the ruins. Elrigo, covered in blood, stood up shakily, feeling the strange phenomenon in his body, and his face turned pale in an instant. The magic power in my body has been blocked for the most part, and many meridians are blocked. What is going on? By the way, it must be you who did it. You blocked my magic power. Thinking of everything that happened just now, Elrigo obviously figured out what happened. Facing the Hyuga Hanabi who ruthlessly shattered his hopes at a glance, Elrigo Likao instantly understood that the previous sentence, defeating him within 10 moves, was obviously an exaggeration. It was indeed caused by my attack, but it seems that you are not even worth 10 moves. It seems that 3 moves are enough to defeat you. Hinata Hanabi spoke again indifferently. Now that you have lost your magic power, I am afraid you are no longer qualified to call yourself the god of death. If, let me say, you should be a dead cat.